and running a different squad in this tournament and a few additions that they'll have into the Canada Cup to follow. And we saw Team GB yesterday run their whole squad through the games at various points in time. I mentioned Brazil, a different approach for them though. They've stayed with a core four, a reliable four that they like, a high-low setup, and we're extremely reluctant to change from that. They drew GB on day one, and GB probably had the misfortune of taking Brazil when they were at their freshest. But the US will face them fresh off a night's rest in the first game today as well. So this will be a close clash, and it started that way.
That was
Points
absolutely
so far.
Fantastic handling by Sarah Adam. The pass wasn't the greatest. It gave her a fair bit to do, but she reached out and stole that out of Julio Braz's grasp. And she's trying to follow Braz now. Keep an eye, if you can, on Sarah Adam, the number 8. She's a 2.5 pointer, and when the rules changed, the regulations changed about 18 months ago, saying that female players from 2 classification and upwards give you an extra 1 point as opposed to an extra half point. She suddenly became one of the most important players in the world. She was absolutely fantastic throughout the Paralympics and almost carried USA to gold. She couldn't quite carry the team on her back in the final against Japan, but she did everything she possibly could. She's a fantastic mid-pointer, and the fact that she allows the team to have an extra whole point on the floor now makes her, in my eyes, one of the most important players in wheelchair rugby.
Yeah, the first female to compete in the Paralympics in the wheelchair rugby team for the US, and gives a whole different mix and different dynamic to them, and particularly with the additional point now for our high pointers and mid pointers like herself. She'll have the inbound here for the US, with the scores locked at 4 apiece. Scores on possession. Nice ball over the top from Pudabar to Adam, and then over the top to Simons. So some nice passing on display. They do have a nice balanced lineup out there to begin this game.
Incredibly smooth movement there from Sarah Adam. The push that she'd already got going even before the ball was in her hands. That's something that comes from years of practice. She anticipates where the ball is going to land. She pushes onto it, pushes away, an absolutely fantastic chest pass out to score that previous try.
You've mentioned it's a balanced lineup. O'Neill is the lowest classified player on the court for the US at 1.5. It's a stark contrast to the real high-low mix that Brazil have on the court. Maybe, Drew, talk us through a little bit. What are some of the advantages and disadvantages of each of those? What's the balanced lineup for the US bring, and maybe what does it offer to Brazil to have their high-low outfit?
Well, Brazil at the moment, you can see the 2 high pointers coming up. One of them can barge his way through and draw defenders with him, and the other one, that creates an opening there. It means you've got 2 outlets at any one time. So you can see the speed there, the absolute push of Julio Braz, so quick. And they can get up and down the court incredibly quickly. And even if one of them has to inbound, it's not going to be the case here. Lucas Junqueira is going to inbound, but it means that the inbounder's got 2 targets, 2 very good targets. There's one of them. And then the other one, if he can get free, can go all the way up the end of the court. And even if he can't get free, then it means that you can fire one. You've got someone who's got the arm strength to be able to fire it up the other end of the court. Now, the advantage of the balanced lineup, we've just seen that in the turnover for USA, is that your floor is a lot higher. So the lowest classification you got out there, we mentioned it, is Josh O'Neill. He's a 1.5, and he's got so much more mobility, push, and core strength than the 2.5s of Brazil. It means that whenever there's a loose ball, you'll be able to get someone who's capable of picking up the ball, maneuvering their chair, getting a pass out. So what you sacrifice a little bit in sheer speed for the 7 and 11 of Brazil, you make up for in the ball handling skills across the court. And the fact that Sarah Adam is a 2.5 who gives you an extra point, it means that rather than playing a 0.5, you can play a 1.5 in Josh O'Neill.
Yeah, it's a great summary, Drew, and I think that's something for everyone to keep an eye on throughout this one, the contrasting styles and how it will play out. And we saw it play out live as you were discussing it, where Brazil turned it over, needing to go a long and ambitious ball over the top to one of their 0.5 players, and the extra speed that some of the more midpoint players from the US had to be able to get to that ball first went to their advantage. But there will be times where it certainly works in Brazil's favour as well. Now let's see if this is one of those times. It's Julio Braz on the corner of the key. Some tight defence from Simons.
Fantastic key defence from USA. As you can see, they can't get in. Josh O'Neill has to make sure he doesn't go in the key. You can't have 4 defenders in the key, so Josh O'Neill, they managed to draw. He had to stay out, and that left a little bit of a channel. Obviously, that's the kind of play that you work on. You practice against key defences. Pudabar floats that one over the top.
Yeah, Mason Simons gets on the end of that, and I liked Simons' defence on the previous play, where we could see Julio Braz kind of pinned in the corner of the key, not able to get the ball over the top that he was looking for, because Simons brings a lot of height and a lot of reach. He's a 2-pointer, but sits high in the chair, and on the defensive end, that's going to have a lot of benefit for the US team. That's a good ball, though. And that's the advantage of that extra speed. So we saw De Lima there able to get on the end of a through ball that may have challenged a lesser player, but with his speed and ability was able to power through and get there comfortably first. Now the 2.5ers for Brazil have locked away Pudabar in the backcourt. So it's a 3-on-2 for the US, but it's the 2 3.5ers that are doing the defensive work against some mid-pointers from the US. Pudabar has managed to get himself free just in the nick of time as the shot clock comes down under 20. And now he'll have some space to work into before De Lima tried to get a hand in and got a hand in but not on ball, took arm, and the try will be awarded.
Yes, a reaching foul there, and if a try was about to be scored, then the try is given. And if it wasn't clear that the try was going to be scored, then the person committing the reaching foul goes to the sin bin.
Worth a shot in that situation to
Absolutely.
Get the arm in and try and see what you can do.
Sarah Adam got an arm in there, and the ball came loose. And here is an example. It was actually Cody Pudabar who got a hand in, and it wasn't clear that Brazil were going to score a try, so instead Pudabar sits on the sidelines, either for a minute or until Brazil score.
As their high pointer, there is a real advantage for Brazil now. The highest pointer for the US will sit out, but as we speak, there's some changes as well. Adam and O'Neill check out, and Brackett comes into the game, as does Chris Fleece, another of their experienced players. So slightly different mix. But they are using this advantage, Brazil, taking some time, setting up on the defensive end, and De Lima gets over. Julio Braz has positioned himself in front of Pudabar in the penalty box to stop him from getting an impact on the inbound, so he says, I'll take the inbound myself. He does with a quick 1-2 to Brackett, who was pinned but still had nice reach and was able to flick it back to Pudabar nice and quickly. Cody Pudabar gets the long ball forward to Simons, who crosses over.
We see now with the USA changing their lineup slightly, Sarah Adam going off, and she's been replaced by a fellow 2.5, but the fact that she gives her team that bonus of an entire point means that Josh O'Neill, a 1.5, has been replaced by Chris Fleece, who is a 0.5. So the advantages of female players, and that's something that Brazil don't have. Brazil do have Havana Ribeiro, who is a 0.5, so the low pointers from 0.5 up to 1.5 female players give you an extra 0.5, and then the mid to high pointers an extra point. And Brazil only have one female player. She's a low pointer, and she's rarely used as well. So those are the advantages that USA have got. Australia in particular, with 4 female players in the squad, and Ella Sabeljack currently playing in the national championships here as well. She is a genuine 5th option.
Yeah, a lot more flexibility on the US side, and they'll have an opportunity here to stretch a lead out to 3. They've gained possession.
They're doing very well. Off screen that you can't see it, Cody Brackett has been blocked by one of the Brazilian low pointers, and he's just joining the play now. Finally hoves into view.
Shot clock is running out though, and it's going to expire. So the US did the hard work to force a turnover, get possession, and have an opportunity to extend their lead out to 3. But the defensive effort of Brazil, some of it was off the ball and off screen, and some of it was on the ball, but a great defensive effort that leads to the shot clock winding down and the US not able to get over. So Brazil will get it back, and an opportunity to trim the margin back to 1.
It was all due to Wiertsma, a 0.5, taking Brackett a 2.5 out of play. So all of a sudden it was 7.5 playing 5.5. That's the way you have to think of it, not 3 on 3. You have to look at the classification, and if a 0.5 can take out a 2.5, you've given your team a 2-point advantage. And you may have seen on the sidelines the coach for Brazil, Benoit Labrec, born in Quebec, and has coached all around the world. You could see him jumping up and down and celebrating that, the fact that they got the turnover on a very well-run set play, something that he would have set up himself. We've seen a lot of it so far. We've seen the Brazilian low pointers. They're quite happy to have their 2 low pointers out of play, trying to take 1 American out, and then they will leave their 2 high pointers. 3.5 plus 3.5 makes 7, and they're quite happy with that equation. They reckon their 2 high pointers can defend 3 American mid to high pointers. It's an interesting theory. It's worked reasonably well so far, but it's something that Coach Benoit Labrec has obviously put in play for this match.
Yeah, and we talk a lot about the high pointers from Brazil. They score a lot of the tries, they have a lot of the speed, they do a lot of the ball carrying, but we should not ignore the 2 0.5s out there that do a lot of work off the ball and allow those other 2 to succeed.
Cody Brackett with a spinning foul. So he hit Julio Braz behind the axle. Not Julio Braz, sorry, it was Gabriel de Lima. Hit him behind the axle, and the replay shows you exactly what happened. You can hit in front, you can hit head on, front of chair to front of chair, but you can't hit behind the axle. That spins the chair of your opponent round. So Brackett on the sidelines.
And again, an advantage now for Brazil. See in your screens that there's some defensive work happening with the 2.5s trying to get around Sarah Adam at this point, and Feitosa is holding the ball and waiting for that defensive setup before crossing the line. Does so now, but Adam says, I'll take the inbound pass, because she was otherwise a little bit trapped in the mid-court by those 2.5s.
Brazil also needed to keep an eye on Brackett, because they've got one of their high pointers trying to look after Adam as well, and that high pointer went across to block Brackett coming out of the sin bin too late, and Brackett was allowed to come out.
Now we're in the final seconds of this clash, and the US will have an opportunity to get it over the line in the dying stages, and they do, which will help them to extend their lead out and keep the lead. They do give a 2.1 second opportunity for Brazil, who'll take a timeout and have a chat about their inbound play. We will take a break and be back to see what they can come up with. players coming back onto the court. There will be a set play, I'm sure, off the back of that timeout. Brazil looking for a deep inbound pass, and to get that done, they go with Julio Braz to take the inbound. Often it's a 0.5 that takes these, but not late in game where they need the long inbound pass. They need the power of Braz to get it to De Lima. He does get it there, and that is a brilliant set play. The Brazilian team drew it up like that and executed it perfectly, and they are absolutely pumped and should be. They cut the margin to 1, an important score before the first break in this one. It's a margin of 1, 14-13 to the USA. We're going to go to a break and be back with the second quarter soon.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
Players getting their final messages before coming out for the second quarter. Getting himself out into position now. A thrilling first term with a margin of 1. We've got Jaden Jackson, the privilege of having a Steeler down on the sidelines that knows the game very well. And some insights on perhaps USA's key defence down there, Jaden.
Yeah, what an exciting first half. Obviously, Brazil are bringing the heat. It seems like USA have made some changes compared to day one. They're playing a lot of key defense. I know notoriously when I've played against USA, that's something they take a lot of pride in, and it seems to be paying off for them. Obviously not towards the end of that first quarter, conceding right on the horn, but it seems to be a defensive option that they're confident in, really trying to get back to key and expose some of Brazil's key offense.
So talk us through, Jaden, the benefits of that key defence and why they've maybe made that switch. What does that look like for them, or what's the advantages of sitting that defence further back?
Well, I think Brazil are a really fast-paced team. They really like to push the heat with Feitosa and Julio. So I guess getting back to key can take the sting out of the game a little bit. They have that functioning court, and they know that with those 0.5s of Brazil, they're not really a catching option. So it's between the two high pointers to sort it out. And if they can get isolated out wide, it really puts pressure on Feitosa and Julio to execute.
Yeah, excellent insights from the Steeler himself, Jaden Jackson, on the sidelines. And we are seeing just some adjustments being made to the chair of Julio Braz at this point.
We've had a real turnaround in situation here. It was 14-12 with 2 seconds to go in the first quarter. Brazil took their timeout. You have 3 coaches' timeouts per half, and if it's in the last minute, it enables you to advance the ball for the inbound. They got the try with the 2 high pointers linking up. They had the possession arrow at the start of the second quarter, so they had the first possession to make it 14-all, and then they managed to force a turnover. So it went from 14-12 to 14-15, and that illustrates the importance of getting the last point of every quarter and the first point of the next one.
Yes, for those not familiar with the game or don't watch a lot of it, to see a timeout taken with 2.1 seconds on the clock, as we saw in the first quarter, you might wonder, what can they do with 2.1 seconds? Well, they can do exactly what they did, a set play that allows them the opportunity to score and score last, and then score first out of the break, and now another opportunity where they forced a turnover yet again. Zion Reddington has checked into the game, and it was him on that occasion that had the ambitious pass over the top that was picked off by Julio Braz, and Gabriel Feitosa de Lima will get onto the end of it and score, and Brazil stretch their lead to now 2, which was hard to picture probably 2 or 3 minutes of game time ago.
From 2 down to 2 up in the space of a minute and a half either side of the first hooter, and they've decided to make some changes already. They had Manny Marciano out there as well as Zion Reddington, but we're having a timeout so they can make those changes.
Timeout taken, and players back out into position. I've seen a few changes for the US outfit to try and get a different mix and try and change their fortunes in this second term. Not going in their favour at all so far in the first minute and 15 seconds, but they're not going to change their fortunes here, although they get the opportunity to get the ball back and quickly. So the turnover each way. Talk us through, Drew. Julio Braz there had possession of the ball, but obviously starting to fall out of his chair. What's he need to do in that situation? What can he do?
Nothing you can do. A couple of years ago, there used to be player timeouts that would last for 30 seconds, and you would use it to reset the shot clock, or if you were falling down in possession of the ball, you would call a timeout and you would be able to maintain possession. You can't do that anymore. So there was nothing that Julio Braz could do other than get rid of the ball, because if he goes to ground in possession of the ball, it's the equivalent of losing the possession automatically goes to the opposition. So he had to throw out a pass. USA got out of jail there, but it was a good hit on him to provoke the fact that he went to ground.
Yeah, quick turnovers in succession. It did look like the US had coughed it up for not the first time this quarter, but they did manage to get on the defensive side of the ball quickly and regain an opportunity. So well done to them for that.
That illustrates what Jaden Jackson was talking about, the fact that the 3.5s Brazil have got speed. So if you sit back in a key defense, which USA didn't do there, don't have to obviously, but if you sit back, all 4 of you in or in front of the key, then it means that the opposition can't spring the trap and have an entire half court open to them and just use their speed. Regardless of how quickly they make it up the court, and you can see a key defense here from Brazil, it's very difficult to get through, and it takes pace out of the equation. It means you've got to work your way through.
And we did see yesterday, we had the privilege of calling Brazil and Great Britain yesterday, and the through ball over the top, much like the one that we've just seen here, is a play that Brazil ran consistently. They scored heavily, they put up 60 points in that game and scored from that predominantly.
And now Brazil are setting up in the key. And to set up in the key, you need to be doing it before your teammate has scored, which is why you will quite often see players taking their time to go over the try line, and it gives their 3 teammates time to set up in the key, which is exactly what Brazil have done now, and one of them has been knocked out of bounds.
Yeah, it looks like it's Feitosa de Lima. may have encroached upon the key there and will find himself out of play for this next play. And the US take the opportunity to make some changes. See Sarah Adam with an inbound, short inbound. They'll take their time here. They have the advantage. O'Neill has checked into the game and has immediately come over to the side to try and watch De Lima. Simons was there as well, and De Lima noted that he was not going to be able to get out of that predicament out of the penalty box. So they'll take the inbound. Just put some pressure on Julio Braz as the target for the inbound pass. There it is. Clever from Braz, under a lot of pressure. Unlikely to be able to handle the ball. So a nice tap over the top, went back to De Lima. That was clever.
It's fantastically well done. When you force one of the high pointers to take the inbound, you've got them off the court. They are off the court by definition to take the inbound. So there's so little for them to aim at, and they did incredibly well there between the two of them, the high pointers.
They did, and the pass inbound, it had to be a high pass over the top. Julio Braz, not the tallest player out there or with the biggest reach out there, and in fact Cody Pudabar that was standing or sitting alongside had a better reach and a better ability to get it, but Braz did brilliantly to be able to get to it first and tap it over the top. Now here is Pudabar. Again, they have an advantage. They have a points advantage with Brazil only having 4.5 points on defence, as De Lima was again in the penalty box and again will need to take the inbound, and this one looks difficult once more. Decides to go the short inbound, and well played. A quick 1-2 on the inbound pass and got it back to him. Now needs to get it over the half court and does. Nice exhibition of speed and power. Looking to go again, runs into some traffic, but barges his way through. Speed and the power, but the physicality of that as well.
What you couldn't see, because it was the other side of the court, was that Lucas Junqueira, who is a 0.5, stayed all the way forward for Brazil, and he's occasionally been used as an outlet. If one of the two high pointers can throw out a perfect pass to him, then he's all on his own unmarked, and that meant that one of the Americans had to come and look after him. So the 0.5 ended up taking 2 American points out of play. It's a very clever way of doing things.
And we did see Junqueira yesterday as that third option score probably a handful of times where they decided to go with that play. So it is a realistic option and it needs some defensive accountability.
Either you leave him on his own and think he's a 0.5, he's not going to be able to manoeuvre his chair, he can't pick the ball up, it needs to be an absolutely perfect pass, we'll take that risk. Or you go, well, for heaven's sake, they've caught us out 3 times by giving him perfect passes. We need someone to go and mark him, and that someone has to be, at the moment, a 1.5 or a 2-pointer. So you're losing out by doing that. So it's a very clever play by the Brazilians, who have a very clever coach in Benoit Labrec.
Yeah, and it might be something that the US did observe yesterday, that it worked and worked consistently for Brazil. So they have decided they'll take the tactic of we're going to try and stop it, but it creates other opportunities for Brazil, and it is well coached, as you say. So after some early turnovers and a quick change in the lead of this game, it has steadied over the last few minutes. We're now over halfway through the second term. 3:42 left to play, and it is Brazil leading by 1. But they do have possession, so an opportunity to stretch their lead. The US pressing up court on this defensive play. Julio Braz directing some traffic now. Directs it well, but Cody Pudabar gets across with the defensive effort. Brazil.
Twice he blocked him on the play, Pudabar, and they finally got through, third time of asking.
Yeah, it looked like they might have to almost reset and restart the play. They still had 15 or so on the shot clock. But De Lima, Toza De Lima, found a gap and decided to go for it.
Sarah Adams' hands, the reach she's got, that's a couple of times that she's absolutely stolen what looked like it was going to be a certain turnover.
Yeah, the pass asked a lot of her, but her hands were clean. And now they get the opportunity. It was again one of those situations where Brazil were happy to use their low pointers. They pinned down Simons on that occasion and decided to play their 0.7 against, or their 7 rather, against what the US had to offer with their 3 remaining players. But the US did manage to get free and trim the margin back to 1. As we'll see some repairs again. We've got a couple of the team mechanics and helpers out on the court. Julio Braz and Cody Pudabar getting some assistance with some of their strapping. And it is a very physical sport. We see the support team out on court often helping with the strapping, helping with the fitness of the players. Certainly the machines take quite a bit of a hit, and we see the mechanics out changing wheels and whatnot quite often, but the players, very physical sport for them as well. But they are ready to play again now.
USA faked setting up in the key, and then as soon as play restarted, they went on a full court press.
Julio Braz finds De Lima, looks for a gap. Adam was trying to cut it off, couldn't quite get there in time. Simon's also trying to shut down the gap, but there was enough to fit through. Wasn't much room either side of the wheels, but there was enough to get through, and that's all De Lima needs. And here's Sarah Adam again. A pass to Simons to ask a little bit with the pressure coming from Julio Braz, but the tap on from Simons was very clever. Cody Pudabar gets there and then takes a lot of contact on the play. And I don't think the refs have liked that contact, and it's going to be De Lima finding himself in the penalty box yet again.
Yeah, he hit him. De Lima is saying, I hit him around the front, and he did, but that was the second hit. He hit him from behind first. That spun the chair, and then he hit him in front of the axle, but it was too late by then. So it's a very good call by the refs.
There's the break in play as they help Pudabar back up, and the US take the opportunity for a substitution. So Brackett has checked back into the game. Pudabar ready again. See in some of the shots that we've had throughout the game that the crowd is building now. We've got a Steelers game up next, and the crowd starting to come through, which is brilliant to see as day 2 builds. And this clash is one of the highlights of day 2, a clash that will shape the finals of the World Challenge. With every likelihood that the winner of this should make the 1v2 final. And at the moment, it's Brazil that have their noses in front against a team they have not beaten before. Now, shot clock counting down. There won't be any difficulty getting over the line before time expires, and there isn't. They used up all of the clock, but there was not a lot of pressure on that play, and Pudabar managed to cross. Now, Junqueira with an inbound, short inbound to Braz, and then a ball over the top that puts a one-on-one race between De Lima and Cody Pudabar, and De Lima is the one that gets there.
Lucas Junqueira is the one who's really impressing me for Brazil. You obviously keep your eye on the 3.5s because they're the flying wingers, if you will, or the full forwards, the wide receivers, whatever you want to call them. They're the glory players. But Junqueira is covering almost every centimetre of this court. He's about to do an inbound. There we go. And he's been absolutely solid on all of his inbounds. And now he's pushing his way all the way up the court. The fitness for a player who is a 0.5 is absolutely outstanding.
And without rest, has played, all 4 of them have played throughout this one. They largely played in their first encounter as well, and he's one that certainly played all the way through, and he's clearly a preferred player out there. They have other 0.5 options, but they like Junqueira and they like Versma as well. Ball to Brackett. Gets the ball up high. Another man with a big reach in Simons. Corey Putabau now has it, and there is time running down and looks for the pass over the top, and a good reach from Simons. Mentioned his height and the advantages of that.
Coach Benoit Labrec not happy with that one. He reckoned that that Simons wasn't in full control of the ball when he went over the line. And he's shaking his head, crossing his arms on the sideline, harumphing.
He'd be very tactically astute, but not a man I would be opposed to playing in a game of poker. His poker face is not quite that developed at this point. Might see he's very animated in the background here as his Chargers have forced a turnover, forced the ball loose and get an opportunity. And everyone on court getting quite animated with that one, as it's a crucial play. Brazil managing to force the turnover, gain possession with 20 seconds left in the game, and now have the opportunity to score last. They don't manage the clock. They decide points on the board are better than any clock management could be at this point in time. So they take the opportunity to score, stretch the lead to 3, and as a timeout is called, they stretch their lead out. We will take a break and come back and see what the US can do with the last 12 seconds.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want, when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
Players heading back out into position at the end of the timeout. We saw one called at the end of the first quarter that was crucial for Brazil. They scored with just a little over 2 seconds to play. This one, a bit more opportunity for the US with 12.1. Drew, what are we looking for on the inbound here?
Well, it's going to be similar to what we saw before. USA need to take time off the clock. If they leave any time remaining, they need to score. And when they get over 3.8, there's probably going to be another timeout from Brazil. Here it comes, and Brazil are going to go right up the other end because they've got 2 timeouts in their pocket.
Yeah, have I seen that right? I think it was a 4 in the key and a penalty try potentially on that one. I'm not sure that that they actually crossed the plane there, but with the timeout taken, we'll take an opportunity to take another quick break, and we'll be back for the last 3.8 seconds. Let's see what Brazil has in order for us with the 3.8 seconds that they have remaining. Would be where what happened at the end of the first quarter. It's Julio Braz again that will take the inbound play. It's a different strategy this time.
But he needs to hurry up. Yeah, they don't want to leave time. They're not quite going to get over.
No.
Excellent defense by USA.
Good defense. They clogged up that key and also put on the ball pressure against De Lima. And Brazil not able to get it done with the final score of that quarter, but they would be ecstatic with how the second quarter did go for them to take a deficit in at quarter time and then turn it around and take a 2-point lead. That was a great turn from the Brazilians.
It was. You might be wondering why they didn't do the same play that they did at the end of the first quarter and just fire it in from one high pointer to another. But if they'd done that, they would have left USA with a few seconds in which to try to do the same thing, and they were just desperate to get the final score. Excellent defense by USA to keep them out.
Yeah, it was a strong defensive effort, and the US needed it. You don't want that margin to sneak out too much. If it had been 3 at the half, it's a little more difficult. Even just one try makes a psychological difference at this point in the game. And again, Brazil have been able to score. They put up 60 points in the first game yesterday, their first game, and they're at 28 at the half here. So it is the US need to get some stops in the second half if they want to turn this one around.
Yep, and one of those players who's going to need to help them do that is Mason Simons, and he is on the sideline with Jaden Jackson.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm joined by Mason Simons, two-pointer of Team USA. Mason, obviously a very end-to-end game. You find yourself down at the half. What are some things Team USA might look to do to get back into this game?
Well, first things first, we got to take care of the ball. We have to communicate our pick and rolls. We got to make sure we keep our heads up if there's something going wrong and respond properly in an appropriate way. Keep up the intensity.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I noticed you guys playing a lot of key defense. Is that something you guys train and look to do each game, or is that more of a tactic you bring in against this Team Brazil?
I mean, I think every team loves kind of key, you know? It's a chance you kind of get to talk over your offense a little bit, so it gives you a little reset, and we take pride in our key defense, yeah.
No worries. Well, thanks, Mason. Best of luck for the second half.
Thank you to Jaden down on the sidelines with Mason Simons. It is Brazil with a 2-point lead, and the US looking to try and overcome that in the second half. We're going to go to a break and be back with that second half action shortly.
The Australian Steelers have brought home
gold medals, world championships, endless trophies.
And currently, no major sponsors.
Scan the QR code on screen to help us become officially sponsored.
Day 2 at the 2026 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. Brazil with their noses in front ahead of USA. Brazil, who were already gone 1-for-1 on day 1. USA had to play twice, but unlucky in terms of the draw. USA, there are 5 teams in the World Challenge, and it's spread over 3 days, the group stages, so it meant that USA had to play twice on day 1, twice on day 2. So that's taking a lot out of them, and they find themselves 2 points adrift. But they get the first possession of the third quarter, and Cody Pudabar runs through for quite a simple try. They've got Sarah Adam out there. I'm always happier when Sarah Adam's out on the court. I think everyone knows that I'm a big fan of hers. But what they need to do is try to keep the high pointers in check for Brazil, and that's exactly what they're doing on this first play. De Lima to Braz, being made to work for this, and then finally one of the US players, I think it's Cody Brackett, is knocked out of bounds, and it's going to be a penalty try. Although we're having an inbound on the side, so no touchdown, no try has been awarded. It was actually a mechanical timeout, so it resets the clock as far as Brazil are concerned. So they've got 40 seconds to score here, and yes, here we go. It was actually an out of bounds. So it's 4-on-3, Clay Brackett on the sidelines, so that's 2.5 that's taken out the equation as far as USA are concerned. And while Brazil take their time scoring, one of the high pointers is going to score, and the other high pointer is going to make sure that Brackett can't come out of the sin bin unless he raises his hand and says he will take the inbound. So again, that puts 2.5 points on the sidelines. Pudabar gets himself free, though. Multiple sin binnings for Gabriel de Lima. That's what he does. When he plays, you see a lot of him in the sin bin. He's the kind of person who takes risks, he reaches, and it works out for him because obviously he's out there usually for all 32 minutes. So if he can have 30 seconds to a minute in the sin bin every so often, it doesn't penalise you any more than conceding one try. So he'll be quite happy to take a little break, a breather every so often. Maybe Julio Braz, his opposite number, the number 11, won't be too pleased. It puts a lot of impetus on him. The high pointers with the give and go, and this is the play that we mentioned before. Junqueira, excellent chair position, hasn't quite got over the line, but manages to hand it off. Very difficult for a 0.5 to maneuver, but he got his chair moving, anticipating where the ball was going to go, and almost had enough to get over the line. Didn't quite have it, but still managed to hand it off to one of the high pointers. So fantastic play by Junqueira, who had a wonderful first half, and he's carried that over into the second.
Yeah, he's brilliant in the first game yesterday as well, which we've spoken about. So he's having a great tournament so far. And the US over the line. So we're 30-29 with the Brazilians in front at this point. And the ball gets over the top. Nice 1-2 play. It was De Lima against Brackett on the near side of the court. Once he'd offloaded the pass to Julio Braz, took off towards their own try line and found himself in some space.
But another fantastic block by that man, once again, Junqueira on Pudabar, that enabled the pass to be thrown out.
And loose ball, and Brazil managed to force a turnover. And again, it was off the ball work. We don't want to talk about it too much, but the 2.5s had tied up Corey Pudabar. It put a lot of pressure on the ball handlers for the USA, and in the end, the pressure became too much, and they turned it over.
So you don't want to talk about it too much. I'll talk about it all day, and the low pointers and mid pointers will talk about it all day. They reckon they don't never get their time in the sun. It's fantastic work from the two 0.5s and by Junqueira in particular, and the advantage of having the two 3.5s out there means that every so often someone like De Lima will reach in. We've seen him commit a lot of fouls, but if it doesn't matter. If you commit a foul, the opposition scores a point, so what? If you can get a hand in there and steal it away from someone as good as Sarah Adam, then that's worth its weight in gold.
and for a player that's going to play 32 minutes of playing time, the maximum amount of playing time in every game throughout this tournament, 30 seconds in the sin bin is probably a nice little rest and recuperation opportunity as well.
Excellent hand on there by Brackett. Knew that they needed to get the passes out very quickly. Quick hands out to Sarah Adam.
Yeah, Brackett was one that came from wheelchair basketball before making the transition. He's been in the rugby scene for many years now, but was from the basketball background before that.
Push him out of play, and they managed to do it.
Yeah, great pick-up, Drew, and great defence from the US. They need to force turnovers. We've talked going into the half about them needing to try and get busy on the defensive end and force some turnovers and get some stops. And that's an occasion where they got it done. The ball boggled for a moment, and then the pressure came and forced Julio Braz out of bounds. Now, a tough inbound from the back corner of the court. Gets it in with a high pass to Simons, which is a nice option to have. But then Simons can't find Corey Pudabar. And the turnover back the other way immediately. All of the hard work gets undone from that pass. Corey Pudabar talking to his teammates, just asking them to settle. Had an opportunity there, and they lost it.
They did everything right. They brought Mason Simons on because he's tall, and the corner inbound's always difficult, so they got it to Simons, and then it was the pass after that that went astray.
Yeah, they'd be disappointed to have lost that ball and given it back. They'll have a talk about that through a timeout now and rethink how they're going to play through the rest of this quarter. It's Brazil up 34-32 as we take a break.
Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
Players getting their final messages from their coaches before coming back out onto the court. We're just over 3 minutes into the third quarter, where Brazil have been able to maintain their lead and have an opportunity to bring it back to 3. There's been a couple of turnovers each way, but ultimately the lead has not shifted too much. It's been with Brazil since the half and stays with Brazil as they now go to 35-32.
It's really frustrating when you force a turnover, as USA did, and then they get the set play, they get a taller player out there for the corner inbound, and then they commit an immediate turnover themselves that costs them 2 seconds later, cost them a try. It's not as if the team had to go, the opposition had to go from one end of the court to the other. It was an immediate giveaway on your own try line, and that's a dagger to the heart.
I like the leadership of Pudabar in that situation, though. It's obviously a bit of pill to swallow when you've turned it back over immediately like they had, but just the call for calm. Still plenty of time left in this one. Get some good defensive stops, and there's one where they've almost got one. In fact, they have got one. The pressure came. Well, they've at least forced the ball out of bounds. I thought they might have turned it over, but the pressure came. It's come off US hands as Julio Braz needed an ambitious pass, and they're going to have to get it over the half quite quickly here. And they do. They found De Lima in enough space on the near side to the inbound pass, and he managed to speed over the line. The pressure came. The US thought they might have had an opportunity there. I thought they had an opportunity there, but not quite. But that's the type of defensive pressure that they'd be looking for.
De Lima knew what he was doing. He knew it had gone off US hands, so let the ball go out of play rather than trying to pick it up. That's a great pick up by Corey Pudabar, and to get it under control before he got the casters over the line.
He gets a little off balance there and did very well to regain that balance and be in full control when crossing the plane.
Feitosa and De Lima on plays like that, it's like bat and bond. One of them usually Chris Bond stays at the back and then fires out an absolute length of the court pass, but with a little bit of backspin on it that Riley Bat can then cruise onto. And that's exactly what Feitos and De Lima are able to do.
Yeah, and an interesting comparison as Julio Brazos helped to the floor and has a little bit of work on his chair. Interested in, it's a similarity with the two 3.5s out on the court and their connection, but we have touched a little on just the lack of flexibility that the US then have within their lineup in comparison with an Australian lineup with a deeper bench, more options, and some female players that provide additional points as well. Is that really where Brazil are lacking, and that's the difference between Australia as a second-ranked country in the world and Brazil sitting at 9th?
You'd say that at the moment. It's plan A, and plan A is working for Brazil, and plan A works as well if you've only got the one game on day 1, and then you play early and then late on day 2, and then you play once on day 3. You can keep yourself reasonably fresh, but it'll be interesting to see if and when they get to the final, Brazil, and it looks like they are going to get through to the final here, because this will make it 2 from 2 from them, and it would take some very strange results from here on in to keep them out of the final. It'll be interesting to see what they've got left in the tank in the final. And we've seen them get tired at the end of tournaments before, but they've had their matches spaced out here, and you never know, it would be, well, look at that for an absolutely fantastic pass out there. De Lima, the chest pass as he was at a 45-degree angle. That's another turnover. And then they're now 4 points clear, Brazil.
High impact on the play. Ball came free. It was chair on chair, and both came from different directions, and it was De Lima that got there first and picked up the ball from right off the floor, which took a great deal of strength to get down and get to it. But then the pass, when it was off balance and the impact came as well. Brilliant piece of play by De Lima. And another one of those over-the-top passes. De Lima has to slow a fraction to gather that one, but was still able to get it, gain control, and then power over the line. We discussed that comparison between Brazil and the Steelers, and we're hopeful, and we'll probably find out in the next game whether it's likely that the Steelers will get through to the final, and it's looking like it might be Brazil if they can maintain this lead. But they will play each other, the Steelers and Brazil, in an Anzac clash tomorrow, the final of the pool games. And if things stay as they are at the moment, they could clash in the final pool game and then again the following day in the final. And Australia's flexibility probably provides them some opportunity to play some games, a little bit of gamesmanship and a bit of foxing the opponent in that final pool game. I don't know if Brazil will have that opportunity, whether again, if they've already qualified, they will take that opportunity to get some game time into some others, or probably more importantly, get some rest for these 4 players, or whether they just stay with the same. Let's see if Jaden's got some insight on what's to come or what's in this game. We'll get back to Jaden Jackson on the sidelines.
Yeah, thank you. This game's got it all at the moment. A bit tactical warfare, and we chimed in on it earlier. The effects of the 0.5s of Team Brazil, Lucas and Junior, they are really unlocking the potential of Feitosa and Julio, which has ultimately seen them go 4 up. So it's really impressive to see some of the backcourt and off-ball work that these 0.5s are doing for Brazil, whether it's backpicking or locking up the function on court. It makes the high pointer's job that much easier.
Yeah, that's great insight. And we are broadcasting live from Adelaide, little city here in South Australia, and I would encourage anyone that's taking in the broadcast in Adelaide to get down here and try and watch it live as the crowd starts to build up, ready for the Steelers up next. But there is so much off-the-ball work that is enjoyable to watch when you're here in the crowd and can see the full court and see the benefits that some of those 0.5 players bring, and often the benefits that are off your screen. So hopefully we are providing some insights into that for those of you watching. But again, for anyone that is at home, I strongly encourage to get down here and fill these seats, because this is a cracking day's play. And we've talked about Brazil having the opportunity to get through to the final, and that was looking likely, but an inbound pass that ask too much of their team. Is going to lead to a turnover. There's also a bit of a spill in the backcourt.
Junqueira, the low pointer, was playing as a centre forward, as we've seen him do it, on the right-hand side of the key, and the pass out from Julio Braz was right on the other side of the key, so De Lima had to try to pick it up. So the inbound comes all the way back. It's an awkward corner inbound for Cody Brackett, but they'll take that. It's a turnover. They need to convert the turnover. It's like tennis where there we go. It's tennis, like when you break service, it's not a break unless you hold afterwards. It's not a turnover unless you convert it into a point. And that's what USA have done. They've given themselves a lifeline. They're back to within 2. That's going to go up to 3. They've got the possession arrow, so they will have the final. They'll have possession at the start of the final quarter at least. They need to get the final point of this third quarter, which only has 90 seconds to go.
What's a margin they would be comfortable with here? Are they taking a 2-point gap into the final break and thinking that that's fairly minor and they can overcome?
With 90 seconds to go, yes.
Yeah.
Unless they can somehow get a miracle, because then it'll be 2 points. You get the point at the start of the fourth quarter, that's 1 point. And then all you need to do is get a turnover. You still need to, a turnover will get you level, and then it's all down to who gets the final score of the game.
And you've spoken about this a few times. A man that is not opposed to spending some time in the penalty box. De Lima again decides, I'll reach in and see if I can just flick this ball loose, but couldn't on that occasion. They don't award penalty try, so it wasn't a clear path they've determined. So that's why he's going to spend a short amount of time in the penalty box. It won't be long though, because Corey Pudabar is going to be able to cross the line. Has a little look at the clock, trying to assess what the right timing is to go over. Goes over with 51.4 left on the clock.
So once again, De Lima has to take the inbound. You've got Junqueira playing right at the front as the outlet. They're going to try to find Junqueira. Fantastic chair position by Junqueira.
Heavy contact. Corey Pudabar is the one that's gone down. It was great positioning by Junqueira, but there is a whistle on the play. And I think it's on the inbound, and the time of the inbound. It was a good pass in the end and very well done by Junqueira, but it's about a split second too late. So this will be the opportunity. We talked about a margin of 2. Well, now they've got an opportunity to bring it back to 1. And it was because of that inbound play that De Lima, who was stuck in the penalty box, we said it was worth a try, worth sticking the arm in and trying to get it. But when you didn't, and then goes to the penalty box and then gets trapped in there and is forced to take the inbound pass, it actually hasn't worked at all. And it's going to be costly, because he's had to take the inbound, couldn't find Julio Braz, took a long time to get the ball free. But then on the inbound, for the second time...
A held ball.
For the second time, the US have had an opportunity to capitalise off a turnover and haven't. The held ball that came in to Adams. Sarah Adam got tied up by Julio Braz, and Brazil get possession back. That's a crucial piece of play. Julio Braz did well to tie it up, and then they cross, and the lead goes to 3 after momentarily thinking it would be back to 1.
Absolutely crucial for USA to get the final score. They've now got, I'd misseen the possession arrow before, so the possession after that was a contested possession, the held ball, it went the way of Brazil, so USA will get the first possession of the final quarter. They need to get the last score here.
They've got 10 seconds to work with now. Corey Putabau sees a gap and goes for it, but he has given time to Brazil. He's given them 6.9 seconds. We've seen them do it with far less than that at the end of the first quarter. So Brazil will have the opportunity to score as they go to a timeout, and we'll talk about how they're going to try and do it. With a lead of 4, we'll go to a quick break and see what they can do.
The Plan Partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
We're calling on brands to jump on board one of Australia's most successful teams in history.
We just launched the sponsor shop.
It's a sponsorship deal brands can't afford to ignore.
Scan the QR code on screen to help us become officially sponsored.
Teams coming back into position. It's a lead of 2 for Brazil. They'll be looking for the final play of the quarter. This time they don't use a high pointer on the inbound. They take a more simple inbound pass. Braz waits a second before taking it. Clock starts once he does. Now the opportunity to find De Lima. A lot of traffic on the line though, and they won't be able to get over. Good defense from Putabau and from Simons on the line to manage to stop them from getting over. So the margin will stay at 2. It will be the US that start with the ball in the fourth quarter. And this is looking like being a very tight finish and should go a long way to determining what happens on finals day on Sunday. We will go to a break and be back with the final term shortly.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
I got this one.
Yes, I've got this! I've got this one! I will keep you strong. All of this will be a place like no other. Just like no other.
We are back for the fourth quarter of our opening game on day 2 of the Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge, brought to you by Santos and broadcast through KO and Foxtel here in Australia. A tight clash. It's 41 for the US and 43 for Brazil. It's going to have huge impact on the standings in this tournament and what Sunday looks like. Important to get a good start for the US here. They're down by 2. They do have possession. They can trim it to 1.
And over and back.
They won't. The pressure came. Putabau would be disappointed with that. Moved into some traffic, immediately copped some pressure and got forced back, and the over and back is called. And that opportunity to trim the margin will disappear within 10 seconds, and Brazil will now take possession.
It's the equivalent of a backcourt violation in basketball. It's the great thing about wheelchair rugby is that it was a sport that was designed by wheelchair users, and they got together and decided their own rules and took rules from various other sports, as opposed to it being a sport like wheelchair basketball, for example, that is adapted from the standing version of the sport.
Yeah, we've got Jaden Jackson. He's our expert down on the sideline as well. That crucial turnover to begin the final term. Jaden, your thoughts?
Yeah, just some miscommunication between Mason Simons and Hurtable there. In wheelchair rugby, the half court is such a danger zone. All it takes is an inch of movement on the half, and it can easily be a backcourt violation. And when you're coming up against some fierce 3-5s, as Faitosa and Julio, they will get so quickly around those screens on the half and look to move that chair. So not the way you want to come out and start at fourth quarter, especially when you're down.
Jaden, while we've got you, interested in your thoughts on how the rest of this might play out. It is Brazil with a lead of 3 at the moment. Are you expecting that they can hold on? They haven't got the experience of beating the US before. Will they feel some pressure, or are you thinking that they're going to hold on and liking what they're doing at this point?
Honestly, it's anyone's game, and as you can see, Brazil have opted to go with this 4-man lineup for most of this game, where USA are chopping and changing their lineup. So I guess it'll come down to a decision of the coaches, Delgrave, to see what lineups may really be able to challenge this Brazil team, whether they look to go back to key as they did earlier in the game, or they try to push the pace. So I dare say it could be anyone's game, but Brazil are looking red hot here.
Yeah, great call. And I agree, the US not out of it and still on track for a tight finish. But we have liked what we've seen from Brazil so far early in the tournament. It's deeper than just this game. They were really impressive against GB yesterday as well. We'll get the opportunity to see GB back on the floor in our next clash as they will take on the Australian Steelers, another game that will shape the finals on Sunday. But Brazil have been very impressive so far.
US coach Joe Delagrave has stayed with... He hasn't gone for that much experimentation. As we say that, he's just held up or his assistant coach has just held up a set play. So they're holding up boards. This one says Patriot, so there's obviously set plays that they want them to do. But we haven't seen a lot of Zion Reddington, for example. Came on early in the second quarter, and there were a couple of turnovers in the space of 90 seconds, and we've seen nothing of Zion Reddington since then. So it looks like they're going to stick with the 4 they've got out here, and maybe we'll see a little bit of the likes of Brackett, Fleece, Hudspeth maybe, but seems to be wanting to stick with this main 4 at the moment.
As there's some pressure on the ball again. There was nearly a turnover, and will there be one? There is one now.
He was getting the ball over the halfway line. They were never going to be able to get the ball over the halfway line. I think what Sarah Adams should have tried to do there was bunt it forward and get a little more distance on it. Easy for me to say from this position here, but it's a 4-point gap now.
Once that ball boggled free and some seconds ticked down as they tried to regather, the pressure of the clock got to them, and there's some pressure again, but they do get there this time. They get it over halfway, but then a miscommunication. Hudabao looked for the long forward pass. Simons was not looking and not ready for it. I think even if he was, the pass was asking a bit of him. But they've turned it over again, and a timeout is now called. With a margin of 4, we'll take an opportunity to take a break. Back out from the timeout break that they've taken. They'll be comfortable at this point. I think collectively we've enacted a commentator's curse on this one, having talked about the US still being very much in it and an opportunity to tighten things up as the quarter goes deeper. I think since that point they've turned it over twice and the margin has just extended. So it is looking more comfortable for Brazil now. A 4-point margin. and possession of the ball.
Mason Simons and Cody Pudabar had quite an animated discussion with one another for 5 or 10 seconds after that missed play, and then afterwards shook hands and got on with it. So cleared the air very quickly. Joe Delagrave, the coach, was very animated as well during that timeout. He's the opposite side of the court from us, but you could tell that he wasn't happy with the way that they've played in this fourth quarter. They had the opportunity to make it a 1-point game, and within the space of 2.5 minutes, it's a 5-point game.
Now, I don't know what the Patriot sign meant when they held it up, but it certainly didn't mean this. What they've delivered since the sign came up would not be what they were looking for. But they've got to finish this game strongly. Let's not rule them out in this game. That's not the strong finish they're looking for. I was about to say we can't rule them out in this game, but also deeper in the tournament, the differential will matter. But right as I go to say that, they turn it over and it goes back the other way. Brazil with a long ball. They need to get it over the half, and it goes to Junqueira, who positioned himself excellently, drew pressure from 2 US defenders, and then drew the foul on the play as well. That was excellent from Lucas Junqueira.
Man of the match, as far as I'm concerned, player of the match, and you could see what it meant to him there. There was a fantastic pass that was thrown out because it got some spin on it there, but it just ended up being intercepted. It was all that Pudabar could do. And we'll see it on the replay, the chair position, and then he knew exactly what to do, got his arms around it, drew the foul, and then celebrates it as well he might.
Yeah, excellent play. He has been tremendous in this one, tremendous yesterday as well, having a great tournament. There are MVP and award honours for best high pointer, mid pointer and low pointer, and he will be tough to beat in my opinion so far, but we are only early stages of the tournament. We are on the morning of day 2, a 4-day tournament with finals day on the 4th day, and we have 4:25 left to play in this one, so the margins will matter. I was making that point a moment ago. It's a tight competition. As we started today's play, we had 4 of the 5 teams all positioned evenly with 1 win apiece. The US, Great Britain, Australia and Brazil each taking a victory from day 1. Australia and Brazil with a game in hand compared to the others though. But it's a tight competition and every point will matter as we get down to the last 4 minutes of the final quarter of this game. Brazil will maintain possession after the ball came loose, came off some US hands, and they take the opportunity to extend their lead. I'm looking forward to the end of this one if Brazil can get it done. They have been animated throughout, their coaches, their players. It will mean a lot to this team. One, to be able to put themselves in prime position to make the finals on Sunday, but also this is a rivalry. They've played each other in previous competitions. They've played in the Americas Championships previously, and it's always been the US taking victory. It will mean a lot to the Brazilian outfit.
Something happening. Joe Delagrave, the US coach, is talking to Sullivan, the ref.
After a long discussion, they take a timeout. So we might find out what that discussion was about. We're not sure at the moment, but teams will take an opportunity to draw up some plays for the last 4 minutes. We'll go to a break and be back with the final 4 minutes of the term very soon.
Wheelchair rugby is the most ridiculous sport.
It's a little bit vicious.
Think of wheelchair rugby like Dodgem cars on steroids.
Once that whistle goes, it's on.
So incredibly intense. I think I need a defib.
Wheelchair rugby is the sport that Australia needs to know about.
I guarantee you're going to watch this sport and fall in love with it instantly.
Teams heading back into position. Splits screen of both teams as they head back out. The US displaying some animated orders to their troops. Down by 6 with 4 to play. It was an animated bench and a lot of discussion that happened there. Brazil, strangely, a little more calm at the break, which has been unusual from their team throughout. They've been quite animated throughout, but on this occasion not so, as we see a tumble on the court. This time it's our referee, as O'Neill gets caught in some of the sponsorship signage. Santos getting a moment on air. And they will need to try and free O'Neill from the signage. Stuck there at the moment, so some support staff come across and a number of the volunteers come across to help as well. And a big team of volunteers helping at this tournament. It's a tournament that is really well supported. The teams are supported, but the tournament itself as well. A lot that travel in from all parts of the country to be involved and want to lend a hand where they can. And we saw some of those on exhibition there. Managed to untangle and get back into some live play. That results in Brazil crossing again. The lead stretches to 6. The US putting the ball up, they're getting some pressure, getting some calls from the bench about the time they've got to try and cross the half, and they've only just got there, but they have. It goes over the top to Fredette. Fredette scores for the first time today.
Great work by Clay Brackett. He ran it down. He'd only got about a second to go, but got it over the halfway line, but didn't lose his focus after that. Spinning foul. It's not going to matter. Coach Benoit Labrec not happy.
Talk us through this one. This is different. We haven't seen this one called too much already. So De Lima, the ball carrier in that situation, and gets called for an offensive foul of sorts. Talk us through it.
I think it was cleverly done by Pudabar. Got his... It's amazing for a three-pointer to get his chair ahead and in front of the 3.5-pointer, and drew what is the equivalent of an offensive foul that you would have in basketball. That was incredibly well played by Pudabar.
That's the important part of the play, is to get in front and clearly in front. If there's contact from the sides, then not going to draw that foul. Corey Pudabar did the hard work, managed to get in front and then absorb the contact, and it is the foul going against Feitosa De Lima. Now with time running out in this one, the US decide to switch things up a little. As I mentioned earlier, we haven't seen a lot of that man that's just had the ball over the top, Zion Reddington. Their high pointer, 3.5. He has checked into the game, and that was a nice pass over the top to Adam.
Manny Marcioni out there as well. So along with Sarah Adam, they've got both of their female players.
To bring Reddington on means that some adjustment needs to be made, and he is the one that comes in to allow for that. Reddington's a player that I'm interested in seeing more of, perhaps as the tournament goes on. He was here for last year's national championships, played at that level, with the US not having a national team here last year, but played at championships level and was impressive. He's a young player that's got a bit of experience playing in the national setup. He came into the national setup as a very young player, but he's somebody to watch for the future for the US.
Yes, he'll grow into his physique more. And also for the US, this is just stage 1 of their trip. They've come all the way over here to Adelaide for the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. They're then going straight up after this. I think they're leaving on Sunday night and going up to Japan overnight, where they're going to take part in the Chiba Cup and then go home after that. So in terms of jet lag, they're just sleeping when they can, being woken up a couple of hours before games, surviving on coffee and energy drinks. So a lot of different time zones for them, but a lot of fantastic different teams that they're going to get to play across these two tournaments.
Yeah, it's a busy schedule in 2026 Canada Cup that some of these teams will compete in a little later in the year as well. And then obviously the big one that I think they're all probably setting their eyes towards is a World Championships coming up later this year in Brazil. And Brazil increasingly would be getting excited about what they can do in that tournament. They are the 9th ranked team in the world at this point in time, but they are playing beyond that level.
Yes, you wouldn't say there are 8 teams better than them in the world at the moment. Obviously, we haven't got the defending champions of the World Challenge, Netherlands, who had to qualify for the World Championships, and they did so earlier this month in Medellin in Colombia. So there are a lot of teams. You then look at people like Canada, who you think of, who were one of the best in the world. They were the best in the world for quite some time, and then they've dropped down the ranking. Someone like New Zealand as well, 2004 Paralympic champions, and now they have to fight to qualify for tournaments like the World Championships. So there's been quite a shake-up in the hierarchy.
There has been, and with this one we're under 2 minutes from the end of the game. There'll be a timeout taken, and the teams will take an opportunity to have a chat about what they can do in the last minute and a half, but we'll continue that conversation about the broader landscape and the world game at this point in time. There is a depth in world wheelchair rugby that probably hasn't existed before. Like you say, Brazil 9th at the moment, but it would be hard to find 8 teams playing better. But it's a deep pool, and it's incredibly difficult to qualify for those World Championships. We've seen the Netherlands and New Zealand have to go on to tournaments that clash with this one and haven't allowed them to come here because they've needed to stretch themselves to make it. So there's a lot of depth of talent around the world.
It'll be interesting to see at the World Championships, 12 teams involved, so there'll be more matches for Brazil to play. And can they just keep running this 4-man lineup into the ground across a longer tournament, and will that work out when you get to the semis and the finals?
Yeah, and I think we'll be interested to see even later in this tournament that if they manage to qualify for the finals, and they're on track to do that at the moment, what does the last game of the tournament look like? Do they take an opportunity to look at a different mix and give their players some rest, or do they continue to play their best lineup, their strongest lineup at every opportunity? And we'll have to wait until tomorrow evening to really find out. But we'll also see that they've got another clash still to come before tomorrow evening's one, and they need to get the job done in that game as well.
Last year we saw the Netherlands do it with pretty much 5.5 players. They ran through their lineup. They ran the main 4 with 1 substitute pretty much throughout the tournament and managed to get through the final and defeat the Steelers. It was very close going into the 4th quarter, and then the Netherlands won it going away. So an incredible performance by them, and over a shorter tournament with fewer teams, you can have your top 4 and absolutely run them into the ground.
Yeah, the Dutch, somewhat surprising victor last year. I don't know that they were the favoured team as they came into the tournament. Brazil probably not favoured in this one either, but would see themselves as having an opportunity to cause the upset, a bit of a boil over, but worth noting that it was a highly batless Steelers last year, not the case this year. So full strength Steelers outfit, which will be a tougher proposition to get past. Now we're in the final minute of this clash between the US and Brazil. Brazil with a quick play, nice long inbound, and managed to score very quickly. Where Adam then tosses it back in for Corey Putabau, and we're playing with some pace late in the game as another long ball comes over the top, and Adam will score. So we're blocking up some points late in the game.
Talking about a full-strength Steelers, it's a very strong Steelers side, but you've got the likes of Jane Jackson, who's commentating with us at the moment, who is in the squad. Ella Samuljak, who is playing in the state championships, as is Braden Foxley-Connolly. So there's 3 just really off the top of my head that could easily fit into that squad as well. So there's real strength and depth for the for the Steelers at the moment.
There is, and we'll discuss that more with the Steelers coming up next, but a new coach, a bit of a different look and mixing things up, but let's have that discussion later, and let's have a look at this one as there's heavy impact on this play, and Zion Reddington, who's checked in late in this game, has some impact and falls to the floor. It's going to take some help getting up. Pointing to the wrists a little there, and I think is a little sore after that impact and the impact of the fall. But they're checking in, and he gives a nod and says he's all right. And 24 seconds to go. So the shot clock is off. But Toza de Lima says, I don't really care about shot clocks or game clocks, I'm going to score. And continues that fast pace of play. They put up 60 points in their game yesterday. They're putting up 58 so far in this one. The US is trying to get this ball over the half. They do. Gets it to Reddington. The crowd counts down on the time. Reddington gets to the line, and Gabriel Feitosa de Lima puts some pressure on, then says, I'll take the inbound, 2.4 to go, no timeouts. They're not going to worry about trying to manage the clock. They toss it in, let the clock count down, and they take victory. Having expected a lot of animation and activity from the Brazilians when they win, the first reaction was a huge sigh of relief from De Lima. Toza with a massive sigh of relief on his face. There was some fist pumps and some cheering and some high fives over on the bench, but it looks like there is tremendous amount of relief that they've got the job done and what that can mean for the rest of that tournament now. Players will go through and acknowledge each other, as will the coaches and support staff around the teams. You can see it means a lot to the Brazilian outfit. A lot of smiles, a lot of fist pumps. They know their job's not done yet, still got another couple of games to play, but that goes a long way to helping them go deep into this tournament.
Well, they're 2 from 2 and they've still got to play Germany, so you would say they're odds on to make the final. USA are going to have to pull off an upset against Australia and then hope that other results go their way if they're going to make it into the final. Otherwise, it'll be the bronze match for them. That's not guaranteed either. So, as we say, they've come here without Chuck Aoki and they're going on to the Chiba Cup afterwards. So this is all part of a long-term plan for them.
It is, and they would take some positive signs out of different things that they've seen. They've needed to put a lot more minutes into Corey Pudeval, and I've liked his game. But in this individual instance, they have lost, and Brazil will take a lot from it. They have not beaten the US team before. So Brazil will take a lot from it, and we've talked a lot about a man that has been, in our opinion, the best player on the court today in Lucas Junqueira. He had a fantastic game, played exceptionally well, and it looks like Jaden Jackson has been able to find him sideline and is going to go and have a chat with him now. So, Jaden, we might throw to you.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm joined by Lucas Junqueira, 0.5 for Team Brazil. Lucas, ultimately, my best man on court today. What an exceptional game. 2 from 2 here at the World Challenge. Can we expect a similar game plan to go up against Team Germany this afternoon, or much of the same?
Well, first of all, I would like to thank my team. I'm very proud of what we're doing here. It's a special game, the first time we beat the US, so I'm very proud of the work. And we keep pushing with Germany, against Australia, so we try to do our best and improve the tacticals and our wheelchair rugby.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember versus you last year. Always a tough game against you guys, but it looks like you're improving every single game. But as a 0.5 player, from my knowledge, I think you really unlocked the potential of this team. As a 0.5 on court for Team Brazil, what do you do on court to really help your high pointers?
I try to block, to open the court, to Gabriel and Julio take the speed, and that's our way to play rugby.
Absolutely. Well, I think you're doing a great job. So best of luck this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for watching, for support, and we keep pushing in fighting for Brazil. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Well done, Jaden, and well done to Lucas on a tremendous game as Brazil are victors against the USA. We're going to take a break and then we'll be back with the Australian Steelers against Great Britain.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want, when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
The Australian Steelers have brought home
gold medals, world championships, endless trophies.
And currently, no major sponsors.
Scan the QR code on screen to help us become officially sponsored.
I got this one.
I've got this! I've got this one!
I'll keep you strong. All of this
eyes like no other, just like no other.
Wheelchair rugby is the most ridiculous sport.
It's a little bit vicious.
Think of wheelchair rugby like Dodgem cars on steroids.
Once that whistle goes, it's on.
So incredibly intense. I think I need a defib.
Wheelchair rugby is the sport that Australia needs to know about.
I guarantee you're going to watch this sport and fall in love with it instantly.
Just taken in the anthems for both of these nations, and we are back for an intriguing clash between the Australian Steelers and Team Great Britain. Two highly rated teams with long histories in the sport and a lot of success in the sport. And I think this one will be a clash that shapes what the rest of the tournament looks like. GB had an impressive victory against the US in the tournament opener yesterday, but then would have been disappointed by their loss to Brazil, which has now proven to be not so bad after Brazil also took care of the US in the early game today. In contrast, Australia, just the one game on the opening day, and they were victorious, and victorious by plenty against a German outfit that is yet to win in this tournament. My name's Jason Anderson. It's a pleasure to be able to bring this game to you. I'm alongside Drew Lilly as our expert commentator. Drew, what should we look out for in this one?
I like the fact we've got balance in the commentary box. We've got an Australian and a Brit, so there we go. There's going to be no partisanship here. We'll be absolutely fair, and wheelchair rugby will be the winner at the end of the day. It's going to be tough for Great Britain because this is almost a win or bust. You say it doesn't look that bad, the fact that they've lost to Brazil. It's still a loss. It's still a loss. Brazil 2 from 2. Team GB 1 from 2. They're in a little bit of a redevelopment phase. I think they won the Paralympics earlier than they thought they ever would under Paul Shaw in 2021. And they've struggled a little bit since then. These two obviously met in the 3rd and 4th place playoffs of the bronze medal match in Tokyo, so there might be a little bit of revenge on the menu for the Brits as far as they're concerned. Australia, they're also in a new development phase as well. No longer is Brad Duberly in charge, having played, was it 300 or 400 matches, coached around 600. He probably got towards the 1,000 match mark in total. And now it's under Lewis Quinn. Fresh ideas. It seems to be going down very well with the team from what I can say. He seems to be very well received. So it's a new era for the Steelers, and they'll be looking to win the tournament on home soil.
Yeah, a lot of intrigue in this one, and yes, some split allegiances here in the commentary, but to just swing things in Australia's favour a little bit more, we do have Jaden Jackson, the Steeler himself, that's down on the sidelines. And Jaden, I'm interested in your thoughts on this clash too.
Yeah, the atmosphere down here is electric. What an exciting moment to always be watching the Steelers on home soil. Like you said, it'll be interesting to see how the Steelers play out under new head coach Lewis Quinn. He's a mastermind in the game of wheelchair rugby, so I'm excited to watch how the Steelers do. And of course, you said we matched against GB in the 3rd versus 4th bronze medal, and that was a fiery game. We've had very good clashes against GB in the past, So it looks like they're going to be trying to get one up. Obviously, after that disappointing loss to Brazil yesterday, they're going to be coming out to look to get one back. So I'm excited to see how this one plays out.
Absolutely. Looking forward to this one as teams get out and ready in position. For the Brits, they've got a starting four that will see Tyler Walker, Stu Robinson, Johnny Coggan and Jack Smith all take to the court. For Australia, it's McQuillan, it's Ozane, it's Bond and Bat.
High-low versus high-low. It's both teams with a couple of 3.5s and a couple of 0.5s and very familiar ones as well. McQuillan and Ozane alongside Bat and Bond, and then this is the typical Team GB lineup. Aaron Phipps hasn't officially announced his retirement, but it looks as if he's not going to be playing anymore, didn't play in the league season. So you replace him with Tyler Walker, and then you've got the very familiar figure of Stu Robinson up front, and then Jack Smith and Johnny Coggan, who have been around for years.
And that's not the start the Steelers would be looking for. Their first opportunity to handle the ball, and the inbound pass was a little wide and asking too much. Had to knock the ball back in play, and it was Walker who picked it off, and it's GB that take the early break. Bond then does get the ball under control for the Steelers this time, and Coggan trying to block the path, but Bond has just barged him over.
That's a fantastic start for Tyler Walker, very young, and as I mentioned, pretty much the heir apparent to Aaron Phipps, the man with the headband who played for so many years, and it's a big chair to fill, Aaron Phipps is. And he looked a little bit nervous in the first couple of games on day one, but he's started this match, the first 45 seconds, absolutely on fire.
Yeah, picked off the first opportunity and scored off the turnover, and then that one there, some pressure around him. The catch was elite, and then the offload was just as good as well out in the front of Stu Robinson. And now GB puts some pressure on Bat. They're pinned in the backcourt. Bond now needing to get it over and can't do it. Brilliant start from GB on the defensive end. 2 stops already, and that time preventing the Steelers from getting it over the court inside that 12 seconds that they need to, and they will gain possession again and have an opportunity to take a 3-point lead if they can convert.
Jack Smith and Johnny Coggan, the two 0.5s for Team GB there, did absolute yeoman's work there. There was no way for Bat to begin with, and then Bond to get out, and then Bond, the only thing he could have done was to bunt the ball over the halfway line and hope it landed in the lap of either Ozane or McQuillan.
Yeah, Coggan, an experienced player. He's got nearly 300 caps now for GB, and it was on display then, but this time it's GB that turned the ball over. So Robinson looked for the pass over to Jack Smith, but it was asking a lot of Smith.
It was an absolutely fantastic block in the corner. The number of times I've seen Stu Robinson wheedle his way into a corner of the key when there's the width of a chair plus 1 centimetre, but James McQuillan was there, blocked him, forced Robinson to throw out the pass to Jack Smith, and it didn't work. So, wow, what a start to this match. We are 1 minute 45 seconds in, and it's delivering.
I think both teams would be calling for a little bit of calm. We've got just a small delay in play here, and hopefully that's an opportunity for teams to settle slightly, try and control the ball a little better. But to be fair, the defense has been to a really high standard to begin this game. And now an opportunity, though, for Robinson. He brings the ball down. He is a little bit more controlled. Gets it to the line. The contact came late from Bat and Bond, but too late, and the try will count. A quick inbound play into McQuillan, then back to Bond, and then on to Bat. Head-to-head now. Robinson stays in front of him. Did well initially, but then took arms on the second effort.
That's the typical high-point foul. You're going to reach in and think, well, if I can steal it, great, and if I don't, well, Riley was going to score anyway. And worst comes to the worst, I'll have 30 seconds on the sidelines to catch my breath.
Yeah, there was almost a riot smile as he got picked up for that one. But it will be McQuillan with the inbound and a significant points advantage for the Steelers on the court. Just a 4.5 points on the court for GB at this point. Full complement for the Steelers, of course. So they'll take a little time. They'll set things up.
Well, the main thing is you can see Riley Batt desperately trying to get over to the sin bin to make sure that Stu Robinson can't come out unless he elects to inbound. So that was the main play going on. It was always going to be guaranteed that the Steelers would score, and it was whether they could get the block on Robinson and force him to inbound. So Robinson is now off court, he's forced to inbound, so he's only got one person to pass to.
Yeah, and you mentioned Stu in the box there. Jaden, get your thoughts on that opportunity that presented.
About Stu committing a foul there and getting the break as Riley was going to score anyway, but ultimately some teams are very switched on. If Stu Robinson's in the box, we can get our high pointer to block him from coming on court, forcing him to inbound, and ultimately if you can take that function off the court, it's often going to lead to turnovers, especially with the likes of Tyler Walker inexperience, leading him to take the reins. That could prove to be a bit of a problem for GB down the stretch if they run into that problem too often.
He certainly stepped up to it thus far, though, Tyler Walker, and that was a fantastic pass. He put it right into the lap of Jack Smith. Jack Smith is just doing the inbound at the moment, and then Walker, incredibly tall, huge trunk function, but there we go. Well, it's exactly it's not the commentator's curse. Jaden saw it coming, the inexperience there. He's been fantastic in the first 3 minutes, Tyler Walker, and then he threw that one out because he got no one really to aim for. I don't know who he was aiming for at all there, and so that was the inexperience. And catch our breath, and we're back level.
We are. 5 apiece. Robinson now asks a bit of Walker. The ball boggles momentarily. Batt nearly had a piece of it, but Walker regains and then finds Robinson coming past. So that did settle things down, but it momentarily looked a little risky again. Walker, a younger player, still only around 25 caps for the GB outfit, and to play at this level and to play the minutes that he's going to play at this level against an experienced Australian outfit, it's a learning opportunity, but there's a game to be won. And he's had some good signs early, but then also shown some of that inexperience as well. Now, Australia set back with a key defence. GB all up high and thinking their way through it. It's Robinson on one side. The other 3 take position along the far side. And then Robinson stays narrow, goes for the post and gets there by a matter of centimetres.
That's the one he tried to do earlier, and Quill managed to get the block on him. Lovely little bunt inbound by James McQuillan. That's the way to do it. How about that?
And that bunt just gives a little extra range on the inbound pass. The low pointers in particular don't have the ability to fire off some of the chest passes and things you might see from the mid or high pointers, but that bunt is a clever bit of play. It comes with a little bit of risk, but McQuillan is an excellent player and experienced and has that skill down pat.
A couple of players in the substitution box for Australia. Robin Lambert and Andrew Edmondson are ready to come on.
Yeah, it looks like GB also considering some changes as well. Faye West getting ready over there. Looks like Harry Jenkins might be the other. So I think both teams considering what they might do with their lineups.
Both teams will have the advantage as well. Faye West, a female high pointer. Robin Lambert, non-binary high pointer. So that gives you an extra 1 point each.
Yeah, so it takes a low pointer out of both outfits and gives them the opportunity to put a more midpoint player on the court. Edmondson for the Australians and of course Jenkins for GB. So a different look.
It means that Jenkins is on instead of Johnny Coggan, basically. The like for like is Faye West and Tyler Walker, and you've increased your floor by having a 1.5 on, and that's the advantage you can have with the the fact that female non-binary players give you an extra point if they're mid to high pointers.
And some pressure coming. Lambert nearly forced back over the halfway line. Faye West had taken a hit in the backcourt though and was down, so they're going to pause play to allow her to get up and look after the safety of the player that's down. And the teams will take a little breather. So will we. It's been an exciting start to this one, and an opportunity now to just regain some composure. They've made some substitutions to throw a different look out there. But we're 7 playing 8. It's in favour of GB at the moment. It's on possession. It hasn't all been smooth sailing though. There's been plenty of scores off turnover, but we are back on possession now. And Australia down 1. Inbound comes. And Bond will take the ball carrying responsibilities. They assess their options. Edmondson puts a block on Robinson in the middle of the key. Lambert doing some work as well. McQuillan now puts a block on Faye West. And Bond tries to get it over the top to Lambert, but couldn't get it there. Jack Smith got some contact on Lambert, prevented her from making her run to the line. And good defence from GB.
Fantastic turnover. And the great thing is now they've got a 1.5 pointer who can inbound. The problem is you're not aiming for someone as tall as Tyler Walker, but that's fantastic play by Faye West.
She did well, got them out of trouble, Jenkins, and then they managed to find open court for Robinson to move into, but there was pressure on that inbound. Now the press comes this time. We've seen some key defence on occasions. This time it comes up the court. It's Robinson going at Bond. Ball comes loose, but it will stay in Australia's possession. Good pressure though.
Steelers not looking as sharp since Riley Batt has gone off. It seems to be all Bond, and he doesn't have the outlet that he had before, the almost magic outlet that is Riley Batt, that can conjure something out of nothing, get free. Bond and Batt can find one another with their eyes closed, whereas now he's having to work with Robin Lambert, Andrew Edmondson. Bond seeming to have to do a little bit more of it himself, and then pointing out where Robin Lambert's got to go.
And the plan shifts substantially with those changes. So Batt and Walker both probably come with some of the same attributes. They're very high in the chair, they've got a big reach, and they allow some flexibility on inbound passes that you can go for the high ball. And it looks a little different when you go to a different lineup. We saw Faye West nearly run into some trouble when the inbound pass came her way a moment ago. And likewise, Lambert's not going to be able to offer that same option from an inbound pass. So you do have to change your plans up, and it's going to look a little bit different when you throw a different lineup out there. It looks like Batt is back in the substitution box and ready to come back in, but that will happen now after the ball boggles back out of bounds. The inbound was thrown in by Jenkins, but quickly found hands and then rolled back out again. But they will maintain possession. Comes to Faye West. No changes in the GB lineup. Comes back to Jenkins and then out in front for Robinson. Good play by Jenkins. Had the inbound responsibilities, found West, and then powered down the court to be able to provide an option and set up the try.
So Riley Batt comes on for Chris Bonds, the captain. We saw the two of them together in the starting lineup, but both of them are having their minutes managed. They've been around for decades, obviously. Riley Batt has had well-publicised shoulder issues for a good number of years now. Didn't play this time last year, back in now, but he's going to play around 2/3 of the minutes is the plan, no more than that.
Yeah, limited minutes. The support team and the physio have dictated that that's necessary, as he still has his recovery, and we've talked already today about a very full schedule in 2026. Batt gets the ball over the top to Edmondson on this occasion, but then there's a pause in play. It's McQuillan in the backcourt that has had the pressure go out of one of his tyres, and that will need to be swapped over, so the mechanic comes out, and that will slow down play again. Edmondson works his way over to the sideline. He's preparing himself for the inbound, and now McQuillan is all fixed up and ready to go. So Edmondson will play the ball in. There's Riley Batt. He's close to the half-court line, but manages to extricate himself from that tricky situation. Spins free and gets over.
Spins free, courtesy of James McQuillan, putting a fantastic block on Stu Robinson.
Down pass, that man you mentioned, Robinson, this time on the offensive end.
He hasn't got much of an outlet though. He's looking for Faye West, and is he going to find her? The answer's yes. That's tough on Quill. He got fingertips to it, but obviously he's a 0.5. It's not got the trunk function, but that was excellent defense by the Steelers, almost forcing a turnover.
Yeah, nearly had that one. I'd ask a bit of West, but she did get there. Edmondson this time with ball carrying responsibilities, brings it up past the half and then finds Batt in space, and that's an easier score. There haven't been a lot of easy scores for the Steelers so far. The defense has been good. That one was better, and we're down under a minute to play, and speaking of easy scores, that's a nice one for GB. Edmondson will get the ball in, and Batt takes control, has a quick glance at the clock and then points to a few of his teammates and sets up the play.
Both teams have got all of their coaches' timeouts left, so we're going to see some timeouts once we get into the final few seconds.
Batt finds traffic down in the key and decides to reset. Still 18 on the shot clock. And well played. Resets, goes back out, finds a new gap, attacks it and gets there. 22.5 seconds to play now.
Lambert made the gap there. They were in the key and then they came out, and that opened up the alleyway for Riley Batt to score.
And now Faye West comes back the other way, gives it to Robinson, has a glance at the clock, and Batt with one of the more obvious fouls that you're going to see. We quite often say takes arm. He took whole body in that particular situation. It was a tackle,
and he wanted a penalty try.
Australian rules.
He wanted a penalty try there, which is why he leant round, and he also didn't want Stu Robinson to sit there and take another 6 seconds off the clock.
Doesn't get the penalty try, so finds himself in the penalty box instead. And GB with the advantage. Jenkins will toss it into Robinson, and they will now have an opportunity to use up all of that clock, and they do. Well, just about 0.4 of a second, but they eliminate any opportunity for the Steelers to score. The ball will be tossed back in, and immediately that will end the first quarter. So an entertaining and enthralling first quarter with some turnovers, some jitters, and then settled a little bit as we got deeper into the quarter. But it is GB that take a 2-point lead. They're up 14-12 as we go into our first break.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The Playing Partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
And we return to our live action from the 2026 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. A clash between the Australian Steelers, the hometown team, up against one of their rivals in Great Britain. It is Great Britain that have a 2-point advantage. Australia will have possession to begin the second quarter though, and they've made some changes to their lineup. Quite a few changes. Graham, Miller and Blackwood all checking into the game for the first time, and they will partner up with Bond, who returns to the court. And it works for them. They score straight after the break.
Ollie Mannion and Kieran Flynn on for Team GB. Faye West still the high pointer, and Jack Smith on. So no Riley Matt, no Stu Robinson. Shay Graham has been classified back up to a 2.5. She started her career when she played in the World Cup 4 years ago, the World Championship in Denmark. She was a 2.5. She went down to a 2. She's back up to a 2.5. But of course, as a mid to high pointer who's female, she gives you an extra 1-point advantage as Bond weaves his way through. And then Emily Miller, 0.5, a low pointer who's female, gives you a 0.5 advantage. So Australia playing with 9.5 out there. Cooper Blackwood also getting some game time as well. Relatively new to the Steelers. Relatively new to the sport as well.
Yeah, an emerging player, one to look out for in the future, and probably they're getting some quality minutes into here. So it is a different mix, different look out there from both sides. So after a turnover-filled first term, they'll be hoping that these lineups can control the ball a little more.
Blackwood needs to get free. The ball needs to go over the halfway line. It's going to be given away.
It is. Good catch by Flynn. Good defence by GB. And let's see if they can turn a defence into offence.
Cooper Blackwood gets it back.
How was the reach on the defence there? It looked like Faye West was away. The pass was out in front, but Blackwood with tremendous reach. And then Powers away. And he's the one that turns defence into offence. Brings the margin back to 1.
Corrected his own mistake. He was being very well blocked. He needed to get free for Bond and couldn't, but probably not his fault. It was more good defence from the likes of Kieran Flynn as Faye West threads the needle beautifully.
Yes, clock was counting down, got to 30 on the shot clock, which means there was 2 more seconds to get over the halfway line, and Howard through. Wasn't much of a gap there, but found it anyway.
Jack Smith, fantastic blocking. That's what Blackwood needs to do, and he does it.
Ball stuck underneath the chair, though.
So it'll be a GB possession.
Yeah,
the
possession arrow going their way, yeah. It initially looked good. The ball was on the floor. Looked like Blackwood was going to be able to get to it. The ball just caught underneath the chair, and with possession arrow pointing the way of GB, it will go in their direction. And some substitutions will be made while the break in play is there. West heads off, as does Mangium. And Robinson checks back into the game.
Gav Walker on as well. Vastly experienced ball carrier. And then for the Steelers, Lil Preacher has come on for Shay Graham. And the fact that she's a 2 and not a 2.5 means that the Steelers can have Bat and Bond in tandem. I think that might take away a little bit of Shay Graham's game time. She's got over 100 caps to her name. She's a 2.5 now, and with Lil Preacher being a 2, and that enables you, if you play Emily Miller as well, to play both Bat and Bond at the same time, then that seems to favour Liliana Preacher a little.
It does, so potentially some less for Graham, but in contrast, it will be more opportunity for Preacher.
There will still be game time for Shay Graham, as we've just seen, with the likes of Cooper Blackwood, a 3.0.
Yeah, and we've seen early that they do have a new coach, Lewis Quinn, and he's prepared to throw the lineup around and take a look at things. He's early into his role as the coach. Certainly been involved with the team for a long time now. He was a key figure in their success previously. He was a video analyst previously as well. But he'll be keen now as head coach to take a look at some different combinations and to assess options. So everyone will get opportunity, and we've seen plenty of names coming out onto the court already. Now it's a clogged up Keyway. A lot of traffic down there. Bat held up, but then draws the penalty. I think it's against Flynn, who will need to find his way over to the penalty box, and that will reduce the traffic to take one away from GB. There was no clear path through on that one. This will make it easier though, as the inbound play comes in. Slight delay coming in. GB did well with 3 on the floor to put some pressure on, and in the end though, Bat gets free and then finds Bond over the top.
Flynn comes back out and elects to inbound. He's a fidgety player at the best of times. He doesn't look to be right in his chair. He doesn't look to be sitting perfectly in his chair.
He's going to take the ball here and direct some traffic. They'll use him at the top of the key and now give it to Robinson. You're right, Flynn still fidgeting a little and adjusting. It's Robinson on one side, it's the other 3 on the other. Now Flynn cuts across, they all cut across, and Robinson swaps. A really well drawn up play where Robinson was down the right side, all other 3 on the left, and then the 3 all pushed to the middle and towards that right side, and Robinson came around the back and found space.
It's his favourite bit of real estate. We're here in Adelaide, and Adelaide in Aussie rules football, you had Eddie Betts' pocket, the Adelaide Oval, and that little piece of real estate just inside the left-hand post belongs to Stuart Robinson on any court you're playing on.
Credit to you for the knowledge as well. You mentioned off the top that the British background and maybe some allegiance to them, but good football knowledge on the local game.
Well, I'm on the cusp of getting Australian citizenship, so I won't quite get it by the end of this tournament, but as far as wheelchair rugby goes, I learnt the trade in Australia, so I've got allegiances to the Steelers.
So foot in both camps at this point.
Best way to be.
Yeah.
Wheelchair rugby's always the winner as far as I can see.
And Australia, a winner with a little exchange there, managed to lock the ball up and then will gain possession with the possession arrow faced their way. Just a slight delay.
Blair Thompson needs to come out and change a wheel, I think, for Lil Prucha.
Yeah, a small delay waiting for that to happen, but while that delay is there, we might go over to Jaden and get some of his early thoughts on this one.
Yeah, just a defensive effort from Riley and Bondi there. I guess it just goes to credit them for how long they've played together and the knowledge. Often they don't even have to be talking on court, they just know each other's job. So that work from Lil and Em in backcourt to lock up, and then that just instant switching from Riley and Bondi to get down court. I know GB made it into the half, but just that ultimate building pressure can even make an effect when the team gets over into the front court.
Good pickup. Defensive effort from those 2 superstars, and then the offensive effort as the Steelers get a score. So thanks to Jaden Jackson down on the sidelines. And now here's that man Flynn. The stoppage might have given him the opportunity to also just correct himself a little and get a bit more comfortable in the chair.
Well, that was what Liliana Prucha needed. It wasn't actually the equipment, it was the sleeves on. It was the sleeve on her right arm that she needed adjusted. So Blair Thompson, the mechanic, came out and did that. Excellent blocking by Gav Walker on Chris Bond on the last play. Meant that Team GB were clear to cruise in for a try. And that was what Jaden Jackson was talking about, Bat and Bond can find one another almost telepathically.
Played together for many years now and had a lot of success together.
And I love the fact that before, if it was Bat and Bond, then it needed to be a couple of low pointers. McQuillan, Ozan, Bo Vernon, who has now had himself classified up to a 1. But with the change in the regulations, Bat and Bond, Emily Miller, and then you've got a 2-pointer out there and a dynamic 2-pointer in Liliana Prucha. That, to me, opens up a whole new aspect to the Steelers game.
What does that open up to have a midpoint player and a talented midpoint player in Liliana Prucha?
You've got the equivalent of Liliana Prucha. She's not got the experience of Andrew Edmondson, but it's the equivalent of putting Andrew Edmondson out there as well as Bat and Bond, because before you could never do that. You'd have Bat or Bond with Andrew Edmondson and another mid-pointer, Josh Nicholson, Cam Whitaker, someone like that, Jaden, and then a low pointer, whereas here you've got the 2 high pointers, a low pointer in Emily Miller, who gives you an extra 0.5, and then Liliana Prucha out there as well. So you're playing almost with an extra player.
Yeah, game changer, and spoken throughout the broadcast over the first day and a half now that it's a luxury that Australia have, but no luxury there. The inbound pass came in and could not find Bond up the centre of the court, and GB get a hand in, force a turnover and then score, and then immediately after a timeout is called so teams can regroup with 2:44 left on the clock, and GB currently with a lead of 23-20. Quinn taking an opportunity to give his Chargers some final instructions coming out of the timeout. GB are in position and set up with a key defence at this point. Also some changes that have been made as Bo Vernon, and that Drew mentioned just a moment ago, checks into the game, and AJ Holloway checks in for the first time as well.
Yeah, again, it's been tough on Bo Vernon because he's been classified up from a 0.5 to 1.0. So that limits his options a little bit. And that's a couple of turnovers in a row from the Steelers.
Yeah, that pass just a little too far out in front. Bond was disappointed with himself. Holloway had found a gap and was heading towards the try line. Needed the pass put out in front of him, but not by that much. It was just out of his reach. And the turnover comes. Now GB come up the floor. Holloway approaches Flynn, puts some pressure on, but Flynn does well, gets around, and then finds Robinson over the top. A little bit of block work from Jack Smith in the centre court that was important there as well. Now Bo Vernon works his way down. He's going to be the one to take the inbound. Bond giving some instructions to Holloway as they form a bit of a line. Emily Miller caught up in a whole bunch of traffic down in the key as well.
They're trying to keep her in the key for 10 seconds as an offensive player, and they've knocked her, they've pushed her out of bounds, so it's another turnover.
So that's a rule that we don't see too often. Again, we might have some viewers that don't take in a lot of the sport and have this opportunity to watch today. They've pushed her out of bounds in the key. Talk us through that rule, Drew, and what teams can do in that situation and how they can use that rule.
You're not allowed to go out of bounds. It's as simple as that. The sideline and the baseline act as a fifth defender. And if you can lock up usually a low pointer and then push them, force them out, because if you're a high pointer, you can usually push a low pointer's chair. And are we going to have yet another turnover? The answer to that is yes. This is all going wrong as far as the Steelers are concerned, and everything's going right as far as GB is concerned. That's 4 turnovers in the past 3 minutes for GB. It all started with an inbound that was far too close to Stu Robinson, and then it's just been minor error after minor error, and GB have seized on it. This one could go loose as well.
Particularly the inbound players have had some real trouble getting the ball in from the inbounds. This time they've got there. Holloway gets over. Robinson gives him some pressure, but Holloway manages to force his way through. They've had some real difficulty with the inbound plays. They've turned over quite a few. In the last instance, it was Smith that managed to turn over the ball with a good gather to get it back in GB hands. And it is all going GB direction. They're up by 5 with under 90 seconds to play.
There's an entire new lineup ready to come on for Australia if we get a dead ball situation. Bat, Ozan, Lambert and Edmondson.
Worth trying something different, because the current mix, and to be fair, the mix before that probably wasn't working either. This quarter has not brought a lot of success. This is looking better defensively, but just in the nick of time, Robinson finds his way through, and it's Jack Smith that found him a gap again near post.
Eddie Betts' pocket.
Holloway breaking away this time, and an easier score, an easier inbound for the Steelers. Shot clock no longer a factor. We're at 37.5 of game time. Inbound gets knocked loose by Holloway, but then Flynn finds it back. Looks for a long ball over the top and does it well. Gavin Walker was able to get on the end of it. And there's a timeout that will be taken, 29 seconds to go. So the Australians will look to draw up a play, see if they can reduce this margin back to 5 with under 30 seconds to go. We'll take the opportunity to take it. Back with live pictures. Timeout called, and then the Australian Steelers with the opportunity to change their lineup. They had the 4 waiting in the substitution box, and now the opportunity is for them to get on the court for potentially the last play on the offensive end for the quarter.
Australia want to make this the last play. Team GB with 3 timeouts, so if they have so much as a second and a half left, they'll take a timeout. So Riley is going to try to go over the line with, 4 seconds.
Yeah, and as expected, GB looking to draw up a play. They have taken a timeout, and we'll discuss what that play is going to look like and how they might be able to get over the line with 3.8 seconds and whether they can stretch the lead out once more.
Harry Walker will no doubt, not Harry Walker, Tyler Walker will no doubt come on. Big, tall, sits very tall in his chair, and it's what you need. You can get an inbound from Stu Robinson to the tall figure of Tyler Walker. That could be one play they go for. Hannah Busis has been used. I like to call her a pinch hitter. She comes on, fires in an inbound to taller targets, tall timber in the key, and she's done that very well on occasion. We haven't seen her at all, and in fact in earlier matches she only seemed to come on in situations exactly like this, and here she comes now.
Checks in, she's going to take the inbound. 3.8 doesn't leave a lot of time to be able to move too much. It's going to be a long ball. Walker's happy with his positioning.
I'm on, and how's about that? Team GB you've got to tip your hat to them. That play works absolutely perfectly.
And a tip of the hat to you. You called it. The substitutions were made. They brought those two into the game. Clearly a set play. Walker made his way down to the low post. And exactly as you say, said, I'm on. The pass came to him and he's scored. So timeout now for Australia. And we'll take a quick break and see what they can come out with afterwards.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
Back again. The timeout had been called by the Steelers. They've drawn up a play, and now they need to execute it. 2.1 on the clock. It's Bat that's going to take the inbound pass. Bond has found himself a position in the far corner, but he had some company over there and was not able to get onto the long ball from Bat. The ball bounces just inside the court and then goes out of bounds, and it will provide an opportunity for GB now.
Bring back the pinch hitter. Bring Hannah Busis back on.
With 1.3 left.
They've got a timeout. They might as well. She's not in the subs box, though, but they've taken a timeout.
There's some discussion.
They've got timeouts left.
Got Walker on the floor. Imagine he would be the target. Some initial hesitation to take that timeout, but the timeout is now taken. So they will look for a set play here and see what they can come up with. And Busis works her way into the huddle, and it looks like she is probably the one that they'll be looking to again.
On the one hand, do you think to yourself, when are you actually going to give me some game time? But on the other hand, they keep bringing her on, and she conjures a point out of absolutely nothing. We saw that Riley Batt tried to find Chris Bond, and they've been playing together for 20 years. And it's an incredibly difficult thing to do. And yet, Hannah Busis seems to throw it in there on an absolute dime to Tyler Walker, who had to fight his way into the key on the previous play. And there was real blocking going on. And you can see it's going to be going on now. They're desperately trying to keep, Riley Batt is trying to keep Tyler Walker out of the key. So, and he's found his way. He's going to get into the key, and as soon as he's ready, but Bond's not letting him in there now, and it's not going to work. Great blocking by Australia in the end.
They admitted defeat on that one. Busis could see that there was too much company alongside Walker and decided to take just a short inbound and let the clock wind down. So that brings to an end the first half, and a surprising first half, it must be said. GB have taken a commanding position in this game, and they've scored well with 29, but I've loved their defensive intensity and restricting Australia to just 22 so far. Drew, they've been very impressive.
The run towards the end, I think it was 22-20, something along those lines, and GB have gone on a 7-2 run. It all started with an inbound that was too close to Stu Robinson. He should never give Stu Robinson even a quarter of a chance, and that really seemed to fire up the Brits, and it knocked Australia out of sorts. And usually you can't win a match in the space of a couple of minutes, but you can lose it, and you have to hope that the Steelers haven't done that.
Yeah, they're going to need a big second half, and one of the players they might be leaning on is down with Jaden Jackson. It's Cooper Blackwood, and we'll throw to Jaden now.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm joined by Cooper Blackwood, three-pointer for the Australian Steelers. Now, Cooper, obviously not the start you guys would have wanted as a team. You find yourselves down at the break. But when you came on court, it seemed to be the offense flowed a little bit. What can you do as a team to bring that into the second half?
I think big part's energy and transition, definitely transition, and I think spreading the court. I think a couple of times there we've maybe missed a couple of screens for each other, and I think a couple more screens for each other out of backcourt, and yeah, not let that pressure build up on us, but yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously GB's hot start. They have speed, passing. and spacing. What can you do as a team to limit their offensive output, which will prove crucial down the stretch?
I think once again, transition, and we want to build that pressure, protect that corridor, protect the middle of the court, make them push the sidelines and use that as another defender. I think transition's everything, and trying to keep someone like Tyler Walker, who's a good post, trying to keep him out of the key, out of that post position. If we can keep him high and force the ball into someone else, then I think we'll have success.
Thank you, and best of luck for the second half.
Thank you to Jaden Jackson courtside alongside Cooper Blackwood. At the half, it's GB by 7. We will be back to see what Australia can conjure in the second half soon.
The Australian Steelers have brought home
gold medals, world championships, endless trophies.
And currently, no major sponsors.
Scan the QR code on screen to help us become officially sponsored.
Welcome back to our coverage here from Adelaide of the Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge, as we see some highlights of the first half action. Highlights dominated by GB, which is not surprising given the domination they have had on the court. They're up 29-22 and look like causing a bit of a boil over. Steelers would have been expecting a better performance than this, and a performance that was going to place them in prime position to head into the final on Sunday, but this creates some real pressure and changes the outlook of the tournament completely. So we'll see if GB can hold on. They have been very impressive so far.
Recent addition to the GB squad, Mohamed Islam. He's come on as the low pointer alongside Jack Smith, and then the 2 3-5s are out there, whereas it's a very balanced lineup for Australia. 2 2s, a 2-5 and a 3.5. That's the advantage you have when you've got Liliana Prucha and Shay Graham out there.
Yeah, essentially back to where GB started. It's Islam in place for Coggan, but otherwise the same setup. But it is vastly different for the Steelers, and no doubt looking for a different outcome than they've had through the first half. This gives them a bit more flexibility. It gives them some opportunity for different players to be on the ball. We'll see how it works. The first time they get the opportunity down the court, they did maintain possession and score. But GB come back the other way, and despite Riley Batt's best efforts with some big contact on the line, Tyler Walker gets over.
Jack Smith, fantastic block to give Walker that inch of space that he needed.
He got there and took down some signage behind the line on his way, and having said the first time that the Australians looked after the ball, a little bit sloppy on this occasion, and The violation is called, 12 seconds. Bat has some frustration with it, says GB had a big piece of it and is questioning whether the 12 seconds should have been applied. But he's not going to argue his way out of it. It's been applied and it's going to go GB's way.
The ball goes over the halfway line and then comes back. I reckon he's got a point there, Riley Bat.
Yeah, he's protested strongly. He's pointed to the screen. There's nothing he can do to get them to change their mind. He's still shaking his head even as they regain possession off the inbound play that goes out of bounds from GB. So no harm done despite that. I don't think it's eased the frustration of Riley Bat.
That's the only harm that could possibly have been done, and Riley himself knows stay calm out there. He knows that that's one of the main things that he's got to do. He had time out of the sport, found it very frustrating. His minutes are now limited and that's frustrating him as well. 8 points down on the scoreboard. That's not going to be making him very happy.
Well, GB have done him a bit of a favour. I doubt it was deliberate, but a questionable call, and they gave the possession straight back, and then the Steelers take the opportunity to score.
He's still shaking his head out there, Riley. He's
good pressure on the ball carrier in Walker here. Pinned down in the corner. Needs to go for an ambitious ball. Robinson reaches up and gets it. It was a good ball and a good take.
It was a fantastic take, but Robinson used his chair. He lent his wheels into Liliana Prucha's wheels just to get her out of the way and then picked up the ball. Fantastic play from a man who's been at the top of his craft for decades now.
And as the classification would indicate, a higher level of function, but just the brute strength and the power, put the chair in the right position and muscle his way into the right spot. It was great play. Australia answers back quickly though.
Equally good pick up there by Shea Graham. When it's coming towards you and you've got no room between you and the line, it's a nervous thing to do.
It's a little more free-flowing to begin this third quarter. There's some scores with pace. GB go with a key defence that might slow things down a little here. Walker is in the centre of the key. He's the big man with big reach. He's going to block things up. Robertson comes forward to Bat to put some pressure. Walker comes forward to him now as well. And then Robinson followed in behind, but Bat did not mind. Send anyone my direction, I don't care. I'm going to power my way through on the near post.
Particularly the way he's feeling at the moment, and that's going to go loose. It was a great block by Shea Graham to give Riley the opportunity to do that as well. And that's one of the half a dozen turnovers that the Steelers need to get back.
And they're not going to get them all at once, so one by one they just need to keep trimming it back, and this is one of the first opportunities they'll have to do that.
And it's not a turnover until you score. On come McQuillan and Ozan. So it's a high-low lineup. No Riley Bat, though. It's Chris Bond and AJ Holloway, the local product.
Yeah, completely different lineup out on the court. 2.5 minutes of play into that initial lineup, and then they mix things up, send 4 different ones out there, and it is a high-low outfit now. And some changes too on the GB side. Josh Williams has checked into the game, and Jenkins come back into it as well. Here is Williams, checks in and immediately scores. Gets some pressure from Holloway, but Holloway is the one that hits the floor, and Williams gets over. Williams, a new addition to this GB outfit at the international level. His first international tournament and gaining his first English caps here in this tournament. And here's McQuillan on the inbound play. Bond comes at him, and the short pass comes in.
Pressure on the inbound on McQuillan, and it was picked off by Robinson, but he went down in possession of the ball. So it's going to be a corner inbound for the Steelers. Just about got out of that one. Back in the day, a couple of years ago, Robinson would have snaffled that ball, and as he was going down, called a player timeout, but you don't have those anymore. Changes as well for Australia. Lambert back on. Edmondson and McQuillan still out there with Bond. McQuillan's going to have a tough corner inbound, and I think it would be, yes, it's better if Edmondson takes the corner inbound. Lambert's going to have to try to get free.
She does. So. Yeah, the inbound pass comes her way. But ball now knocked free from Bond's hands. Tied up, and it will stay with Australia when it's locked up. But it will be just their good fortune on this occasion. It was nearly knocked free, and the turnover was nearly forced.
It's the equivalent of a turnover because it means at the start of the fourth quarter, GB are going to have the first possession. So GB will be more than happy with that.
Yeah, the possession arrow changes off the back of that. So well done, GB again. Now here's Jenkins. To Williams, and Williams navigates that situation quite comfortably. Gets past Robin Lambert. And there was a lock-up of chairs in the back court. Edmondson extricates himself from that situation by taking the inbound pass, and inbounds to Bond. Got McQuillan down the court in the corner. Got Edmondson closer, uses Edmondson, and then Edmondson uses the gap in front of him. He scores. Jenkins now again with the inbound. Jenkins to Williams again. Williams has a look for Jenkins for the pass back, but the pass is knocked down by Edmondson. Pressure now with time counting down, and it's too much pressure. The ball gets turned over, heaves it back to Bond, who then goes to Edmondson.
Fantastic work by Robin Lambert there. They made the GB player go for the ball. Williams was forced to pick that up because Lambert was going to get there and pick that off. They did fantastic work there.
And they have pulled one back. GB score here. The margin is 6. It's been bigger at times, so it's 6 at the moment. Realistically, we're halfway through this quarter now, Drew. What's a margin that the Steelers would be comfortable with going into the final break?
6 is always too many, even 5, you'd say, and they're living on the edge here. They would want, well, they'd want to be within 4, but GB will have the first possession of the final quarter, which makes it 5 almost de facto. So you'd want to be within 3, and the problem is they're 6 down with less than 4 minutes to play at the moment and just almost committed another turnover.
Yeah, and if they need to take some risks to try and trim the margin, sometimes that will come with more turnovers as well. They're going to have to play an expansive game to try and cut this back as quickly as they can. And yeah, I think if 3 is that number that they might be trying to get to before the end of this break, or the end of this quarter, then they're going to have to do it rapidly over the next 3 minutes 50 ahead of us. Down by 6 currently, do have possession. Ball comes inbound to Bond. Fresh shot clock, so plenty of time to work into, and doesn't need any of it. Takes him a matter of 8 seconds to be able to get from that back court and up into the front court and over the line. Now Jenkins with the inbound. Robinson in short, then Jenkins puts a block on. Robinson approaches the half court. Edmondson puts some pressure on, some contact there. Bond comes at Robinson and manages to shut down that avenue. And it's made a real difference. Ball comes free. Robinson regathers though. Lucky for the Brits on that occasion.
It's fantastic work by Robinson to gather that ball, and by Jack Smith to keep it alive and keep it away from Edmondson. The Brits did very well there.
It's a matter of inches down on the line. It was Jenkins that had the ball boggle. Managed to tap it back in and keep hold of it for GB. This time it boggles free from the Steelers. who need to try and force a pass over the top to get it over the line by the 12-second time frame, and Bond looked for McQuillan, but the pass was not in the lap where McQuillan needs it, and it hits the chair and goes out of bounds. And the Steelers are running out of opportunities to try and trim this margin and get it to a point that allows them to chase down the Brits in the final quarter.
Hannah Busis, they're letting her play.
I liked her earlier stats. She was 1 assist from 1 second of game time. I thought that was nice for her statistically, but no, she's into the game now.
Yes, and from 2 seconds of game time, she's got to try as well. Yes. She's very efficient, and turnover after turnover at the moment. This is catastrophic for the Steelers, and Team GB must be loving every minute of this.
I like this substitution from the Australians, though. They go back to a high-low outfit, and in particular an outfit that have spent quite a bit of playing time together. There's been some times with different combinations thrown out on the court, and some players that might not have spent a lot of time together. Some familiarity, hopefully control the ball, some trust in each other. So let's see what this high-low outfit can come up with. It's an 8-point margin at the moment. We've got Jaden Jackson that I'm sure he's a bit disappointed with how the Steelers are going at the moment. I'm interested in your thoughts at this stage, Jaden.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm a little bit immersed at the moment. My inner player is coming out, almost feeling the same frustration as the guys on court. But I think this swarming defense from GB is what's costing the Steelers at the moment. It's not as much as we're making these horrible mistakes. It's the easy 1-2 passes, such as our inbounds and things that should normally come naturally, is just causing us to make these easy errors. The swarming defense from GB.
What can the Steelers do if the defence is as elite as you're saying it is, Jaden? What can the Steelers do here? I mentioned that I like this lineup that's on the floor, a bit more experience and some familiarity, but what would you be looking for from the Steelers to try and bridge this gap?
From a player's standpoint, I think a huge one is back picking. For our viewers that don't know what that is, it's working early in transition. So after we've scored a goal, or after GB are about to score a goal, in fact, making sure we can block GB players from getting back down the court, which is causing them to get down low and swarm our offense when we're trying to inbound. So that'll really help with court spread and make our easy 1-2s, such as our inbounds, a lot more easier.
Yeah, some really astute tactical and technical knowledge from Jaden Jackson down on the sidelines. Appreciate your insights there. Thanks, Jaden. Let's see what the Steelers can do.
Riley Batt needs to keep his calm there. There was a reaching foul from Kieran Flynn that Riley himself called before the referee had the opportunity to. Needs to maintain a cool head here, which is easier said than done when you're 7 points down against the old enemy.
Yes, if anything, his time out of the game has only led to more frustration. I don't think he's come back a calmer athlete. Quite animated today, but that passion is clearly what drives him to be one of the best players the game has seen.
Hannah Busis has been fantastic since she's come on. We've seen very little of her. They tend to go to Faye West earlier, but she's been on for the grand total of about 3 minutes and has had so many score involvements. Fantastic chest pass out there to Stu Robinson when she knew she couldn't get over the line. She's now been picked and she's being blocked by Ozan and McQuillan, so they're taking her out of the game.
They use Flynn as the alternative option, though, and it works for them.
Fantastic push by Kieran Flynn there for a 2.0. Great acceleration.
Did well. There was big contact against Busis off the ball. She went to try and block, and Bond made big contact with Busis, and she takes the fall. Still smiling and about to be helped back up. And some substitutions will be made while there's a player down. Eustace is back up and smiling again and ready to play. Got 3 changes for the Steelers as Graham, Blackwood and Miller all come back into the game.
Cooper Blackwood's an interesting player, not been playing for very long and has had a very quick rise up the sport, and his classification is 3.0, so that does open up some extra opportunities, and we've seen over the years how a really good 3.0 can help you. The 2 French players that have backstopped them to European Championship victories for so long, and then all of the Japanese players that are so good, ranked 3.0. Shinichi Shimakawa, who's here at the moment playing in the state competition, and then of course Chuck Aoki for the United States, and it gives you a little bit more flexibility. You've got a very good high pointer out there, but he doesn't cost you 3.5, he only costs you 3.
Yeah, and Jaden spent some time with Cooper before the second half started at the halftime break there. Jaden, got any thoughts on that utilisation of Cooper?
Yeah, like I chimed in at halftime, I think he really helped the offense flow, and it's credit to his development. I've been playing since he started in Sydney program, and his development has just been massive. He's been fast-tracked through the Australian development system, and it goes to show playing at the highest level now with the Steelers, and he doesn't look out of place at all.
No, his addition has been a welcome one into the Steelers squad, and does, open up some different combinations and different opportunities. Typically, it's been bond and bat heavy at times, but have a high pointer at that 3-point level does throw a different mix. Now, let's see if they can be involved on this play, potentially the last play of the third quarter. Both teams looking at the clock and assessing what's going to happen with the final seconds. We are down to 10 seconds to play, and Bat looks for the near post, gets some pressure, needs to toss the ball away. It was about to be forced out of bounds, tossed it away, and the turnover came. So now GB take the ball. They're happy to just see the clock wind down 2-0 and to take a strong lead, an 8-point lead into the final break. This is going to be incredibly difficult for Australia to recover from. Might be one where points differential starts to become a factor, but it is GB 44 and Australia 36 as we go to the final break.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
I got this one.
I've got this!
I've got this one.
I will keep you strong. All of this will be a place like no other, just like no other.
Welcome back to our coverage of this clash between the Australian Steelers and Great Britain on day 2 at the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. It is Great Britain that have the possession arrow facing their direction and will take first possession in the final term. They also take a commanding lead into the final quarter. They're up by 8. It's 44-36. There's some pressure in the mid-court. Flynn was getting forced towards that midcourt and over and back foul. Tossed it away to try and look for Faye West, but the pass didn't come off, and Australia get a crucial turnover to begin. I think it's going to be difficult to come back from here, but the only way they can do it is to force turnovers like that, and to do it inside the opening 20 seconds is important for them.
That's one way of getting the possession arrow back that Australia had lost. Team GB giving Stu Robinson a rest. So Faye West out there, Ollie Mannion alongside Jack Smith and Kieran Flynn, so there's still a lot of experience out there.
We talk about the points differential, so it's 8 at the moment, but there is a broader picture within the tournament itself and what this can mean for the standings. And Brazil will stand as the only undefeated team after everyone has played twice, and it could change a lot depending on what the margin is here.
Holloway did very well to get out of the key. He could have ended up stuck in the key for 10 seconds, which you're not allowed to do as an attacker, so he got out and then went back in.
Mannion was the one that the inbound pass came to, and then a little flip pass from Flynn back to him and then back again. So they share the ball amongst each other. Flynn has Bat in front of him for company and decides that's not a contest I want to take on, so looks for Faye West over the top, who is able to get over with Bo Vernon alongside.
Riley Bat shouting the odds, telling AJ Holloway what to do.
Bat turning on the spot and then powering away. A nice bit of play. The clock was ticking down to get it over half court, but once the gap presented itself, he powered through.
He's not happy with AJ Holloway out there, Riley Bat. He's pointing and gesticulating.
And here's Holloway on defense against West. West does well, a good pass over the top. Mannion.
Swarming defence there by Riley Bat.
Saw an opportunity. It was Jack Smith as the ball carrier momentarily, but a nice offload to West and then to Flynn, who's in the corner.
Faye West did really well there. Hemmed in on both sides and got the pass out. Received the first pass, got the second one out.
Long ball over the top, and that's not going to make Bat any happier with Holloway.
Bo Vernon not happy with that. I think it was expected. Everyone expected Holloway to go forward except Holloway himself.
Yeah, and still receiving some more feedback now as there's a small break in play. Bat clearly frustrated. Commits the foul and finds himself in the penalty box. And as he works his way over there, he's still giving some feedback to Holloway again. Holloway probably makes the wise choice to get set on the defence in the key, as far away from the penalty box as he can be at this point.
No one in the substitution box for Australia at the moment. Lewis Quinn keeping the players out there. Adam Scaturo, though, let's talk about him a little bit more. The American-born coach of Team GB. He's been there for a couple of years now, taking over from Paul Walsh. He's a very popular figure in the Team GB setup. A very good player in his own right for the United States.
I just thought maybe grabbing
his opposing number.
James, the vice captain of the Steelers.
Opposing number takes a timeout over at the Steelers. And Lewis Quinn. So teams will have an opportunity to chat amongst themselves here. See some instructions being given. It's Holloway and Bond in particular listening closely. Edmondson, Vernon and Miller all nearby as well, having a close listen in. So it looks like it will be Bond, Holloway, Miller and Vernon that will return to the court. So that will go for a rest. As the players head back out into positions. A margin of 9 at the moment in favour of GB.
Yes, and in the standings, that's +9 for Team GB, -9 for the Steelers. And if they end up on the same number of points, then that's an 18-point swing. So he touched, that's a turnover. He was forced, Bond was forced into the corner post before he could get a caster over the line by the youngster Tyler Walker. Fantastic play by Walker there. GB going back to high-low, Johnny Coggan and Mohamed Islam out with Stu Robinson and Tyler Walker. That could be a costly error as far as the Steelers are concerned, or could say it's a fantastic play on defence by Tyler Walker.
Yeah, though, that points differential is going to be very important now, with both of these teams suffering a defeat in the tournament. For the GB outfit, they suffered their defeat against Brazil, who Australia are yet to face. So Australia will need to get past them as well, and there's some pressure on that clash, which will be the big Anzac clash tomorrow evening. But the points differential will become very important as the top of the table is extremely tight. And Australia, with a comprehensive victory against Germany yesterday, would have thought that their points differential was going to be looking pretty good. And GB in the negatives, I believe, overnight, having suffered one defeat yesterday. But suddenly, it's going to look much, much closer between these two outfits. Bond gets over the line. And GB will take the opportunity to take a timeout with 4:36 remaining in the last quarter. We will take an opportunity to take a break as well and be back after this short message. Players coming back into position. It's a 9-point margin, 4:36 to play. It's a bigger picture to think about though. And importantly, some playing time for a few players. Mentioned Mohamed Islam has checked into the game. Johnny Coggan is a player that has typically been out there as their low pointer on quite a few occasions. But giving Islam the opportunity now. And Walker's probably the important one for Team GB. A little less experience and an important cog for GB as they look to transition. And he's a player for the future for them. The Australians, it's like they haven't been on the same page at all times. Holloway a couple of times has been the one that's been identified as someone who didn't get to the position that they expected. So just more court time will be important for them.
Tyler Walker, his trunk function, he sits so tall in the chair. Reminds you of the likes of Hayden Barton-Coots for New Zealand. Someone who is that tall and that strong gives you so much to aim for and so much scope. You can throw the ball up and it's almost impossible to defend. It's almost impossible to keep the ball out of his grasp.
Yeah, he'll be a huge asset for them going forward. He was part of their Paralympic outfit in the most recent games at just 20 years of age. So a young player, and that reach again there made that look incredibly easy. Plucked it out of the sky on the inbound and then tosses it over to Robinson. But yeah, he's a player that they're going to invest some time in, and he's been a lot better today. I think yesterday, some jitters, some nerves, maybe a lack of familiarity with a few of the teammates out there, but
I'll let you tell him that.
Better.
I'm not going to tell him that face to face.
Yeah, but I have liked his performance today. That's not to be too detrimental to yesterday's, but I particularly liked today's.
Again, we've got teams that have travelled halfway around the world and come in and have to play twice on the opening day is always a big ask as well.
Absolutely. And with time ticking down in this one, just over 3 minutes to go, we might get some thoughts from Jaden Jackson again before the game finishes. Jaden, throw to you.
Yeah, it's a shame we see another tie-up on the ball there, perhaps a turnover, but just noticed something from the sideline. As a player myself, I've sort of noticed that in our defence, we're sort of letting them come out of backcourt too easily, and it's a term we call piggybacking, where most times we need to turn and make a decision in defence. If we can stop functional players like Tyler Walker coming out of court too easily, then it really puts pressure on the rest of the team to make a decision. You want to work against the shot clock and keep it as your friend, as well as keeping them towards the half-court line. We know how much of a danger that can be, especially with our players like Bond, who can hit players with function. So if we can keep the GB team in backcourt the best we can, it's hopefully going to create some turnovers towards the end of this game.
Yeah, it's a great insight again, Jaden. Fantastic to have your insights. Quality player in your own right, steal up, and to have you on the sidelines and able to talk us through some of the stuff you're seeing at sideline level. Coming back into play now. 3 minutes and 4 seconds to go. A few changes being made. Edmondson will take the inbound pass for the Steelers. Find Bond. And has a look to make sure that there's a setup which will allow some blocking off the ball. It's Walker that's in the penalty box. So Edmondson's gone to try and block him in and successfully did so. So Walker raises his hand and says, I'll take the inbound. Flynn was trying to knock Edmondson out of the way and allow Walker a free pass out, but couldn't do it. So well played by Edmondson. And then it's a head-to-head between those two I just mentioned, Flynn and Edmondson. The long ball comes and Flynn does very well to get there first and then pivot and change direction. And now takes a few seconds off the clock before crossing. And Abusis will just need some chair maintenance. Just a very quick adjustment. And back into play, be Edmondson with the inbound. Comes in, a quick 1-2, comes back to him and it works out well. Bond over the top to Lambert, who on first attempt could not get there, but second attempt could.
They did really well because the line was coming up incredibly quickly there.
It was millimetres in it in the end, but got it perfectly right. Now Ozan and Lambert have locked down Busis. Bond is alongside Walker, keeping him company. Now Flynn gets free and Edmondson will come up to pressure the ball carrier, but they throw the ball over the top and now going in backwards, and well done by Jack Smith.
He's done that many a time over the years. Great chair position, he knew exactly what to do.
Just absorbed the contact. And here's Edmondson. Tosses forward to Bond, and again it's Bond over the top to Lambert, who gathers and then powers over the line. Busis with the inbound, the specialist inbounder. Goes long and finds Flynn. A good inbound pass. Smith tries to put the block on. Flynn doubles back towards centre court. Now comes down the middle. He's looking for Walker, or at least shaping to go to Walker, but then went to Busis instead. Comes off wheels and then comes into the hands of the Australians.
No, it's going to be GB. Ozan tried to get a hand down there and it's a reaching foul given against Andrew Edmondson. Back in the day, a couple of years ago when there were player timeouts, if they'd got any left, Mick Ozan would have taken a timeout there. He'd have got a hand on the ball. He wouldn't have been able to roll it up his wheel. He hasn't got the upper body function, the upper limb function to do that. He would have taken a player timeout, but those don't exist anymore.
Yeah, well picked up, and it is Edmondson that will need to go to the penalty box as a result. and ball yet to come back into play as the referees have a little discussion. And now
they might be turning it around, because they're now explaining to Adam Scaturo what's happened. Lewis Quinn's on his feet.
Yeah, and a little nod of the head by Lewis Quinn, that I think is indicating that he's satisfied with the decision being made.
Out comes Edmondson, being called back out.
Yeah, Edmondson back into the game, so it will go.
Flint's got to let him in, though. Flint's got to let him in.
Yeah,
timeout.
The call from the bench was go around him. You're allowed to go around him in the dead ball situation. But yes, timeout taken. So we will take a break as well. It's 54-45 with 2 minutes to play.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
The back players getting into position. After some confusion, it will be Australia that are defending at their back court, and Flynn with an inbound comes into Mannion, who loses control of the ball and then gets forced out of bounds. Good pressure on the defense and on the inbound play.
Mannion did his very best there. He could see that he was going to go out of bounds and tried to throw it onto a Steelers player so that it would bounce off and give GB the ball. But this is a good turnover for Australia. They're not going to turn around this 9-point deficit, but they want to keep the deficit as low as possible.
Yeah, the margin will make a big difference to the standings when we get to finals day. So the Steelers will be giving it everything through the last minute and 49 that we still have left. Another timeout is taken, and we'll again take a quick break. The margin is currently 8.
I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
We're calling on brands to jump on board one of Australia's most successful teams in history.
We just launched the sponsor shop.
It's a sponsorship deal brands can't afford to ignore.
Scan the QR code on screen to help us become officially sponsored.
We're back for the last minute 49 of this clash. Plenty of hometown support for the Steelers. The crowd has been building up with plenty of players watching on. Some keen interest from the Brazilians who've been watching and keeping an eye on who they might be facing later in the tournament and potentially in a final as well. And so far, it's the GB fans who would be most pleased with what they've seen.
Yes, there are some GB fans in the crowd who travel all around the world. They've come halfway across the world. And as one of them always wears a Union Jack jacket. You see them literally all around the world, wherever GB are playing. And it's fantastic for them to be able to take such support with them.
Yeah, there's the Union Jack shirts in the crowd and a flag behind the bench there that you might see for the Northeast Bulls, which is the hometown club of Jack Smith. So some support for him that comes over as well. But yeah, they're well supported. All of the internationals have had a good number of support staff come across. And yeah, the crowd has built up in this game with plenty of support for the Steelers. But they're going to need to hope that the Steelers can come back later today and have victory against the US in the late game. Because they're not going to have a lot of success in this one.
Fantastic work by Riley Batt there. He was going to ground and managed to get a pass away, a very accurate pass into the lap of James McQuillan. Had he gone down in possession of the ball, the Steelers would have turned it over, but as it is, It's an awkward corner inbound for Bo Vernon, but he does very well.
Gets it to Bat and then over the top to Blackwood. Did well from a difficult position in the backcourt.
And gets a smile from Riley Bat.
Hard to get from Bat so far in this game, so well earned.
Busis with the inbound that goes 50 metres. What a find she's been.
She has been impressive, and not just the inbounds. That one was the inbound play, and she was used in a specialist role early in the game, but just her court play has been impressive as well. She's now trying to shut down Blackwood. Good pace on exhibition from both players, but Blackwood does get there. And Busis again looking deep down the court. Again, heaves it forward. This time it's into the lap of Coggan. Needed to be perfect and was. Now goes to Flynn with pressure all around. Manages to get away and finds a little bit of space. Finds Walker now. Busis had been trapped in the backcourt by James McQuillan. Works her way down, although they're tangled up again, and now it's Walker on the ball, looking to force his way through.
And he forces Vernon out of play. No guarantee that it would have been a try, and that actually works out perfectly for Team GB. They want to take time off the clock and get the final score. So had it been a penalty try, Australia would have had 20 seconds, 21 seconds in which to score. Now GB have got 21 seconds in which to score 4 on 3. It's really 3 on 2 because Busis is wrapping up McQuillan. He can't get out of the pick, and now she comes out to be the extra attacker.
Well called, Drew. She found her way free, and Walker found her right on command. So now it's 11 seconds to go. Australians will look to score. Said it a number of times, but the margin will matter. Bo Vernon will have the inbound. Riley Bat comes free. Turns, heads centre court, runs into Coggan and Busis, who do well to hold him up. He's going to run out of time if he's not quick here. Time counts down. Oh, he's done it perfectly. 0.2 of a second to go and gets over. I thought he was in trouble. The defence was good to hold him up momentarily, but he got there. And that could be an important try depending on what happens through the rest of the tournament. An important try, but nonetheless, not one that's going to change the result in this game. It's 57 for Team GB and 49 for the Australian Steelers. Impressive performance from GB and impressive defensively. I like that score of 57 on offense, but I particularly like the restriction of the Steelers to 49. Steelers are a high-scoring outfit, and GB turned up the defensive pressure. They played a physical defense. They got up in the Steelers' face, turned it over multiple times and created a big lead early in the game and then held on to it for the rest. Teams work through now, shake some hands, show some appreciation to one another. Both of these teams still have more to play in the tournament. GB are done for today. Their next game will be against Germany in a game that they would be hoping to win and again gain some points advantage for them. That's at 3:10 local time tomorrow. While the Australians, they'll be back on court again today at 6:30 local time against the US in what now looms as a must-win clash for them. Players gather together, particularly the Steelers now making their way to mid-court. Coaching staff gather them in and we'll have some discussions with them. It's a new coaching staff. What kind of message would you be expecting them to be giving at the moment, Drew?
It's tough to say because they ran through so many different lineups. It looked like, at times it looked like a practice match, and at times it got very fast and loose. I think that's why Riley Bat, the old stager, was getting frustrated out there. I think he would have liked a few more consistent lineups out there. One of the management team, there's a five-man management team in the Australian Steelers, and one of those is the low pointer James McQuillan, and I do believe that Jaden Jackson has managed to get Quill over to have a chat with him.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm joined by James McQuillan, .5 player and vice captain of the Australian Steelers. Now, James, obviously a disappointing loss. Were GB that good today, or do you think there could have been some more that the Steelers could have done to maybe change the situation in this game?
Yeah, I think we left plenty out there. In terms of the way we want to play, it didn't look like us, but we're still trying to grow into be the best version of what that looks like. Some new leadership, new squad. So, yeah, it's not surprising that it's not going to click straight away, but there were patches there where we looked like the game we want to play, but to GB's credit, they made it difficult.
Absolutely, yeah, they were on fire, but all as well as ends well. You do have a game this afternoon against USA. We all know what that's going to entitle. What are some things you may look to change to come into that game to hopefully come away with an important victory?
Yeah, the group just probably came in just a little flat, so hopefully we can lift the intensity just before we come out. We've got plans. We're really clear on what those are going to be, so we're just got to go out there and execute for as much of the game as we can. We've got to play the full minutes.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. I'm excited to watch this afternoon, and good luck.
Thank you to Jaden Jackson and to Quill down there on the court side. The Steelers will be looking to improve in their later game today. We'll see if that can happen, but well done to Team GB for a commanding victory. Stay with us. We're going to go to a break, and then we'll be back with some of the local action in our next clash, so stay tuned for that.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
Australian Steelers have brought home
Gold medals, world championships, endless trophies.
And currently, no major sponsors.
Scan the QR code on screen to help us become officially sponsored.
I got this one.
I've got this!
I've got this one.
I will keep you strong. All of this will be a place like no other, just like no other.
Wheelchair rugby is the most ridiculous sport.
It's a little bit vicious.
Think of wheelchair rugby like Dodgem cars on steroids.
Once that whistle goes, it's on.
So incredibly intense. I think I need a DPIP.
Wheelchair rugby is the sport that Australia needs to know about.
I guarantee you're going to watch this sport and fall in love with it instantly.
Welcome to the matchup between South Australia and the Suncorp Queensland Tornadoes. Last year's silver medalists, the SA Sharks, they're in the black jerseys. They're going up against the undefeated in 2026 Suncorp Queensland Tornadoes wearing the traditional maroon. Question is, can Queensland go 3 from 3 in 2026, or are the Sharks circling their first win of the tournament? Hannah Kuhar's my name, and Jaden Squid Jackson is beside me, the Australian Miners co-captain from the Shibuya Cup last year. So happy to have you with us, Squid.
No, thank you. I'm excited to be here. An early error there from the Queensland team. This is going to be an exciting game. I'm excited for this clash.
So the Sharks wearing the black strip going to the right of your telly screen, and the Suncorp Queensland Tornadoes in the maroon, as I mentioned, going to the left. We're playing 4 8-minute quarters at this tournament. It's day 2 today. So both of these sides had some compelling performances on day 1 yesterday. The Suncorp Queensland Tornadoes lost to the West Coast Enforcers the Tornadoes won that one 49-48. Meanwhile, the Sharks, they lost to the Enforcers 48-40. And then the Tornadoes got the better of Kenya. How fantastic it is having Kenya in Division 2 coming over to Australia for their first ever international tournament.
I know, yeah. I was a little bit shell-shocked when I looked at the schedule. I'm sort of new coming into the ultimate world of wheelchair rugby after having quite some time off. So looking at the schedule, I was super pumped to see a nation like Kenya here. It goes to show the credibility of WRA, really opening up the opportunities for some countries to showcase what they've been working on.
Well, that's why they call it the Santos Rugby World Challenge, because we've got the best of the world here and developing nations like Kenya. We can't wait to see them climb the ranks as they get some more experience here in Adelaide. Beautiful to have you with us at the State Basketball Centre. See the turnover for the Sharks. Can Queensland mop it up? Yes, they do. SA Sharks, they're coached by Andy Phillips, so he was the 2025 Wheelchair Rugby Club Person of the Year. We'll have a bit to say to his side, I am sure. Queensland with possession. Through the middle now, great pass from Thompson, albeit turned over. So opportunity for the Sharks. Michael Barry down the court. Div 2 MVP in 2025. Expect for him to have a lot of possession today, although pockets are picked.
Yeah, Michael Barry, had the pleasure of playing against him a couple of times. We have a great relationship with the New Zealand Wheel Blacks. So I've had the opportunity to go against him on court, and he really can show Casey's ability at times. It goes to show everything that the Wheel Blacks are doing, obviously after their qualification in Medellin, Colombia recently. So it's a great opportunity for Michael to get some playing time in this competition.
That's right, and usually we see New Zealand at this tournament, but as you mentioned, just that qualifying tournament, just too close, hard to travel around the world. As we know, the Netherlands were also in that predicament. We saw them here last year taking out the competition, but due to those travel arrangements, couldn't make it down this year. Let's hope we see them again next year.
I was lucky enough to be in that gold medal match last year against Netherlands, and they are a very fierce competitor. I'm good friends with a lot of them, but some of their function on that team and some of the lineups they can produce, they've improved so much, and it goes to show the talent around the world. All of these countries are catching up to, you know, your number ones, your number twos, your number threes, and it's really anyone can show up on their day and be the best team in the world.
And you think that comes from the strength of pathways such as this one, athletes being able to progress from Division 2 to Division 1 and hopefully even making the Steelers one day, or some of the development teams. As I mentioned off the top, I guess you're one of those people, Squid, who's come through the pathway. You were in that Australian minors side, now graduating to the big leagues. It's fantastic to see, in Australia particularly, pathways for these athletes.
Yeah, it's amazing. Everyone in the staff at WA and the Australian Steelers program, I've been lucky enough to be in the development program probably since day one, I'd say. One of the very first students in there, and it's been great to lean on all of the senior players growing up and going through the ranks. It's really helped me as a player.
So a bit of wheeling and dealing here. Michael Barry regaining possession for SA, finding a nice avenue here. Great block put on Ben Owens, doing the hard yards out the back. A three-pointer from Wollongong, although living in Melbourne these days, was the best high pointer of the Sydney Slam earlier this year.
And how great is it to have two female athletes on our court at the moment?
Yeah, do you want to talk us through, there have been some changes with how, when female athletes come onto the court, how the point classification works. Do you want to talk us through the 0.5 and 1 point advantage?
Yeah, absolutely. So when I first started playing, the female rule was already in, and teams were allocated an extra 0.5 classification point on court whenever they had a female athlete. So if you were able to stack some female athletes on court, you could really rack up the extra points you can play. And just recently in times, that rule has now changed. So for each female classification athlete you get on court, you get one full extra point. So it really makes it interesting, even at these lower levels, coming up into the higher ranks at the international level. Some of the lineups that you're able to play, if you have some great female athletes, you can really take advantage on court.
Absolutely, and we see that all the time in Australian wheelchair rugby. So many great female athletes to speak of, and some of them on court at the moment. So another score for Queensland. SA doing well here. Plays 5 halfway through the first term.
Some swarming defence here from Queensland. Let's see if they can get a backcourt violation.
If it's not the backcourt violation, doing well to find deflections. Early ball pressure for the Tornadoes. Queensland Tornadoes, coached by Ben Newton, OAM, if you don't mind, the Paralympic gold medals, an 8-time national champion. Hard to find a better coach to take you through tournaments such as this one.
Absolutely. He might be getting the replay of that title call to replay for himself later, but he is an excellent coach, and it goes to show how good the Queensland wheelchair rugby program is up there. They are doing amazing things, just looking at some of the athletes as far as Bondi and Riley and Cooper Blackwood even, Braden Foxley-Connolly. They just have a group of amazing athletes, and that program up there is incredible, and it goes to all respect to Benny Newton for being a big part of that.
And credit here to Matt Thompson, who gets the try. He was another one of those Sydney Slam athletes, best mid-pointer, who was awarded in 2025. It's been suiting up for the Tornadoes for a while. Think back to the 2022, he was in the All-Star 4 at Nationals. Meanwhile, for SA, can they get a score here? It's still neck and neck, 6 apiece, with 2.5 to play in the first term. A lot of defensive pressure from both sides. And here's the best work. Look at that effort. Michael Barry making an impact.
Yeah, very tight affair in the early days. 2 minutes 20 left on the clock. Let's see how these teams can manage the clock and try to take a slight advantage coming into the second quarter.
You think there's already pressure off the inbound. Bit of a sprinting race here. Nice cruise over the try line for Matt Thompson once again. It's been prolific early days. in this match. Inbound now for South Australia.
Matt Thompson, a veteran of the game, as you will. He's been around for a long time and knows the game of wheelchair rugby, so him being on this Queensland team would be exceptionally well for some of the players like on court now. Hamish, 1.5, quite new to the sport, so I'm sure he'd be leaning on Matt and obviously Coach Benny Newton for a bit of guidance.
That's it. Hamish Cook wearing the number 4 for the Suncorp Queensland Tornadoes. Hails from Crescent Head in New South Wales. So a bit of a state of origin rivalry within the Queensland side as Maroons cross the line. Just an easy score there for Scott Vitale. He's the Paralympian from Athens 2004 and Beijing 2008, and that is what he can do on the national stage.
Yeah, right on cue. I think he heard you giving him a shout out there. He really had to showcase his abilities.
Talk of the experience that some of these athletes have. To think that Scott, back in 2016, he was playing for the Queensland Cyclones with some of those names that you mentioned, your Chris Bonds, Michael Ozan, all the best in the country to ever do it. They've been working together for years. Inbound now for South Australia. That's a sharp, snappy pass under a bit of pressure now. Tornadoes circling. Doing well to get out of danger, and a clear passage to the try line, you'd think, for Ben Owens. Nice block put on, creates space on the left. And that is just some clever team play with 90 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, it's some excellent screen work there. Again, I've mentioned it before, a lot of the low pointers work on court goes missed by our viewers. Often the flashy high pointers get a lot of the replays and plays, but we say that the low pointers do all the hard work and the high pointers get the glory and grace. So a lot of that screen work unlocks the potential for the rest of the team to be able to play their game.
Well, we can celebrate that try, which came off the defensive prowess of Michael Barry, or we can celebrate the block put on in the previous play by Terry Tengo. And now, what a reverse play over the try line. That was some miraculous athleticism, just bravery, blind bravery.
I've scored some reverse goals like that. I don't think quite from half court, maybe just from backing into the key a couple metres, but that's a full half court effort.
Do you get nervous as an athlete heading back into danger like that?
Oh, absolutely, especially when you look up and see an international 3-5 zooming down court ready to light you up. Yeah.
Hard work, brave athletes, and they'll have to be brave in the last minute of play. Scramble on the floor. Who's going to be the first to pick it up? Jump ball. The call from the referees. So, 47, the clock stops.
Some great scramble defense there. Looking to get a held ball.
With wheelchair rugby, it works just like basketball with the arrow. Going left to right, or really depends on the initial jump ball. So, inbound now, South Australia, 46 on the clock. Owens looking for the overload on the left. Where's the screen? Where's the opportunity? Can he squeeze through the left? Not quite. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Just finds the opening through the middle, but no score. Well played by Queensland.
Yeah, that's great defense from Queensland there. Just holding in the low pointer from SA, getting a 10-second in the key. For those at home that don't know, if you're in offense in the key, you cannot be inside. As I just chatted about the great defense, we have a sloppy turnover. But you cannot be inside the key for more than 10 seconds if you're on offense, and in defense, you are not allowed all 4 players in the key at once.
Trouble off the inbound for both sides. Another turnover off. Maybe it's that pocket of the court. Maybe it's the passing. Not quite sure. Clock will stop on 26. So, one try the difference here. Tornadoes with the inbound. Can they have more success this time around? And there's a clear passage. Well taken. Safely in the lap of Natalie Miller. Puts it into the front court. And here's clever clock management. 15 on the clock. They're not gonna score too quickly. Happy to let the pressure go to the Sharks. 12 seconds to clear the court. Bunted long, it's what we like to see. Can they get there? No. Ball evades Michael Barry, so clock stops again on the 12. Queensland with time.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate there. You just come to think Could maybe a coach's timeout have been called there with 12.3 on the clock? At a certain time on the clock with a coach's timeout, you can choose to advance the ball into front court, which makes life a little bit easier, not having to have a foot race up court with 12.3. So let's see what Queensland can do here.
Queensland up by 2. Can they make it 3 in the last 10 seconds? Trying to scoot out of danger. Big Scotty V.
That's a veteran play from Matt Thompson there, holding up the ball outside of key and letting Matt Thompson go to work in the key. He just hit over the baseline, so he's going to spend some time in the penalty box, which will make Queensland score all that easier.
All right, so 5.5 on the clock. 2 points the difference. 4 on 3, final 5 seconds. How will Queensland play this? Inbound, Thompson. And to take the time on the reverse. Well done to stop the clock on 1.6. Queensland extend that lead to 3. Pressure here for the Sharks. They'll hold it up. And that'll see us to quarter time, folks. It is Queensland who lead the way. 12 plays 9. We're going to take a quick break. Second quarter up next.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
What a first quarter of action here at the State Basketball Centre in Adelaide, the home of the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. It's the Queensland Tornadoes leading South Australia 12 plays 8. An explosive first 8 minutes of action characterised by turnovers on both sides, so plenty of opportunity. Hannah's my name and Jaden Squid Jackson beside me. Squid, what'd you make of the first quarter of action?
Yeah, an electric first quarter. Some uncharacteristic mistakes by both teams, but Queensland find themselves up 12-9, so they would be pretty chuffed about that regardless of the mistakes. Hopefully Ben Newton had some words of advice for the team to keep them going through, and maybe some words of wisdom for SA to get back into this game.
Yeah, if you were Coach Andy Phillips of the SA Sharks, what would you have said at quarter time?
I think a bit more patience, especially from these inbounds, and it's a tale of the tape of wheelchair rugby. Once a team gives up a turnover, it's more than likely the other team is going to give it straight back. So if you can force a turnover in good defense, that patience and relaxation on the ball, trying to settle the team down to make sure you can capitalise off that is crucial.
No more calm and patient score than from James Coleman there, 1.5-point player. He has represented the Sharks before. He was in their National League squad in 2024. Also headed up the Hunter Wildfires in Div 2 of the National League. So very comfortable with this high level of play. Big crash through the middle of the channel. Where's the outlet for the Tornadoes?
And we have a foul call there. Contact on the arm. For those viewers watching that may not know, contact can be made through chairs and contact can be made on the ball, but no contact will be made body to body. That institutes a foul. and if you're on the defensive end, they will put you in the penalty box.
So Matt Mitchell having a spell. Inbound now for Queensland. They had a couple of issues off the inbound, but now you'd think with the +1, they can make something of it. Pass gets there. And now back to Scott Tali. Best 1.5 player in a tournament in South Africa in 2005. 20 years later, still cruising over the try line, emphatic fashion.
Yeah, you can see the patience there. That only comes from a wealth of experience, just giving his team the opportunity to set up in key, get some blocks and give him an easy passage to score.
And look at that, doesn't get any easier for the Sharks via Jet Johnson jetting down the left channel of the court. He was the Sydney Slam best mid-pointer earlier this year, Australian minors, one of your teammates, Jet Johnson.
Yeah, unfortunately I haven't shared the court with him quite yet, but I have heard that he is a character in that Australian minors squad, and all the squad love him to bits, and he's even more of a character on court, giving his all to help his team win.
His family has a lot of pets. Dog Ewok, cat Slinky, great name for a cat, 4 chickens, 6 fish, and a rescue galah named Yoshi. So you'd think he's used to dealing with the zoo, dealing with a bunch of wheelchair rugby athletes, a different kind of zoo, but he's used to the chaos.
Oh, just listening to that, I don't think he's phased on the court one bit. It goes to show, looking at his character.
Back to the inbound for the Tornadoes. Still with that 3-point margin, and now a front court open opportunity. It's just a question of who will take the try. Classy block put on by Nathan Hanley to allow Matt Thompson to cruise over. Hanley, another one of those experienced athletes. He has suited up with the Australian Barbarians before, 1991 birth year, so a bit of experience in the game. Say front court of open opportunity. Well taken here, and another score via, oh no, not quite. Bit of trouble for Johnson. Can he regain possession? Yes, he can. Just the 2-on-1 wrestle now. Where's the teammate for the outlet? And it's hard to maintain possession in these corners.
It's a juggle of the ball. Everyone wants a piece of the pie, and when there's hands in there, it can go any way, and it's luck of the bounce really of someone's share. Sometimes the safest thing to do is 2 hands in and try to rip that ball. It can you're either going to get possession or perhaps a jump ball, but it's very important.
Feels like those deep corners on the right-hand side of your screen are troublesome. That's where we've sent Ben to the naughty corner. Ben Eisenhuth on the sideline. What's going on down your end?
JJ, great to be down here courtside. Yeah, I mean, day one was all about the youth, wasn't it? The younger generation, the 2,000-plus births, doing all their best work. But it seems to be the theme today, especially in this contest, the experience is doing plenty of that work. We spoke about Matty Thompson, but it's certainly the Tornadoes that are holding the ball much cleaner, certainly forcing the turnovers for the Sharks. And yeah, the Tornadoes, they're looking fantastic. They're looking like Division 2 champions, to be honest. So very impressed with the Tornadoes. At the moment, the youth of the Sharks just need to try and hold on to that ball a little bit cleaner.
Massive call from you, Ben, that you reckon the Tornadoes are going to go all the way. We're playing here till Sunday, so got a few days to go before we see that big gold medal match. Interesting, though, talking about the veterans of the side, and particularly for Queensland, because they've had a number of outs in this team since the 2025 tournament. I'm talking names like Ben Chalker, Albie Averett, Ronald Chater, Jason Ellery, Bridie Moore, Aman Dillon, Coach Dave Wood as well. So that's a lot of outs, but they've replaced them with some equally, if not even more, proficient athletes.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that list was going to end when you were speaking then, but goes to show the sport of wheelchair rugby can be brutal at times, whether it's injury or even mental time away like I'm taking now. It's a massive commitment. But it goes to show the talent in Australia, right? Through our lower divisions all the way up to the top, we've got step-in players that can jump in, perform, and not look out of place one bit.
And athletes who are chomping at the bit for the opportunity. There are so many stories of athletes who might not have made their state team the first time around, but particularly with Queensland having the 2 sides, as we see a crucial turnover Sharks encouraging to get down the floor and capitalise on that uncharacteristic error for Queensland. So now, quarter around the half court, Jet Johnson paying him a lot of attention. 3-on-1, slips out of his possession. Queensland, if they can score off this turnover, it'll do well to bring the momentum back to their favour. So we see a quick equipment check for the side in maroon. Looks like might be Zach Robertson, just having a chat to the mechanic Cody Kumnek, the clinical exercise physiology lead and a senior accredited exercise physiologist.
Yeah,
very
that was
accredited
great
man.
hustle from Michael Barry there to get back and stop Matt Thompson from getting the easy try there. Matt thought he was in the clear and picked that ball up, and a very slow, lackadaisical bounce, and Michael Barry was right there to stop that easy try and giving the opportunity for a mechanical timeout. And you can see now, after doing so, his team is set back up in key, so that could be a crucial part in this possession.
So talk to us about this key defence. As we know, you can't have 4 players in the key, but you see 3 evenly spaced across it.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a lot of different tactics to key defence, and it often depends on what lineup you're running. So SA are choosing to go a 3 in the key with the functional Michael Barry out front to see they can block, and they cannot stop the post from getting in, and that's Matt Thompson for an easy roll-in.
It is hard to stop Matt Thompson, that is for sure. They'll almost need a whole game plan to contain him. That's how prolific he's been. So we're halfway through the second term, folks. 17 plays 12. Queensland with the 5-try differential. Hard pressure again on Jet Johnson, trying to get through danger, manages to do so, and what a sprint this is over the try line, although the referee's having a bit of a say.
Yeah, that was terrific chair control showed by Jet. Goes to show some nice function and trunk core control to be able to manoeuvre that chair so well. That's something I do not have. I do not have that core or trunk control to be able to swiftly manoeuvre like that. So it goes to show the different levels of function in our sport. We all have our own way of being able to move our chair and really make an impact on the game.
That's right, and function's one part, but doing the hard yards in the gym is another. Can you talk to us about these athletes, what they'd be doing off the court, not in gameplay, but things like the gym, what else they're doing to build their physicality here?
Absolutely. Well, I know at the top level in the Steelers program, it's cutthroat. It's very tight at the top, and to be there, you need to be putting in the hard yards on court, but it's just as much off the court. It's gym, it's recovery, it's nutrition. It's everything to make sure our bodies are at tip-top level, because we all know how brutal the sport can be just by looking at the team list of people that are out. So being healthy is one of the best things you can do, and being available to be picked at any opportunity.
Absolutely, and for these athletes going multiple matches per day over the course of this tournament, started yesterday, Thursday, the 23rd of April, and we're going to continue to Sunday. Nice stripping of the ball. Opportunity beckons for the Sharks. Zach Robinson fighting to hold possession. Has 3 bodies around him. Jump ball. The call will stay with the Sharks.
And who else but Matt Thompson again? Got his hands in the cookie jar, looking to make a play for his team.
To be a two-way player, such an important asset to any side. Offense and defensive prowess. What can the Sharks do in O? Barry takes on a few bodies, nice screen set, and finds his way over the try line thanks to Zach Robertson doing the hard yards. Love shouting out those players who set those screens, and you think Zach Robertson, 2-5 player, was gold medalist with the Sharks in 2024. Now Queensland stopped just before the key. There's going to be an underhanded pass here around some long arms, and the reverse score. Beautiful work off the number 12 in Nathan Handley.
Yeah, and you speak of that man on SA, Zach Robertson. I've seen him play at every comp I've been to, and on the court he's a machine, but off the court he's just as great. He's always around his teammates, around the coaches, and really always trying to ask questions to improve. He's come up to me a couple of times and asking what he could do differently in his game as a fellow mid-pointer. So it's awesome to see him on the court trying to prove himself.
one of the most important attributes of any elite athlete, that hunger to perform, and you think we're seeing that in spades across these two sides. Inbound now. More difficulty off the inbound. You wonder if both teams are going to want to call a timeout to discuss, and that's exactly what they do. So we're going to take a quick break, 2 minutes of action until the major break after this. Until half-time, and it is a 3-point ball game. The Queensland Tornadoes doing well in the first half, but South Australia, they're coming back onto the floor with vengeance. They've done well. It was a 5-point deficit. They've slimmed it to just 3. What can they do in these final 2 minutes before half-time? Suncorp Queensland Tornadoes with the inbound. We've talked about the different defensive styles, Squid. You wonder if they're trying a more man-on situation here as the fumble comes and the Sharks end up with possession. Courageous work, Zach Robertson getting the outlet and the disconnection. Unfortunate, Caitlin Sherman, ball plays just too far ahead of her.
Yeah, it looks like South Australia are trying to put pressure on that half in defence now. I think that's a really smart change here from the coach. I think it'll stop Queensland from getting these easy outlets, and we all know how dangerous the half court can be. So putting pressure on these players to have to make a decision in the danger zone is huge.
It's a lot of physicality here for the Tornadoes to contend with. 90 seconds till half-time. One-on-one skirmish. Thompson doing well to take on the body of Robertson. Finds his way over the try line. And from that 3, what was a 5-point differential, now to 3, back to 4. Work for SA to do. Stripped of the ball. Just the rip from Thompson as the ball rolls out of, no, not out of court.
It's a 12-second backcourt violation again. Matt Thompson just putting the pressure down low on this inbound. Let's see if our SA low pointers can help our mids and highs to get these easy inbounds. It's often a mislooked game. Inbounds are supposed to be quite easy getting the ball in. The hard part is supposed to be pushing up court and scoring, but if you can put pressure on a team inbounding, it can often create a lot of misjudgment. That's a much better inbound.
Bit of a wrestle to get the ball to the chair, but does so. You said that the low pointers needed to get involved. That last play coming courtesy of Sean Semmellinch, the 1-pointer, wearing the number 11 for the Tornadoes. You can see him on the right there, getting involved, trying to scrap for ball. 45 seconds on the clock, so SA, they'll have to be efficient here. Well done, Tali. And where's the opportunities on the left? 10 seconds on the shot clock.
Looks like we have a leaving the court violation on Matt Thompson, I think.
So Thompson, he will be sent to the sin bin. 33 seconds on the clock. Just using that match clock now. Not enough time for the shot clock. SA, they're playing the 4-on-3. How's the inbound? More successful. Oh, ball still rolling to advantage. They'll have time. Plenty of it. Robertson. Nice screen. Finds an easy avenue on the right-hand side. So a successful play for the SA Sharks. Question now of Queensland. How do they manage these final 25 seconds until half-time? 2-on-2 contest. Lovely work to open up the left channel, and it's looking like a training drill. 3 options. There's the smack, there's the try, and there's the result for Nathan Handley. So 11.4, SA, they've got time. As the crowd continues to chant. Is there enough time? No, there is not. SA missed the opportunity. So, like it was a 5-point margin earlier in the match, it remains a 5-point margin at half-time. What an emphatic start to this clash for the Suncorp Queensland Tornadoes. They've barely set a foot wrong in this opening half.
Yeah, that's a great half. And I think to be able to keep the scores quite level, SA have had some real bad issues on the inbound and protecting the ball mainly. That's a huge one in our game, is when you've got that ball in your lap, it's often easy to think you're in the clear. You need to protect that ball at all times. So I think after some costly turnovers and some issues around that indeed, I think to still be down only 5 at the break, might be able to take that as a small win going into the second half.
Well, there have been some impressive plays for the Sharks in that first half. We're looking for them to continue to forge forward. You think some of the names like Michael Barry, he did very well for SA, but the Tornadoes, they've got a whole team full of stars. Matt Tomlinson, I think, has been the best player for the Tornadoes in this opening half, and you'd expect it. He's been in the All-Star 4 previously last year. Sydney Slam best mid-pointer. He's certainly doing some miraculous work in this opening half. You think he'll be one of the players to watch in the second half for the Suncorp Queensland Tornadoes. Big number 5. I think we might actually have him for an interview here. Ben Eisenhuth wrangling the number 5 for a quick chat.
Yeah, thanks, HJ. I'm down here with that number 5 in Matty Thompson, the undefeated number 5 in Matty Thompson, his Queensland Tornadoes. Matty, 2 wins and you are well and truly up at the break. Coached by Benny Newton. Tell us more about him. Obviously, he's coaching both the Cyclones and the Tornadoes. How important's he been to the Tornadoes so far in this year's tournament?
He's of great importance. He's an ex-Aussie player. Been coaching Queensland for quite some time now, and doubling up during both teams the last couple of years as well. So without Benny, we wouldn't know, some of the plays that we need to set and run.
That's Benny Newton, and now we talk about yourself, Matty Thompson, obviously a true leader with this side. What's been your role trying to get these youthful Tornadoes to where they are right now, 2 wins and looking to go on for their 3rd here today?
We've talked a lot about just putting in that second-ditch effort, making sure that you don't give up, even after a mistake, that you keep on trying. SA's, got a really strong team as well. They've got a big bench. We've got a player out partially injured, another one out altogether. So we're a bit short on players, but we're all fit enough to keep going with this game. SA's got home ground advantage as well. But we'll keep giving it to them and hopefully get the win in the end.
Now, you're up by 5 at the break. Just much of the same in the second half. What's the words?
Yeah, much the same in the second half. I think we'll go back and do a bit of key defence as well. Make them pressure our key. We've got a lot of experience in our team and a few new players as well. So, like Scott and myself have been playing since the early 2000s. So, we've been around for a while. And some of the other players have only been playing 2 or 3 years. So, we'll help to show them where to go and what to do.
Plenty of experience and a fantastic campaign thus far. Matty Thompson, thanks for your time. H, back to you.
Thank you, Ben, and thank you, Matt Thompson. There isn't a more calm Tornado, you'd think, in the world, how relaxed he is with this scoreline, and his team certainly would be feeling the same. It's the Queensland Tornadoes leading the South Australian Sharks, 22-17. We've got a big second half of action coming up next.
the Australian Steelers have brought home
Gold medals, world championships, endless trophies.
And currently, no major sponsors.
Scan the QR code on screen to help us become officially sponsored.
Action of the 2026 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. It's a national matchup here. We've got South Australia and Queensland going head-to-head, and at the half, it was 22-17. The Suncorp Queensland Tornadoes leading the South Australia Sharks. And already some early scores. I think an impressive first half. What can they do in the second, the Suncorp Queensland Tornadoes? Hannah Kuhar's my name. We've got Jaden Squid Jackson and Ben Eisenhuth in the commentary team. Squid, you've co-captained Australian sides before. There's going to have to be a big gallant effort from South Australia to get their way back into this contest. 6 tries the margin.
It is, especially when you're down. It's important not to get fussed over little plays. You've got a whole second half to play, so it's going to take all those little efforts that build up over the period of time, those little 1%ers. If you can do them properly, then hopefully you can come out the other end in a plus. But I would have liked to have been in the huddle of both teams and seeing the minds of both coaches to see what was said for their teams, to see if SA can rally back or if the Tornadoes can carry on with this dominant performance.
Hard to know where to find some turnover in a game like wheelchair rugby, considering it is so tight and every turnover you have to scrap for it. Do you think defensively we'll see a change up from South Australia?
I think so, considering they find themselves down 5 at the break. I'd like to see some pressure on the half. They did it a little bit in the first half and they almost had some success. So maybe we let that ball come in from the Tornadoes, pardon me, and SA can pressure the half. That danger zone in wheelchair rugby is the halfway line. We often see a lot of turnovers built up over there. You have 12 seconds on the shot clock. All that pressure builds up, as you can see here. The Tornadoes are trying to put their own pressure on the half.
2-on-1 scrap means that Caleb Crowden put
right
under pressure.
Right on cue, turnover.
This is why we've got you in the expert chair. Brilliant call from you, Squid. Reading that passage beautifully. As we see a timeout, I think it might be. Yep, timeout called. SA Sharks, they're already feeling the pressure. Quick break, plenty more to come. SA Sharks having a bit of a chat with Coach Andy Phillips. He's had experience coaching on the national circuit before, Box Hill UFC, and has coached a number of these athletes before. Caleb Crowden, we just gave him a shout out before, and Caitlin Sherman. They've already got experience working in that Box Hill outfit. You wonder what advice they've been receiving in that time out, the Sharks.
Yeah, Andy's been around a long time. He's been here since I started, so I'm not too sure how much longer in the future he was going, but definitely a veteran around the sport and knows the game quite well. Like you said, he's coached a number of these players before, so having a great relationship with some of these athletes can be a plus as a coach, being able to get the point across and really be able to help your team.
You think that start to the third quarter, wouldn't have been what he was hoping for. Queensland outscoring South Australia 2-1. So just early stages, but you think any kind of turnover, not what SA need. Some beautiful work to find free space in the key. Tornadoes, well, they've got SA under the thumb.
Yeah, they've got great ball movement, the Tornadoes, so I wonder if Andy might have notioned to his team to try play some key defence. you're able to take the sting out of a game, as we see a great overhead pass down court. Are you able to take the sting out of the game with key defence? If teams are putting quite a number on you and you're finding it difficult to get a stop or a turnover, getting back into key can break the notion and the pace out of a game.
Sometimes it's just that change up of momentum, gives your fans something to cheer about, and for this home side in the SA Sharks, there's no better experience than playing at your own state basketball centre. That's where we are in Adelaide. Won't perturb Queensland though, they're always brave. And they'll get a lovely score. The pass just straight into the lap of Natalie Miller there. She's one of the experienced Tornadoes who's come back 2025 campaign into 2026, and already you see her putting the Jets on in defence. Sharks, no easy passage forward. They will certainly do their best. Caleb Crowden getting a lot of possession here and throwing the interception. Well swept up, Matt Thompson once again. Who else?
Yeah, right in the right place at the right time. Again, in that danger zone near the halfway. It's so easy to get confused on the half. So much pressure there.
So this scoreline now ballooning out, 9-point margin to the delight of Queenslanders at home. Thank you for watching us on KO Sports and Foxtel, the home of the Santos Wheelchair World Challenge. Course of your weekend. So South Australia having to work hard. Queensland doing some hard yards here and scrambly ball. Scrambly set up for both sides. What are you making of the action, Ben Eisenhuth?
Yeah, H, I'm really liking the desperation from Queensland once again. We saw it in Division 1 competition with the Queensland Cyclones, of course, just desperate in defence, just in the faces of their opponents, trying to dislodge the ball wherever they could, and clearly Benny Newton is ensuring that is instilled within his Queensland Tornadoes as well. Their defence, their efforts, their one-on-ones, they're just the far superior team. The one thing I'd like to see from the likes of the Sharks, the hometown Sharks, is just completing those one-on-ones. Just too many errors, probably panicking at times, trying to throw the ball that little bit too fast. I think they just need to take a few deep breaths. I like the likes of Owens back on the court, who now has the ball at his disposal. And I think if Queensland can keep up this defence, this one could become double digits pretty shortly.
I don't think you're wrong there, Ben Eisenhuth. Correct as always as you see another turnover. And it's decision-making under pressure. I think Ben makes a really good point about needing to slow things down. I think when you see elite athletes in any regard, they almost read the game slower than everyone else. And I mean that in a complimentary way, because it means that they've got a lot of time to make decisions, Squid.
Absolutely, and obviously wheelchair rugby is such a fast-paced game. It takes a real special skill to be able to go at a fast pace in our rugby chair, but keep the mind ticking slow. Being able to read the game, possibly one or two plays ahead. A lot of our low pointers of the game and some of the best low pointers in the world, that's something they do really great, is looking at one or two plays ahead and seeing if they can exploit something for their team to give them an advantage.
Well, you think for these athletes, this is great practice of staying calm under pressure, and for the athletes to come after this one. A lot of great matches to look out for. That Queensland Cyclones match, the other Queensland side against New South Wales, up next with John O'Farr, Ben Eisenhuth, he's working overtime, and Jed Olswinger-Schwager as well. So halfway through the third term here, folks, and it's Queensland with the 9-point lead. SA scrambling for opportunity. They find it on the left. Some nice one-on-one contest. Long ball given to favour Owens.
Yeah, right on the shot clock violation there, that pass from Michael Barry. And as we see, hands in the cookie jar again, just managing to strip that ball and also get possession for his team. So it's obviously come off an SA Sharks player. It's massive play in defence.
So some big stops, long arms. Who's going to be clear? The beckon is come forward, the bunt delivered to the front court, well swept up by the Sharks. So under pressure for maybe the first time we've seen The look between a few Tornadoes, just giving each other the shrug, saying, look, there wasn't a lot we could do out of that situation.
Absolutely, and as you can see just here on your screens, the two low pointers from the Sharks noticing the danger man in Matt Thompson and locking him up early, forcing his other mid-pointer to do it all and push out of court. You see the decision-making here. 3-on-2
for the Tornadoes. They'll score quickly, but as you mentioned, SA already thinking the play ahead. Very, very clever. We questioned in the first half, what could you do to contain Thompson? They've said, we're going to send the 2-on-1.
Yeah, we've got a battle of wits here. Matt Thompson trying to turn their decision against them and keep the 0.5 in the half. As we can see, he's also looked at the play, trying to keep that is Ruby Gallagher out of the key. So Queensland Tornadoes are going to have to defend with 3 in the key here.
Key full of congestion. Is there enough space on the left? No, says the referee. That is a huge denial of opportunity.
Yeah, great defense from Matt Thompson there. Even with their low pointer, Ruby Gallagher, danger woman of the team, out of the key. The 3 in are still able to get the job done.
Fantastic to see Gallagher, a Tasmanian, repping the Queensland colours. Of course, she hails out of Hobart. Very, very intelligent woman. You can list her talents not only on wheelchair rugby, but great with flowers, has her own little flower shop, Ruby's Blooms, providing seasonal and sustainable blooms. Don't we love to see it? And to see her talent bloom with rugby over the last few years, having been introduced to the sport at the Royal Talbot Rehab Centre.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually spent some time early days in my development career with Ruby as well. We sort of came into the sport together, and she took some maternity leave to have a beautiful child with her partner, which is amazing to see, but it's even more amazing to see her back on the court fighting for the Queensland Tornadoes.
No, it feels like motherhood can be a fight, but she's probably well prepared for it, dealing with the fights that she has on court here. Nice possession there for Gallagher with the handoff. Now putting the Jets on. Scotty V with the swerve, if you don't mind. Selling some candy and getting the try. Some highlight material there.
That's an experienced mid-pointer manoeuvre. Shades of Andrew Edmondson. I've been on the receiving end of a couple of those show and goes at training, and it's often not the greatest. Feel a little bit embarrassed when they breeze past you like that.
Plenty of highlights. I reckon Mum Jill, Dad Philip be watching along and just laughing at the expertise shown by their boy. So now the reverse over the line. Queensland, they're just bringing out all the party tricks now. Up by 10, 2 minutes to play until 3/4 time. Question is, what can Queensland get out of this contest now? They've been undefeated, as we see. Might be an equipment check for South Australia. Slow cruise back to the sidelines. And the substitution indeed called for the SA Sharks. Ben Owens coming off the court. Looks like his equipment will be checked. Wheel replacement on the right.
Yeah, the Tornadoes have their offense flowing. I think the notion from Coach Benny Newton might be to really work on their defense now. Let's see how well we can fine-tune our defense and let in as less goals as possible, I should say. That's probably a huge one. Putting pressure in the right areas, maybe changing things up as they get a 12-second backcourt violation right on cue.
And you've been calling for them all day, Squid, saying you've got to watch that 12 seconds. You've got to watch that work around the half court. That's exactly what happens. So Queensland are loving what they're seeing. Under 2 minutes to play. 10 points the difference. Opportunity to capitalise off that hard defensive pressure. Now finding their way, Matt Thompson. And over the try line for Scott Vitale. It's always been a focal point for Australia. Athens 2004 competitor, and now the Sharks into an open front court. Classy score by Barry.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see some clock management come out from the Tornadoes here, or if the words from Benny Newton are just score our goals, play our defense.
Well, the Tornadoes will keep scoring without issue. Again, finding it easy over the line. For Scott Vitale.
They're going to back their defence here, I think.
The pressure up high and already
right
the turnover. Squid, I don't want to see you back on court. I just want to keep you in the commentary box. You're reading it so early.
Yeah, well, I'm not quite a veteran of the sport yet, but I think coming up through the program and being able to lean on the shoulders of some of the greats, obviously Andrew Edmondson, one of my fellow teammates in Sydney, and obviously in the Steelers, one of the best two-pointers going. So I've been able to lean on him and a lot of court vision as a mid-pointer. These are the things I worry about when on court. Your passing, your inbounding, your centre court danger, always playing in my mind. So as I've grown and developed, it becomes a lot clearer on court and even clearer when you're not on the court from sideline.
And I can see you itching to get back onto it. I've no doubt that you'll be back in that Aussie side once you decide you're ready to, my friend. 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock until three-quarter time. Enough time for the Tornadoes to score here. Thompson just swerving some beautiful S-bends to find himself over the try line. No SA Sharks getting in his way. Of course, that opportunity coming off the 8-second violation. So, work here for the Sharks. Where's the stop for Queensland? Can they get one in the back court? Time running out. You see the gut-busting effort of Scott Vitale to get over the line. And he'll also get over the try line. Well handled. 55 on the clock. Queensland now. Cook. Haven't said his name much today, Hamish Cook. Just trying to assist out of danger. Wayward ball. Can Queensland rescue it? Not quite. Sharks coming up with a crucial interception.
Yeah, you see that hustle defence right on the line of the inbound. Again, speak about these danger zones on the half court. That's another one, the baseline. Great defence turned into offence and an easy try there.
Zach Robinson, nice try to convert off the handiwork. 10-point margin, 32 seconds. Tornadoes, they'll have to set this up cleverly, and they do so. Long ball, well taken. Miller will enjoy all the time in the world to score that one. Happy to do it quickly. Lovely score for Nat Miller, 3-5 player. Came across the sport when she was watching the Brisbane Bash and now representing Queensland herself.
Yeah, it'd be crucial for SA to try score the last goal here, I think, if they have any chance of chewing into this lead. And it looks like they're going to get it.
One-on-one contest, one in the end, with time up the sleeve as well. So clock stops on 4 seconds. Nice conversion there.
There'll be no timeout taken here. They're going to have to go the length of the court in 4 seconds.
Hard work for the Queenslanders. And they'll be beaten by the clock in the end. So 10 points the difference at three-quarter time. It's the Suncorp Queensland Tornadoes 36 plays the SA Sharks 26. One final huge quarter to come.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want, when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
I got this one.
I've got this!
I've got this one!
I will keep you strong. All of this will be a place like no other, just like no other.
Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge, your home of the best wheelchair rugby athletes this weekend here at the State Basketball Centre in Adelaide. Hannah Kuhar's my name, Jaden Squid Jackson and Ben Eisenhuth, your commentary team. Ben, a big 3 quarters of action we've seen.
Yeah, really impressive 3 quarters. I like the fact that the Sharks are staying in the fight. They're not going anywhere, and it's really good to see a lot of youth on the park for the South Australian team. But again, it's the likes of Thompson, it's the like of this lady on your screen. They're just so impressive, the Queensland Tornadoes. They really are one of the teams to beat in Division 2, and to be honest, probably not too far away from a Division 1 berth in 2027. So if they can continue on this trajectory, I'm sure they can join their counterparts, the Cyclones, in Division 1 in 2027. So very impressive. And again, looking forward to seeing how the Sharks continue to respond in this 4th term.
Great point, Ben, and you have to wonder, with the Tornadoes, they've had 2 wins in day 1. This will make it 3 from 3. And the Queensland Cyclones also in blistering form. You'll see them up next against New South Wales. John O'Farr, Ben Eisenhuth and Jed Olschwager will be your commentary team for that one. I think for Queensland, they're spoiled with coaching consistency. The same coaches for their Div 1 and Div 2 sides. It's a great pathway they've got in Queensland. Really impressive to see the development of these athletes from Div 2 to Div 1 all the way to national sides, Squid.
Yeah, absolutely. And as a New South Welshman, it pains me to say, I'm a proud gladiator. I've been lucky enough to be a part of some of those championships, but no, you know, Suncorp and QAS have done an excellent job with the program, as well as Benny Newton as coach. They are spoiled for choice. They have a handful of talented athletes to pick from. I remember even on your screen, Hamish Cook, he started in New South Wales and made the treacherous swap over to our rivalry, but he fits in a home with all these talented athletes.
Does that hurt you, seeing someone from Crescent Head donning the maroon?
It does, especially and the New South Wales squad is quite thin at the moment, so yeah, we need as many players as we can get.
Well, Hamish Cook loves fishing. When he was a kid, dreamt of pursuing a career in it in Townsville, now making his way to Queensland. Beautiful place to be, down by the waters of Queensland. But for SA, they've got a few more issues to contend with. Pass going awry for Michael Barry.
Yeah, Michael Barry just can't get a grip on that ball there. It's a good opportunity to get a turnover, it just goes missing.
Queensland cap off the handiwork. There's a heavy hit and it strips possession. So Barry might have had trouble in that previous passage, but does his best indeed.
Yeah, it's a big part of the sport, right? You might make a little mistake or think something should go on your way, but it's all about how you react on the next play. That's what we say at the top level. It's next play mentality. You can't dwindle on the fact that you've made a mistake or something didn't go your way.
So pressure now, 2-on-2. Not a lot of room for movement for the Queensland side. Scott Vitale, and now ball still caught in that top corner. 6 seconds on the shot clock. Tornadoes will have to find something here. How do they do it? They can't find a way. Shot clock expiry, tough one. Ball in the hands of Nat Miller. Couldn't really do a lot about it.
Yeah, it's great swarming defence from SA there. I think Scott Vitale was looking for a reach-in foul for the refs. Thought he might have got hit across the arm, but nothing seen there. It's great defence from SA. And Michael Barry, like we just said, making a mistake and getting it back for his team.
So the Sharks are down by 10, still down by 10. Can they make inroads here off this passage? Yes, just enough room for Zach Robinson to squeeze through. Works as a drafter in his working life.
That's a great screen off the ball there from SA. Making it light work for Zach Robinson to get that try in the corner, as we see big contact there between Nat and Michael Barry.
And how impressive from Nat Miller to absorb that physicality, get the ball off as well. Such a strong presence for the Suncorp Queensland Tornadoes, Nat Miller.
Equipment timeout here.
Must have been that much of a heavy hit. Just getting our technicians involved. SA Sharks, their mechanic, Cody Krumnick, has worked at Enable Fitness Centre, SA's biggest network of NDIS-registered gyms, exclusively for people with functional impairments as a result of disability, disease and ageing. So very much used to all the hecticness of wheelchair rugby. There's a bit of hecticness in the middle corridor. Swarming Sharks won't let the Tornadoes find any space. They've got to be careful. Get it into the front court. Well done, Miller. Has the +1 opportunity and now cruising through the centre of the try line. A real team effort on that try.
Yeah, we spoke about earlier having that patience, especially around the danger zone. Vitali gets the intercept there on the half and takes his time, knows he's got time on the clock to work with, gives Nat that opportunity in the front court to make some space and get a good pass.
Robertson, another one of those Australian Barbarians from the Wheelchair Rugby National League last year. Comfortable over the try line. So 40 plays 30, almost halfway through this fourth and final term. It's always a hot contest between the SA Sharks and the Suncorp Queensland Tornadoes. But the Tornadoes doing well here. So we have an equipment check. A lot of work being done off the SA Sharks bench. So with that, we're going to take a quick timeout. 11 points the difference.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge halfway through the fourth term. It's 41 plays 30. Suncorp Queensland Tornadoes leading the South Australia Sharks. A nice bit of reprieve for both sides. You'd think Sharks have a lot to discuss how they're going to chomp into this 11-point margin. A lot of work for the Sharks. Meanwhile, Tornadoes in cruise control. Would they have one eye on the prize as we head to the latter stages of Friday, the 24th of April? You have to think about Sunday, getting yourself in good stead. Is that in the mind of the Tornadoes already, Squid?
I think so. With 4 minutes 25 left in this game, they find themselves 10 points in the clear. You'd have to take a calamity of mistakes to blow the lead here. So Coach Benny Newton might be thinking towards the later stages, who can we rest? What can we do on court to give us the best shot looking to those final stages for silverware?
Absolutely, and cross-court violation. So you think for Queensland, some good opportunities to get players who don't get as many minutes with some work on the floor. Hamish Cook to take the inbound for the Tornadoes. You think Cook, he's one of the astute learners of the sport. He's always loved rugby league and unions, fishing, as I mentioned, swimming, camping. A lot of interest, just an avid learner of this one, though. So what can he do? A swift, easy inbound, that's for sure. 2-on-1 block, though. Hard work to get out of trouble for Matt Thompson, who's going to help him out. Under 4 minutes to play. There's the quick outlet. Handley drawing the defence wide, so trying to find some form of inroads. 20 seconds on the shot clock. And he'll do it himself. Opportunity on the right. Some hard blocking work from his teammates, and now the reverse. Over the try line via Thompson. Hard passage, so SA still bringing pressure in these final moments.
Yeah, that's unlucky from the Sharks there. I thought they had some really great half-court pressure, keeping Matt Thompson up close and not giving him any options, but I think they just need to get back to key a bit quicker after that transition.
So it'll be a timeout, folks. It's Queensland leading South Australia. Day 2 of the 2026 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. This matchup, Suncorp, Queensland Tornadoes, looking very, very comfortable from the team in maroon. South Australia, they've got just under 4 minutes to make inroads into this 11-point margin. It looks like they'll look to their experienced players to do so. Ben Owens, all in possession. You see the way he surveys the scene, looks up, sees that key defence from Queensland. They told us exclusively at half-time that they were going to look at doing so. Those are the words of Matt Thompson in our half-time break. Good to see Queensland working on their structures as they'll want to do going deep into this weekend of action.
Yeah, I like the option to go back into key there, especially coming off of a timeout. Often attacking teams have a set play that they're ready to do, but don't expect a team to go back into key. But I think from the Tornadoes there, I'd like to see a bit more movement in key. Often if you can be stationary, attacking teams can look at it as a traffic cone. If they're coming down with a full head of steam, it's quite easy to duck and weave. So that's a key element of playing really strong, good key defence, is movement from your players in the key, but also movement from your players outside.
Key things to think about in the key. Very sharp from you, Squid. And you think Queensland, they'd want to be sharp with the finish of this one. It'll be their one and only match of this Friday, so they get to enjoy an afternoon of recovery and reprieve. But SA, they're not in that case. Nice one-on-one contest here. And a crazy stop from Jet Johnson, trying to delay the Queensland entry over the try line. 8 seconds on the shot clock. They managed to get there. No, actually, referees signalling no score.
Sean Nato would be quite disappointed with that one on the line. I'm sure he'd be boasting to his fellow Queensland teammates about getting a meat pie on the line, but the ref said no.
Hard news. SA, though, have 2 in the front court, so spoiled for options here. Bit of push on the back, so hard work in the end.
You see the reaction from Sean. On one end, being disallowed a try, but the hustle in defence to get back and make a winning play in defence for his team as they get the turnover.
Wow, helter-skelter rugby, that is for sure. So Queensland, now they've got 2 in the front court. Looks a little simpler when the Tornadoes try to score. Hard work from SA. SA, they had 1 match yesterday. Today they've got the double header, so 5:25 local time this afternoon. They're taking on Kenya. What should we expect out of that match, Squid?
What a game that's going to be. I'm excited to watch this Kenya team. I haven't had the opportunity to get a glance of what they've brought to the amazing Santos Wheelchair World Challenge. So I'm excited to see just what they've been doing over there. If they can put an uncharacteristic nation on the map of wheelchair rugby.
Well, it will be a tough matchup, one to look forward to, that's for sure. 8-second violation from the referees. So Queensland, another opportunity to score. We're into the final 2 minutes of this clash. 11 points the difference between the Tornadoes and the Sharks. I think with Queensland having the break this afternoon, they'll be looking primed for, well, that passage certainly not primed. All back with South Australia. But for Queensland, they'll have a rest this afternoon, and it'll be tomorrow, their next matchup, 3:10 local time against ACT. So Queensland, they've had a dream run. This will be their 3rd win of the tournament against ACT. Might be a tough match, but if you were to do your win-loss tipping there, who would you tip for that one, Squid?
I'm unsure. I did start my career, the ACT Buccaneers, and I was a much different player then, so being a New South Welshman, I might try to stick my money there.
Okay.
Non-biased, of course.
Unbiased in the commentary box, as always. Last 90 seconds, folks. 10 seconds, and what a strip. What an effort. Clever work over the sideline for Jet Johnson. Queensland hanging on to possession. They'll do well to get a couple more scores on the board. Lovely pass into open space. Can he roll onto it? Yes, over the try line.
That's an excellent take from Sean. Wow. It's good court vision from him as well. Seeing Matt Thompson caught up on the half-court line, he makes that wide-looping turn into space, and a difficult pass to gather, but he manages to get a grip on his wheel and pull that into safety.
How good to see the low pointers scoring. Semba Lynch there, 1 pointer, who's the best low point player of Div 2 in the Wheelchair Rugby National League last year with Box Hill. So bringing that kind of form to Nationals as, oh no, referee, is it going to be a warning? Is it going to be a reversal?
We see an inbound violation. I'm not sure if he threw the ball after he entered the court or if it's a entering the court violation. If, for those of you who don't know, you have a certain diameter of angle, you're allowed to enter the court in after an inbound. So you have to come pretty straight on with your chair. He might have come on as a sideways angle as SA get the try there off the turnover.
Scoring off turnover, a hard thing to do, but SA get it done there. Bringing the back margin back to single figures within the last minute. 45 seconds on the clock. Tornadoes want to make up for that error, but throwing away the interception. Well swept up. Once again, Caleb Crowden doing well.
Yeah, Caleb couldn't quite get a grip on that. His chair was hustled as he went to get a catch, so it looks like it's going to be Suncorp Queensland Tornadoes ball. Big opportunity from a corner inbound to seal off this game.
Being smashed in the physicality, that's for sure. Last 30 seconds, 11 points. Tornadoes, gotta love the direction of Thompson beckoning. I want someone in the key. I want to give this off. 14 seconds on the shot clock. Lateral ball bounce, and it's slung to no one. Sharks, can they? Yes, they can. Jump ball, the call from the referee. So at 11.5 seconds on the clock, time will stop. A final opportunity to score. It will actually be the foul. So
on that man, Matt Thompson.
So Thompson taken off the court. It's 4-on-3 for the Sharks. 11 seconds up their sleeve. Nice inbound. Can they make their way over the try line? Time quickly ticking away. Final 5 seconds. The long Hail Mary. Will it get there? Will it get there? They'll be beaten by the clock, and they will be beaten by the Suncorp Queensland Tornadoes. 44 plays 35. An emphatic victory for the Queenslanders. SA Sharks, there were some good moments, but not enough in the end. A 9-point difference between the two sides. Squid, what are your thoughts?
I think that was an excellent game. It had everything that we expected. We knew the red-hot Suncorp Queensland Tornadoes were going to come out, especially under the guidance of Benny Newton. They just got that talent right, the hustle, the desire, but it wasn't laid over by the SA Sharks. They really showed fight. And I think they were quite unlucky to be beaten here by such a margin.
Well, it is a big margin. Hopefully they take some good from it because they've got a big matchup later this afternoon, South Australia. They'll be facing Kenya at 5:25, so only a couple of hours to lock and reload. Meanwhile, Queensland, they're sitting pretty top of the table, 3 from 3. You can't get a better start to that on the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. A great afternoon ahead, you'd think, for Queensland. Bit of tape review. What do you reckon they'll be getting out of this match, Squid?
I think, especially in their key defence, a lot of their key defence was really good. I think their court spread could use a bit, and possibly their patience, especially from back-to-back turnovers. If you're going to win a turnover after a great defensive effort, you don't want to let it all go by giving the ball straight back. So that's probably something they're going to be looking for taking into the final days.
They'd be taking a lot of confidence, that's for sure, and so many highlights to enjoy from the Suncorp Queensland Tornadoes. Matt Thompson was a star of the first half. Hamish Cook had some great moments, but Natalie Miller had such a great performance. And Ben, you've got her now.
I certainly do, Hannah, yes. Natalie Miller alongside me, the 3.5 classification, and one of the ladies here in the Queensland Tornadoes outfit. Nat, 3 matches, 3 wins, day 2. How's it feel?
It's been pretty exciting, to be honest. Just came into this weekend expecting some really good competition, and that's what we've come out with. So, to get the win and have our teammates, around us and, celebrating them, that's been really fun.
Well, it certainly has been. I mean, I was asking one of the instrumental leaders in your side, Maddie, a little bit earlier at half-time, how important it is to have the coach, not just of the Tornadoes, but of the Cyclones in Benny Newton. How important has he been for your development and, of course, your involvement, not just within the Queensland team as a whole, but obviously the Tornadoes?
Yeah, Benny's been super instrumental. He's just always cool, calm and collected and always, giving positive energy as well. So, yeah, in terms of my development, I can't thank him enough. Like, just every time at training, just picking out those little things that we're working on together. And, yeah, I think collectively he helps everyone really mesh well as a team. So, yeah.
And he certainly is. He's instrumental. He's a great leader. Now, 24 hours till your next match. Plenty of time. Just the one here on day 2. You play, I think, at 3 p.m. tomorrow. So plenty of time to rest. How do you recover? How does the team recover? What's involved in the next 24-hour period?
Yeah, I think we'll probably, after this, we'll go for our warm down and just do a bit of a stretch, probably get a good feed in and, a good night's sleep as well. So, yeah, probably see some of the sights of Adelaide has to offer as well. Rundle Mall's pretty good, I hear. So, yeah, have a little bit of a look around as well. But other than that, pretty chilled, to be honest.
You deserve a rest. You deserve some relax. And thank you so much for your time. Congratulations. 3 matches, 3 wins. Can't wait to see you on day 3. But as for now, back to you, H, up there in the commentary box.
Party time at Rundle Mall for the Suncorp Queensland Tornadoes, 3 from 3. Well, you think whatever they get up to this afternoon, they'll certainly be enjoying it. As we've enjoyed having that match, what a brilliant performance. Comprehensive in the end from the Suncorp Queensland Tornadoes over the SA Sharks. So thank you very much, Ben Eisenhuth, for that. Jaden Squid Jackson, thank you for all of your hard work. My name's Hannah Kuhar. We're going to take a quick break because up next, a huge matchup to come. Queensland Cyclones and New South Wales State of Origin Rugby. That one, John Othar, Ben Eisenhuth and Jed Olswager up next.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The Plan Partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
The Australian Steelers have brought home
Gold medals, world championships, endless trophies.
And currently, no major sponsors.
Scan the QR code on screen to help us become officially sponsored.
I got this one.
I've got this!
I've got this one. I will keep you strong. All of this will be a place like no other. Just like no other.
Wheelchair rugby is the most ridiculous sport.
It's a little bit vicious.
Think of wheelchair rugby like Dodgem cars on steroids.
Once that whistle goes, it's on.
So incredibly intense. I think I need a defib.
Wheelchair rugby is the sport that Australia needs to know about.
I guarantee you're going to watch this sport and fall in love with it instantly.
And welcome back to the City of Churches, Adelaide, Australia. All the action of day 2 of the 2026 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. And it's a day of upsets so far in our international matches. And we've had back-to-back games now in the domestic competition. And there is your New South Wales Gladiators team on screen. A new look side from the side that went 5 straight from 2021 onwards. And there are a couple of new changes in that side, along with the coaching staff as well, with Dickie Voris. And they come up against the Queensland Cyclone side that have got plenty of Australian talent, including Ella Sabblejack, Braden Foxley-Connolly, Damien Morteau, of course Connor Tweedy, and then Cam Whitaker and Josh Nicholson. So past and present players in the team. So this should be a great state of origin battle between the Gladiators and the Suncorp Queensland Cyclones. John O'Farr is my name, joined alongside Ben Eisenhuth, and Jed Altschwager will be our sideline. So ball just going out early. And these sides, Benny, they always have these great battles, aren't they? There's plenty of history between these two states.
Look, Jono, it's not the first and it won't be the last time we call the maroon and the blue playing off against each other, and I'm very excited to be a small part of what will be a fantastic game. But you're right, the Gladiators with it all to do, very unfamiliar looking side, certainly trying to build a lot of combinations, and let's see how they do that over the next 4 terms.
So Foxley-Connolly's had a bit of a haircut in the off-season. He doesn't carry the ginger mullet anymore, and it's a finish there by Connor Tweedy for the Queenslanders. So inbound here for New South Wales. Howe gives it away to Delves, who was strong in their loss yesterday against Victoria, the last match on day 1. He'll offload the pass quickly, and the points go to Mike Whitehead, who was quite dominant with points in that game against Victoria. So now Foxley-Connolly. Nice classic pass, but it's picked off by Whitehead. Whitehead now has some work to do in the mid-court. Just lures in the defence and finds Delves. Pretty clinical there from the Gladiators, Benny.
Yeah, I like the start of this from the New South Wales Gladiators. They certainly just have to try and do what Queensland did very well on day 1, and that's hold the ball cleanly. the gentleman on your screen here in BFC. We know how impressive he is. And the one thing I rarely see him do is make an error himself. He may throw the odd loose pass and the panic pass, but he very rarely makes an error. So that's one thing the Gladiators have to do, hold on to that ball.
Our man sideline, Jed Olschwager. How are you seeing the game so far, mate?
Yeah, it's opening up exactly like I thought, guys. Back and forth, transitions are clean. Both teams have great depth, high, low, and through the mid-pointers. It's going to be interesting. State of Origin, I heard the call earlier. It's going to be a good one to watch. You've got IQs on the court and on the sidelines like Rich over there for New South Wales. So you got some big hitters out there. It's going to be good to watch.
Yeah, it certainly will be. There's plenty of talent on this court. As Whitehead just navigates his way in the backcourt. Great to have Jed sideline as we go through this match in the domestic competition. And a nice finish there by Hayden Delves. Of course, Rhiannon Billette, who wears jersey number 3, one of the Gladiators' high pointers. She turned 18 yesterday. Can you remember being 18, Benny?
I certainly can, and I wasn't as diligent as this young lady, Rhiannon, so yeah, kudos to her.
She's been given strict instructions to stay off the drink until the tournament is gone, and the celebrations, I'm sure, will be wonderful as Sabblejack just adds some extras there for the Queenslanders. So a good battle at the moment, 4 apiece. Whitehead now up court, and the wall of defence awaits this Gladiators attack. Now surveys his options. Which way does he go here? Just trying to lure the players in. Sabblejack under some pressure, trying to just keep him into that corner. And Whitehead just going over the line to prevent any points.
Yeah, I like that from Tweedy and BFC. I like the little high five. They're building a small combo. They're number 11 and the number 3 from the Queensland Cyclones, and BFC and Tweedy, but also Mortor. He was brilliant on day one. Put his chair in the right position at the right times. He ensured there was a clear path for a lot of his players as Ella Sabblejack has the ball in her disposal. And a lovely bounce pass to BFC, who finds the turf.
Yeah, and he finds plenty of court time there. So the Santos rug will come out. Great to have the support of Santos. A multiple-year deal as the naming rights sponsor of the Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge, and of course they were with us prior to the World Challenge as well, as long with planned partners, Degnan, Light and Easy. Fantastic support from the South Australian Tourism, and of course great to have our broadcast partners Fox Sports and KO Sports, and our international affiliates such as Amazon Prime into America and right around the world. Benny, we've both been here for quite so many years and seen the sport grow in many different areas. It's amazing to have that support from a broadcast perspective, especially with major networks both here in Australia and the world.
Yeah, certainly, and it's been amazing to be a small part of that incredible journey, you know, starting from Facebook streams in Western Sydney, and I think there was games going on in the background and were being echoed out. So it's been amazing to see the progression of the sport. Of course, there's plenty of names we can thank, none other than, of course, the CEO of Wheelchair Rugby Sports Australia, the great man in Christopher Ney, and it's amazing to see Fox Sports, KO on the screen, but we wouldn't be here without the talent. And that man on your screens there, BFC, certainly is just that. I just want to make a comment. He looks fitter. Looks like he's put a bit of muscle on, a lot more tone in those deltoids, those shoulders. So he's certainly been in the gym. He's been doing some work, and it's been great to see his progression. And now he's a huge member and a big part of the Queensland Cyclones.
And with the haircut, he'd probably have a little bit more speed as well. So
he's hanging on to something at the back. I've got to ask him, what's his plan? He's halfway there.
Well, it's probably a work in progress, I'd say, but time will tell. We'll have to speak to him after the game as Whitehead finds Delves. And New South Wales, they go backwards to get the points, and it gives them the lead. Now there's a chance here for the Cyclones to get out of it with Tweedy, who finds Foxley Connolly. Good control. Sabblejack just barking instructions as she locks out Whitehead. And a nice finish there from Braden. So now Jake Howe, the low pointer, to inbound here. Of course, Dickie Voris, the coach of the New South Wales side, claimed gold at the Tokyo Paralympics and gold at the World Championships in their famous victory in Denmark 4 years ago. As Delves gets the points and gives New South Wales the lead. Nice back and forth between these two sides, Ben.
Yeah, not much separates the two other than that one try, and Queensland looking to try and peg back the margin to level pickings. We mentioned on day one how important it is to be quite a long athlete. And you look at the long arms of that number 14 and Hayden Delves. It's just so advantageous to get that reach above your opponent. We've spoken in the international game about the Ikazakis, how high they sit in their chair, how long their arms are. And on this occasion, Hayden Delves, a really long athlete and certainly an incredible part of this Gladiators outfit.
Yeah, one player in the Australian Steelers side that's got plenty of size about him is Riley Batt. I noticed it earlier as Delves takes it up court and adds some more points. Good chair manoeuvrability there at the end. But he had plenty of size in the national anthems as both sides lined up prior to that match against GB, which was a shock loss to the Australians. They'll be fired up and ready to go for their clash against the United States as Sabeljak can't quite control it. Nice handling there by Jake Howe. Howe has some work to do though. Oh, nice little pick-off pass there by Delves.
Big.
And Morteau now tries to get him. But that's strong work from New South Wales. And that starts to just bridge a little gap now between the two. They have the 1 point lead. Just under 4 to play in this opening quarter.
Yeah, just on Riley Batt, I got a chance to have a quick chat with him yesterday, and he's been in the physio chair. He's been in the rehab facility for the last couple of months. Had an elbow clean out. They were supposed to do a full tendon reconstruction in his shoulder, but he was told if they had that reconstructed, his career may be over. So certainly been rehabbing, certainly been getting his elbow back, and you know, he's looking fantastic, looking fighting fit. He's on reduced minutes, so that may be a problem for the Australian Steelers come day 4 on Championship Day, but great to have Riley Batt in action.
I think Riley's got that information from his medical team for the last couple of years, I think, Benny.
Whether he stands by is another question.
His shoulders are more solid than the Harbour Bridge. An amazing athlete, and what an inspiration and ambassador he's been for wheelchair rugby and disability sports in Australia and the world, as Foxley Connolly just navigates his way nicely up court. I can see that Cam Whitaker's there on court, just trying to lock out Delves. And the points go the way for the Cyclones. So 8 apiece now. Of course, the Suncorp Queensland Cyclones, they've had that wonderful support for Suncorp for a number of years, Benny, and it's great to have that domestic support as well as internationally in the game.
Yeah, very much so. Of course, we wouldn't be here without our sponsors. We spoke only a few moments ago about the growth of the sport, and we're only as good as what our sponsors allow. So, of course, we speak of Suncorp with the likes of Santos, the likes of Degnan as well. They're just so instrumental in allowing us to be here over the last 24 hours, and of course over the next couple of days. It's a fantastic event. It's the 2026 World Challenge.
So up court they go. Will Tahini, the South Australian import. Ball just getting away from the players there. And unfortunately not into the basket for Delves. Of course, Will Tahini, part of the Protect Victoria Thunder side last year. And these two sides battled out for gold in the domestic competition. 57-47. The players take a timeout. We'll take a break. Back soon with more action. And great to have your company back in Adelaide, South Australia, for the home of the 2026 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. This is a great domestic battle so far between the New South Wales Gladiators and the Suncorp Queensland Cyclones. John O'Farr, Ben Eisenhuth and Jet Olschwager, your commentary team for this one on day 2. 8 apiece between the two sides. Mentioned earlier that these two sides faced off in the domestic final. The game was won by New South Wales by 10 tries, and that gave New South Wales a record 5th consecutive championship. They're looking for 6 in 26. They've had some challenges so far early. They lost to Victoria, and under the tutelage of Ben Newton, the Suncorp Queensland Cyclones are looking strong, and with so much international flavour like that man, Braden Foxley-Connolly, they are set up quite nicely, Benny.
Yeah, they certainly are, and I think it's going to be a bit of an end-to-end match. There's only 3 teams in Division 1 in our domestic competition, and the really important factor is that the 2 lowest-ranked sides have to play 1 extra match on day 4. So getting yourself through undefeated is integral. The Cyclones, 1 win, no losses, where the New South Wales Gladiators are still looking for their first win. So really important to see if the Cyclones can go 2 wins from as many matches, and that might mean they'll have 1 less game to play come day 4 on Sunday.
Yeah, and that match fitness is crucial going into the finals day on Sunday. It's a fantastic atmosphere. Jump onto the website, wheelchairrugby.com.au/tickets. Get your tickets and join us out here at the Basketball South Australia Stadium. I'm told the tickets are going quite quickly for Saturday and Sunday. So jump onto that website and get involved and come and see your favourite sport that you just don't know about. And get involved in the wheelchair rugby family as Braden Foxley-Connolly just adds some extras and gives the Queensland Cyclones the lead. So delves now to inbound here. Just under 3 to play in this first quarter. Whitehead under some pressure. Foxley-Connolly on his hammer. Whittaker doing his best as well. This is nice from Whitehead. He's really being tested here. Picked off there nicely by Whittaker. Does particularly well the mid-pointer to the high pointer in Foxley-Connolly. Now what's he got at the top of the key? Nice protection there from Nicholson. And Foxley-Connolly gets the points. Let's go sideline. Jet Olschwager, how are you seeing the game so far?
Yeah, just want to make a comment on these, the work rate of some of these low pointers. A lot of it's going off camera, of course. For some of the work rate of Tahiti from New South Wales and Mortord from Queensland, it's just going unmatched. And it's really creating some openings for both teams. But we'll see how this unfolds.
Yeah, and it's one of those sports, Benny, that off the ball is so crucial as to what happens on the ball, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we speak about comparative sports, and I guess wheelchair rugby is a combination or a mix of so many, but I almost see a really close link between the sport of gridiron of NFL and this sport. The big players, the quarterbacks, the wide receivers, the tight ends, they get the big bucks, but it's really you're only as good as your offensive blocker. If you can keep your best players in clear paths and keep them clean, the rest will take care of itself. So like Jetty was saying, it's the likes of Mortord, it's the likes of Tahini, so integral, so vital to clear the paths, to clear the openings for some of their high pointers.
And you'll see their classification on the backs of their chairs there. So Foxley-Connolly with the ball, who's a 3-5, known as a high pointer. Now just with a big smile on his face, navigates his way through that defensive line. And with about 26 seconds left on that shot clock, just adds the extras. So now pushing it out to 2 points here in favour of the Queenslanders. Whitehead to Delves. These two combined so well against Victoria yesterday in the last game of day 1. And Delves now has some work to do. Brilliantly finds Jake Howe in the clear. And Howe adds the extras.
Great pass, great try. Jakey Howe, he's been around for quite a while. Took the ball cleanly in the lap and over the white line for another try to the Gladiators, and they are slowly making their way back in this match.
Yeah, Western Australian based, an Australian Steeler, won gold at the World Champs in 2022, and of course rolled away with bronze at the Paris Paralympics back in 2024. As Whitehead now has the opportunity for New South Wales. There'll be a tyre change here as Delves adds the extras. So an equipment check here for Mike Whitehead.
Great pass. Absolute precision. You don't always have to take the ball on a fall. We know it's a round ball, so the ball usually bounces very cleanly. On that occasion, it wasn't the lob. It was the beautiful offload, the lovely pass, landed in the lap of Hayden Dells, another try to the Gladiators. And just on that, I think the Cyclones, I'm curious to see what they do over the next few terms in this contest. They're so lucky to have the likes of Nicholson, Whitaker, Savilyak, Tweedy, Foxley Connolly. The depth is unmatched, and I really think they're going to need to use all those 5 players over the next couple of days to ensure that they're not going to burn out too quickly.
Yeah, it's a real battle of attrition, isn't it, over a 4-day tournament. So a player going over the try line just a fraction too early. And it'll be a Queensland ball just from the corner. Cam Whitaker with the duties.
Having a look at his watch.
Just a little bit of cheekiness there from Cam. Been a wonderful player in wheelchair rugby. Great story coming into the sport. As Foxley Connolly adds the extras, considered in the veteran category, but certainly still a great ambassador and a great mentor to some of the younger players under the leadership of Ben Newton. There's now Whitehead, just glides up the flank. He might go himself here and does. It's a late charge there by Josh Nicholson. Quick little pass there to Foxley Connolly. Queensland not mucking around here inside the final 30 seconds of this first quarter. They lead by 1. And that's a nice finish there from Cam. Inbound there from Howe, finds Whitehead. Plenty of touches so far in this first quarter for Mike. Goes downtown, chance here now for Dells, who just gets locked up beautifully by Cam Whitaker. And it looks like a timeout has been called by Queensland. 7 seconds left in the quarter, and the Queenslanders will take a break, and so will we. Back soon. Welcome back to the Basketball South Australia Stadium, and there they are, the newly developed Kenyan side. What an amazing trip this would be for the players involved in the Kenyan wheelchair rugby side, most of which may be on a plane for the very first time. So an exciting new chapter in their lives and their sporting career. And it's a wonderful blessing to have the Kenyan side, a side very much in the development stages, Benny, but certainly a team to watch because they're under some great tutelage. We've got some great mentorship, and it's really fantastic to have them as part of the 2026 competition.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, we spoke to Jaden Jackson earlier, and he was surprised to see them here, but we're so grateful to have them here in the sport of able-bodied rugby. We know how great Kenya are going in the rugby sevens, of course, but it's so great to see Kenya involved in the wheelchair rugby, and we can't wait to see how they progress over the next few days, and thank them so much for making their way over here.
And we're at quarter time in this match between Queensland and New South Wales. And it is the Queenslanders just in front by 3. We'll see you soon after this break.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
And it's great to have your company, whether it be on Fox Sports, KO Sports, or maybe our overseas affiliates. Day number 2 of the 2026 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. Fantastic to have your company wherever or however you may be watching us. John O'Farr, Ben Eisenhuth and Jed Altschwager, your commentary team for this one. Great interstate battle between New South Wales and Queensland in progress. And the Queenslanders just have the wood at the moment, 16-13, and there's just been an addition to the scoreline there. So New South Wales just pushing back to 2 points as Foxley Connolly now works his way down back. Now has some options with Whitehead in defence. A few challenges. Damien Morteau just creating a few problems. Just out of the reach of Sabeljack on their way. Can Tweedy get to it? Can. But he might have just run out of court there, I think. Just running out of real estate, unfortunately. So it'll be a change in possession here. And it'll be Peter Campbell-Rogers now with the inbound. Picked off now, Whitehead. In some pressure, he's gone out. There's a changeover, Benny.
Yeah.
That's how quickly it can shift.
Unfamiliar territory for the Gladiators. They're not used to playing from behind, well, at least in the sport of wheelchair rugby. But, yeah, odd there. Just didn't find any open pasture. They've gone to the bench. Obviously, we've seen Rhiannon Bellett, the 18-year-old, on the court. Of course, Peter Campbell-Rogers. So, yeah, New South Wales clearly trying to conserve some energy for later in the 3rd and 4th terms. But they need to try and pick up their defence. They're making some uncharacteristic errors, and just like that, the Cyclones capitalise, and the margin now stretches out to 3.
And they do it with Connor Tweedy. So Campbell-Rogers now to inbound. Quick one there to Whitehead. Whitehead back to Campbell-Rogers. Just couldn't quite control it. Does on the second. Nice to Whitehead, but under pressure here. Worked it in here for Howe. And it's another changeover. So just running out of court space on that occasion. So Sabeljack now to inbound it here for Australia. Onto Foxley Connolly. Just protects that ball like a small child. Sabeljack rolls through. More points for the Queenslanders. It just starts to stretch it out now, Benny. It's now 4 points the margin in favour of the Cyclones.
Yeah, the lady on your screen just before, Ella Sabeljack, she has been fantastic, not just in attack but in defence. Just the pressure she's putting on, I'm thoroughly impressed. Of course, she's only quite new to the sport of wheelchair rugby, once an incredible wheelchair basketball athlete, so it's great to have her on the court. Maybe another intercept from Ella. No, Jackie Howe just in the nick of time takes the loose ball and scores his team a well-needed try.
Yeah, and that was fantastic lead-up work as well by Billette, who turned 18 yesterday, and Whitehead just providing that nice little cameo role to get it to Howe for the try. So Sabeljack now working her way through nicely. Little pop pass to Tweedy. Overhead to Foxley Connolly. Under pressure from Billette. Just getting there in the end, though. Good pressure from the young 18-year-old.
I like to see that from BFC. in the 2024-2025 edition, although he wasn't playing for the Cyclones, he was very rushed with a lot of his takes. He tried to panic, he tried to push, but I've just seen a huge amount of patience in BFC this year. I like the fact he's taking that extra minute, taking an extra second. The world's best athletes, regardless of the code, regardless of the sport, the game comes to them. They don't go to it. And BFC, on that occasion, very patient and earned himself another try.
Yeah, nice play there from Foxley Connolly. And Dickie Voris looks like he's just having a conversation with some of his players as they make their way over to closer towards the New South Wales bench. So it'll be an inbound here from Campbell Rogers. Just briefly hesitates, and it's picked off by Foxley Connolly. And the Australian Steeler builds on the lead for the Cyclones. Howe to Billette. Morteau just jamming up Billette. Billette now looks for her options. Picked off Foxley Connolly. Still available. Ball just out of bounds. But it'll still be a Gladiators ball. Tweedy just getting a little too close to Billette there on that occasion. So 5 points the margin between the two. It's starting to just drift further and further away here for the Gladiators. So Howe now to inbound for New South Wales. Has a couple of options in front. Goes to Delves, but just couldn't quite control it. And the ball will trickle out of bounds. Just under 6 to play. So now it'll be Morteau that has possession in the inbound. Quickly to Tweedy. Tweedy at the back just controls things nicely. Foxley Connolly providing that flank and protection. Oh yeah, beautiful connectivity. How good BFC. Loads it up. Can they finish it? Pumped out by Delves. Play interrupted.
Yeah, better defence there by the Gladiators too. I mean, you can clearly see once again Tweedy on the court. He looks fantastic. BFC, of course, more towards Saddlejack. But the Gladiators, they're starting to increase their intensity in defence, but they just can't now concede a try. Can they force a turnover?
So it goes away to Tweedy. Now to Foxley Connolly. Pressure really goes on the Gladiators now with that 5-try margin. Tweedy just lures in Delves and finds Saddlejack. And the Australian experience starting to show now, Benny.
Yeah, that's just class personified, just oozing class. The Cyclones, great defence from BFC, but yeah, Tweedy, BFC, Saddlejack, how do you beat that? They really look like the gold medal contenders, well and truly.
Yeah, it's a formidable lineup and a nice play there from Whitehead. Yes, please. Finds Delves in open court. A very classy finish from the Gladiators. They've still got a bit of sparkle in those wheels.
Not behind the back, behind the head, if you don't mind. How good was that pass? Absolutely sensational, behind the head. Brilliant pass and an even better try from the Gladiators. They're hanging in there, but again, they've just got to force some more turnovers.
So it'll be an inbound here for the Cyclones. Short one to Foxley Connolly. Foxley Connolly jammed up. Needs to come up with something pretty special here. Goes downtown, Hail Mary. This will be special from Morteau if he can get to it. Delves just with the bump and shove. Knocks him out. And that's the sort of change that you're speaking of, Benny. Yeah, forcing the mistake.
Yeah, Johnny, that's all they needed. They've just got to put the pressure when the player's inbounding it. They knew BFC was inbounding. They knew he was the catalyst. But they've got to turn this into points. They've got to do just that. The margin was 5, and now it's back to 4. So here they come. Go you New South Wales Gladiators. Hang in there, guys.
Yeah, they're starting to just lift a little bit here. And of course, you talk about legacies and impact in sport, and the name Ben Newton comes to mind. He's got an astonishing record. 12 of the last 22 members of the extended Australian Steelers squad have hailed from the state of Queensland. He's had an incredible impact on wheelchair rugby in the state of Queensland. Came into the coaching ranks just a couple of years ago. I still remember him playing. He was wonderful as a player and has been inspirational in that coaching staff as Foxley Connolly now just navigates his way around Delves. And the Steeler for the Cyclones gets the points. Keeps it to that 5-try margin as Gladiators now roll up court. And Hayden Delves, the high pointer, just brings the margin back to 4 with just over 4 to play. Whittaker to Nicholson. And now to Foxley Connolly. Foxley Connolly looking to navigate something here. He's got plenty of defence just in front. Foxley Connolly tries the left and glides through with ease.
I think the Gladiators, they've just got to try and get this margin, if they can, back to 3. I think 3's a win for them almost at the halftime break. 4 and 5 makes it really tough, especially when they just don't have the luxury of, like we said, the Nicholsons, the Whittakers, the Sabljacks, the Tweedies. They don't have that same interchange that Queensland do. So if they can get it back to 3, that's a real big outcome coming into the break.
So now Whittaker to Foxley Connolly. Nicholson just barking some instructions ahead in the jersey 12.
Huge.
Jammed up. Is it the forward and back rule?
Certainly is. That's a big moment. Exactly what the New South Wales team needed. Force a turnover, uncharacteristic of BFC. He's been faultless in this first half. But that's a big moment. Jakey Howe just has to inbound cleanly now.
So they have to turn this opportunity into points as Howe finds Whitehead. Whitehead now will use all his time he can. 32 seconds left on this shot clock. Chance here for the Gladiators. Working nicely just outside the key. Short little pass. And the Queenslanders, with Foxley Connolly, just spoil the party with the intercept.
Oh my God, heart and mouth wheelchair rugby. They've got an opportunity to go to that 3 number, the magic 3 like we speak of. And luckily they don't turn it over, but Howe, he inbounds and finds Delves.
So let's see what Delves can do here now. And a big collision close to the line. So second time isn't the charm. As the Cyclones now have possession, they go across to Foxley Connolly, who did particularly well around Delves. And Foxley Connolly now. Oh, yeah, the little show and go. BFC. Yes, please. How good.
This really is Origin. Queensland just find a way. They always do it. They just find a way. And once again, they've done it. Unbelievable.
Well, they're doing it at the moment, but there's still plenty left in this game. And New South Wales certainly have plenty of talent. And we're seeing it on offer there. Whitehead to Delves. That was impressive. So they've just got to cut down the mistake rate, and they're a real chance to get back in this. Shorter sides means more fatigue. Only the 7 players named. And for New South Wales, that's the case. 6 is the case for Queensland, and they only have 4 on court. So fatigue could be a factor if the numbers are close as we get into this game. At the moment, it's looking good for the Cyclones, but I've seen plenty of lead changes in wheelchair rugby as Delves goes downtown. Just a little too much there for Whitehead.
Yeah, it was never the play. It was just way too big, way too powerful. The one thing that the Queenslanders are doing much better than New South Wales is early contact. As soon as the ball is inbounded, Queensland is straight away making that first up contact. New South Wales have to make the first up contact earlier. That's the one thing that they have to do. That's the one thing that Dickie Forrest has to ensure going into the second half.
Well, they've just got to change of possession there as Foxley Connolly's pass goes astray and Delves gets the pass after a nice lure in play there from Whitehead. And now Whittaker finds Foxley Connolly. Foxley Connolly just using his size to get through the pack. Finds Whittaker, juggling effort, Delves. There's the changeover they needed. Now what can New South Wales do? Oh yeah, the shimmy shake, Delves to Whitehead. Can they finish this? This is going to be special. Whitehead now, how's Howe in the flank? Back to Delves. That's brilliant from the Gladiators.
Unreal wheelchair rugby. Delves, what a pass to Whitehead, straight back to Delves. He almost outwheeled himself. He went left, he went right, he didn't know which way to go. Incredible wheelchair rugby, great team effort, and that number is slowly coming back. The Gladiators, they are in this up to their eyeballs.
So they trail by 4, and we're under 2 to play in this second quarter. Hope you're enjoying all the action wherever and however you are watching us on this Friday afternoon, maybe Friday morning for our international audience. And there's been a timeout called, so we'll take a break. Back soon for more action. Stay with us.
So eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
So great to have Light and Easy as a part of the wheelchair rugby family. And now New South Wales, who trail by 4, have really increased the intensity in this one. Is how to inbound here. Can they bring the margin back to 3? As Whitehead finds some trouble on the edge of the key and navigates nicely around Nico. And it goes back to 3, just under 2 minutes to play, just shy of the 90-second mark. Foxley Connolly. And he takes a tumble on the court. So there'll be a slight break in play here as Foxley Connolly just gets treated. There's the replay there of the incident. And Foxley Connolly just taking the tumble on 2 wheels. He's back up on 2 now, which is great. So Sabblejack now to inbound here for the Cyclones. 3 the margin. Game's still in the balance at the moment, really. Given the pace of the game, given the intensity of the game. It's Foxley Connolly now. Just works his way nicely through the mid-court, into the front court, and rolls through for easy points.
I like, again, New South Wales, the early defence. They're starting to increase their tempo. They know the early contact has to occur as soon as the ball's inbounded. Again, Queensland consistently just putting the pressure on, but Weatherall, can he try and find his way to open pasture is Whitehead.
Whitehead now just navigates nicely, getting a bit of trouble there from Foxley Connolly. Picked off the deck. Delves now. What does Delves do here? He's going to have to come up with something pretty special. Goes back to Whitehead. Will Tahini's playing a nice role defensively as Whitehead navigates and delivers on the line. So back to 3 inside a minute before half-time. This will be an interesting break between these two sides. Will we see a momentum shift as Connor Tweedy pushes it back to 4 with 49 seconds left?
Well, 3's the number. It's at 4. If they can get it within a 3-try margin, that's huge as the pass goes downtown. And the margin's 3. QCC, no, he'll go straight over the try line. So 42 seconds remains in our first half. Can they force a turnover, the Gladiators?
Well, that's what they'll be wanting to do. They'll be wanting to force the turnover and try and get it as quickly as they can to maybe possibly a 2-try margin. 40 seconds to play. BFC will be taking all the time he wants here. Foxley Connolly just has a nice shadow of protection from Sabblejack. And a great play there to Foxley Connolly. Pushes it back to 4, 30 seconds to play. Out of inbound, Whitehead. Has Morto just on his hammer. Whitehead now. Goes one way, then the other. Finds Delves. Delves now looks for something. Bullet-like pass. And it's just popped out there by Sabblejack. Can't find Howe on the fringe. So for the margin, 16 seconds left in this second quarter, first half. Now Howe to inbound. He'll go to Whitehead. They've got a couple of options here on this right side of the key. Whitehead now just using the clock to his advantage. 7 seconds left, needs to come up with something. Yes, Delves has to battle and does. Puts it back with 2 seconds to go to a 3-try margin. And a timeout has been called by Queensland. What's going through the minds of the Cyclones here, Benny? What do you think the coach, Benny Newton, would be talking about?
Well, it's a very smart play. A coach's timeout just gets them better court position going into the final 2 seconds of this call. But on the other side of this, can Queensland get the margin back out to 4? 3 is the margin as for now.
So what are we going to see in this final 2 seconds of this half? It'll be inbound here from Tweedy. Look for the big poster play. I can see Foxley Connolly in the key. Tweedy with the inbound. Foxley Connolly popped away. And that's a great defensive effort there from New South Wales to prevent further points for Queensland. 3 is the margin. We've got a great game of wheelchair rugby on our hands here. 28-25. The Queenslanders lead the New South Wales Gladiators. And this is an exciting second half coming up. These two sides, for the Cyclones, Benny, they started strong. Then it was a force by the Gladiators. Then they started to get a little bit classy with their play. That sort of narrowed the gap. You mentioned a couple of times that they needed to get it back to that 3-try margin. Why is that so vital going into the second half?
It just gives you a sniff. It just gives you that little glimmer, that little glimpse of hope. New South Wales don't have the depth that Queensland do. We speak of the likes of Sabblejack and Tweedy, BFC, Nicholson, Whitaker, and Mortor's been fantastic with getting his chair in the right position, but it just gives the Gladiators that glimmer of hope. We said the theme of that first half was the turnovers, Queensland forcing the turnovers for the Gladiators, ensuring that they had cleaner ball. But the Gladiators, only 3 down. They've got plenty to do in the second half, but I think they're a big chance.
So both sides going through their halftime chats, and we go sideline. Jet Oldschwager, he finds himself with Hayden Dwelves. Jet?
Thank you, team. Yeah, it's good to have Hayden down here on the sideline. Hayden, there's been a slight momentum shift. The work rate's been solid through the whole first half, but it's started to click a little bit more. What can you give us insights from the court, mate?
I think it's just a bit of communication and that. Well, it's my first time playing with these guys. I don't know them. So it's actually second time playing, so it's actually getting a bit better. I'm not so nervous, but yeah.
I was going to ask that, mate. I did know that. So it's been good to be able to see that progression. I can see the confidence on court and communication's up. What do you think? Dickie's got to say on the bench there about what's to come on this second half?
I don't know. Probably just try and lock up Red. Yeah, it's a bit of a machine, that one. But yeah, all I can just do is try my best. But yeah.
100%, mate. I appreciate the time. Best of luck.
So it's a great chat there with Hayden Delves, just playing his second game for the Gladiators. So a little bit of inexperience with the Gladiators, certainly plenty of experience in the sport of wheelchair rugby. We'll take a break, but join us for the second half action. 3 is the margin. It favours the Cyclones. Will that be the case at full time? Only one way to find out. You'll have to stay with us. See you soon.
The Australian Steelers have brought home
gold medals, world championships, endless trophies.
And currently, no major sponsors.
Scan the QR code on screen to help us become officially sponsored.
And welcome back to all the action of day 2 for the 2026 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. Great to have your company, whether it's on Fox Sports, KO Sports, or our overseas affiliate networks. John O'Farr, Ben Eisenhuth, and Jed Olschwager, your commentary team for this one. And Benny, 3 is the margin. It favours the Cyclones at the moment. It's been a great battle so far in the opening 2 quarters.
Yeah, it has been. It's been a fantastic battle. Queensland certainly the better of the 2 thus far, and the scoreboard does suggest just that. But New South Wales, they're not going anywhere. We spoke about the depth that Queensland do have on their bench. Probably not as many players to substitute in general, but they just have some high-quality players, some lower pointers that can play at really, really high levels. But New South Wales now down a player on the sideline defending with 3. They've got plenty to do, but they're certainly well and truly into this contest.
So Foxley Connolly now just soaking up plenty of that shot clock time. He's got 30 seconds of it at the moment. Really just soaking it up. This is what they'll be doing here at this point. And it pushes it out to 4. New South Wales, they'll be wanting to force the mistakes. And then they'll be wanting to capitalise on their opportunities if there are any chance in getting into this. They've shown some real class at the moment as Billette now takes it up for New South Wales. Huge day for her on day number 1. Billette, nice bit of work there in the back court, finds Whitehead. And the referees have spotted something there, so it'll be a change of possession. So now Whittaker. So inbound here for Queensland. So on misfortune there, as Nicholson looks to navigate here for Foxley Connolly. Foxley Connolly in some pressure here. Whitehead just on his hammer. Picked off there by Cam. Loose ball. Anyone's ball, and back to BFC. Let's go sideline, Jed Olschwager. Jed, this is an interesting battle between these 2 famous states in New South Wales and Queensland so far.
Absolutely, it is. Look, I really think that New South Wales have a critical 5 minutes in the first bit of this this quarter. They had a slight gear shift coming into the halftime break there, where we saw a few more passes landed, etc., and we saw that 3-point margin go from a 4 to a 3. So I really think they need to keep that momentum coming into this third and then into the fourth, or we're going to see a bit of an upset or a turnover here.
Yeah, certainly a turnover there as the ball goes to the Queenslanders. And that's really strong insight there from Jed. He's picked up something very interestingly there, Benny. Just the change of play here. New South Wales have really got to do 2 things that, as Jed mentioned, they've got to force that mistake, but then they've got to capitalise on the opportunities that are gifted to them.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a 50-50 game. You've got to make sure you do both. You don't just cause or produce those opportunities with your defensive plays and with that big contact. You've got to make sure you capitalise, reclaim that ball, and turn those very small 1% chances into points and into tries. And they're doing their best, New South Wales, but as I mentioned, they're coming up against an outfit that oozes class and doesn't just ooze domestic talent, but certainly international talent. Plenty of gladiators, or plenty of Australian Steelers, I should say, who have been represented and we see on the court for the Queensland Cyclones here today.
So Campbell Rogers to Whitehead now for New South Wales. Oh, beautiful pass, Billette. Yes, she did that yesterday against Victoria in a very similar play. Positions herself so well for such a young player.
I mean, she didn't expect it. The reaction time was fantastic. Hands were down. She had more tall over her. She just threw those hands up and took it cleanly.
Well, speaking of great pick-off there, Whittaker's done particularly well to get that ball while you were talking there. And now Nicholson rolls forward and gets it. But yeah, Billette, she's just got such a great mindset, and she's so dangerous in the key. I saw it a number of times in the New South Wales-Victoria game yesterday, and she seems to position herself really well. She's doing it again here, providing protection for Whitehead, as he'll find Campbell Rogers. Campbell Rogers, a big block from Billette. Loose ball, anyone's here at the moment. Nice from Whitehead, good control. Great patience from the Gladiators here. They survey their options. They could go up the middle, but the Queenslanders certainly are ready. Morteau doing his best to just trap out Whitehead. Whitehead says, no, can't go this way. Let's try the other. And it's a Queensland ball in the end. There was 5 seconds left on the shot clock. Unfortunately, a player's gone over the try line, so a missed opportunity there for the Gladiators, but amazing defending there from the Queenslanders, Benny.
I mean, Damien Mortor, I have not seen an 0.5 classification move as quickly and as agile as him. The way he can manoeuvre his chair around that court, the way he can really just upset the attacker. He puts himself in positions that makes errors, forces people to make errors, and on that occasion, great defence by the Cyclones, led by that number 6, Damien Mortor.
He's providing nice protection on Delves as BFC goes past, as Tweedy just rattles the wheels and provides nice protection. So it's now pushing it out to 7 points, the margin, and in favour of the Queenslanders. Whitehead, just a direct pass there to Delves. Delves, beautiful chair speed through the mid-court. That was brilliant. Oh, how good was it? We got a beautiful head-on shot of it. And that was a nice finish from Whitehead.
Yeah, classy pass, classy catch, just all-round great wheelchair rugby. And there's the intensity in defence. The Gladiators know how important it is to get this ball. Delves takes it cleanly, those long levers. And 1 try turns into 2, but no, they've come back for a backcourt violation. Oh, that's an absolute coach killer. Dickie Voris, he must be filthy. He is smiling at the moment.
I was going to say, he's got a smile on his face. He doesn't look too unhappy to me.
Maybe it's why get upset when he can smile? That just shows how good a bloke Dickie Voris is. But disappointing, a huge opportunity goes astray for the Gladiators.
Yeah, Richard Voris, I spoke to him yesterday and mentioned that he was enjoying the responsibility of the coaching duties as BFC gets big contact from Delves close to the line. Goes base over apex. And rattles into the court. And he's appealing the play. Here's the replay. Oh, he's claiming a try. But from that replay, it just looks like his wheels might have popped up at the last minute short of the line.
Yeah, only just. It was almost like a double movement, if you will. But, yeah, no, waved away, and I think that's the great call. We're so lucky with the officials, world-class officials we have here at the 2026 Santos World Challenge, and on that occasion, getting it certainly right. They don't have the luxury of going upstairs or having the video referee, but they always tend to make the right call on that occasion. They've done just that.
Yeah, so great awareness from the referees on this occasion, as you mentioned, as Delves now under some pressure. Launches to Howe. Here comes Sabblejack. Howe, beautiful, Whitehead. Wonderful connectivity from New South Wales.
Jakey Howe, how did he hold on to that ball? Sorry about the pun, but unbelievable. Just, he had no right to hold on to that. Had Ella Sabblejack all over him. And he held onto the pill, bounced it into the lap of his teammate, and another try. The margin 6, soon to be 7, but the Gladiators, they're doing their very best. But it's the BFC-led Cyclones who just look at the moment far, far too good.
And, of course, for and against count for all sides in this. So despite losses, you can find your way to roll into that final come Sunday. It's a nice pick-off there by Whitehead. So New South Wales, if they get a loss here, they'll be wanting to just negate the gap between the two sides. And of course, Queensland will be wanting to do the latter and try and get that gap as big as possible. As Tweedy now works out his options from the baseline. Nice play to BFC. Good little protection there initially from Morteau. Sabblejack just blocks out Delves. And Foxley Connolly just wheels through with ease to finish it off. So about 3.5 to play in this third quarter. Margin 7 points in favour of the Cyclones. Ball in from Howe, finds Whitehead. Whitehead now, work to do there for Delves. Delves navigates his way beautifully mid-court. This is a great battle. Oh, Foxley Connolly just gives him the little nudge, but couldn't quite get him with his wheels. And the points go the way of Delves in New South Wales.
You know, the one thing I've realised about the sport of wheelchair rugby, the dead ball line is as narrow as what it is in the UK. They don't give them much space. The ability to cross the try line and not go into the signage is just fantastic. The chair control these athletes have is nothing short of sensational. But maybe next year we give them an extra yard or an extra metre just so they're not collecting not just the umpires but the signage too.
Well, of course, the signage is as important as the players' health, but obviously the players' health a priority. But you're right, the game chairs and the manoeuvrability from these players is first class as Foxley Connolly just gets the changeover. Tweedy now has some work to do as Whitehead just tries to jam up on him. Delves just gets lured in and a pick off there. Nicely from Whitehead. Never gave up on the play, Benny.
Yeah, no, exactly that, Jono. Did not give up. He tried to get the reach in a little bit earlier. Couldn't do it. Again, Mortor putting his chair in the right space. But the number 11 from the Gladiators in Whitehead just persisted. Forced the turnover. The margin 6. Soon to be 5, let's hope.
So New South Wales inbound to Whitehead. Finds Delves. Delves now. Just works through the flank. Big collision with Ella Sabblejack. Back and forth is the call. You can see him just spinning back at the last minute there on that play. So a forward and back roll. There he is, Benny Newton, a wonderful young player and now a coach. Has had a huge influence in that coaching ranks. Claimed gold back in London at the 2012 Paralympics. As I mentioned, 12 of the 22 players that have been named in that extended Steelers squad are all of the result of his tutelage and come from the state of Queensland. So they've really been a great provider for the Australian Steelers. Once upon a time it was the New South Wales Gladiators. But now, of course, the change has been very much in the favour of Queensland, which shows some great depth within the sport of wheelchair rugby at that international level for Australia as Tweedy adds the extras.
Benny Newton, he might have to pay stamp duty. He has been on that sideline all weekend because he's not just coaching the Cyclones who you see in your screens, he's also been coaching the Tornado. So he's the head of not just the Queensland Cyclones in Div 1 but the Tornadoes in Div 2, and he's a fantastic coach, once player, now a coach. We see it happen in all sports, players turning to coaches, but it's very rarely do they turn into good coaches. And Ben Newton, he's a great one. He's a great coach.
Yeah, he certainly is, and a great fella as well. And that was a nice play there from New South Wales with Howe with a finish. As now Foxley Connolly has Sabblejack just as the lead role, giving an escort, if you will. Sabblejack creating plenty of issues for New South Wales in that front court, trying to lock out Delves as Foxley Connolly, big collision close to the line, but manages to get the points for the Cyclones, and under 2 to play. Inbound play to Whitehead. Quickly, New South Wales respond. Whitehead now navigates his options in the backcourt. Has to move quickly. Does. Great work to Delves. Delves just delivers for the Gladiators. And again, Benny, we're back to 6.
Yeah, they're 3 at the break, 6 now. About a minute 40 remaining in the third term. We mentioned that they're hanging in there, but just the quality of the Cyclones, the Tweedies to the Sabblejacks, as you just saw, there's a reason that they're one win from as many matches, and one would assume in about 9 or 10 minutes time they'll be 2 wins from as many matches as well. So the Cyclones at the moment proving far too tough, and certainly a classy outfit on that court.
Now, a number of those years that New South Wales were successful at the domestic level, a number of years they went undefeated in that 5-year run. And the players there for Delves. It's been a great domestic tournament. Of course, West Coast Enforcers, South Australian Sharks as well in the competition. Fantastic array of talent right across the divisions. As Foxley Connolly beautifully just glides in for another try to his tally in the 2026 tournament. So now New South Wales to inbound here. Howe looks for the long option. Finds Whitehead in the pack. Whitehead beautifully. Delves now. Oh, that was a beautiful in and away past Foxley Connolly. And it's trapped him. So as Ellis Sabblejack just inbounds to Foxley Connolly, who works his way out of the backcourt. We'll go to Jed Altschwager for a comment sideline.
Yeah, it's just happening time and time again. Just seeing this Foxley Connolly combination with Sabblejack. It's either setting screens, moving screens, and creating space. It's just this sort of unsung communication between the two. It's just been good to watch.
So plenty of great battles out on the court. And over and back rule is the one applied on that occasion. So it's just a couple of errors just starting to slip into this Cyclone side. Change over for Tweedy. Now to Foxley Connolly. About 20 seconds to play in this quarter. Last of the main breaks coming up before full time as Foxley Connolly works his way nicely, has some work to do, and just runs out of time there, unfortunately, on that flank. And just tapped the cone on the left-hand edge. So 7 the margin now, and Whitehead will spend some time in the penalty box. So one short, the Gladiators.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying his best, as they all are, Whitehead. It's very hard to try and dislodge the ball. The pace is at the pace these players move, and not try and take the arm of that player, as we see Tweedy earn his side another try, and the margin from 7 now looks like it's trickled out to 8 with 5 remaining in the third term.
Yeah, and it was a bit of creativity there. So there'll be a timeout here for the players. And we'll take a break, but join us very shortly for all the action of the final 5 seconds of this third quarter on day number 2 of the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. See you soon.
We don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
Right. Things like that, you got to sort of do that. Sometimes it's easy, sometimes hard. And we're back. So a thrilling contest here between these two sides. The Cyclones have the upper hand at the moment. Inbound here from Delves. This will be important here if they can get some points. New South Wales. Whitehead. No look pass. Delves. Whitehead. Delves. They've run out of time. Oh, the drama continues between these two sides. Can you believe that finish? So we go into our final quarter, and the Cyclones lead it. They lead it by 8. New South Wales, they have a big mountain to roll up. Can they do it in the final quarter? Find out on the other side of this break.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
I got this one.
I've got this!
I've got this one!
I will keep you strong. All of this will be a place like no other, just like no other.
And great action so far on day number 2 of the 2026 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. Great to have your company wherever and however you are watching us. There is your commentary team and Jed Altschwager on the sideline. So final quarter action between these two sides. The margin is 8. It is a large gap for the Gladiators to try and negate, but their job here will be trying to just get that as close as they possibly can, as the Cyclones have been the dominant side so far. And it's all about the for and against as we roll into day number 3 tomorrow. Oh, that's nice play there from Ballette. And it'll be a penalty try or a turnover here, I think.
Waved away.
Yeah, turnover here. So I thought it might have been a penalty try because Foxley Connolly rolled over early, but it's been a changeover. So not the best start to the quarter for the Gladiators, as Nicholson just flicks it up to Cam Whitaker. Whittaker now. Rolls downtown and into that front court. Beautiful chair manoeuvrability. A great roll there from Whittaker to set up BFC, and the try is there for Queensland.
I mean, this 4 could quite literally put a lot of pressure on a few international sides as we see a brief turnover there, but Whittaker, Nicholson, BFC, Mortord, it is an incredible 4. Like, they really are a classy outfit.
Well, it's international level, and that's the difference.
It's unbelievable. Just even the chair movement, just defensively before, they forced a turnover, not midway through the 4 term, right at the start of it. So their intensity is straight off the bat. I'm so impressed by this Queensland side, and I can't wait to see what they're going to do in years to come.
Well, the takeaway for, speaking of years to come, the takeaway for New South Wales, I'm not 100% sure, and I'm certainly not putting words into the mouth of Dickie Voris, but I reckon he'll be rolling away from this game and saying, listen, this is a great challenge for us. We've just faced up against an international team and we've managed to come within 6-8 points of them. That's a great achievement for a team that's very much in the development stages with this New South Wales Gladiators team. There's been a lot of success from the New South Wales side for the last 5 years, but they've had that input from guys like Andrew Edmondson, Riley Batt, who have been those mainstays in the Australian side. It's a new era, it's a new chapter for the Gladiators. That was always going to come. This is a great challenge for this Gladiators side, and if they can come within a couple of points, single digits, of what you've said there as an international side, in my opinion, that's a great result for the Gladiators moving forward.
Certainly a glass half full approach, and let's see if they can do just that. Hang within that single-digit buffer, and the likes of that lady on your screen there, Rhiannon Bellett, only 18 years of age. Maybe she is the future of this Gladiator side.
And Howe was too far over the line, so that won't count. Just jammed up by the Queensland defence.
Yeah, just on that, when you are trying to score a try for your team, you can't be over the try line. You have to be prior to it. And when you collect the ball, you then can roll over the try line for a try. So on that occasion, Jake Howe was behind the try line and he can't take the ball. And of course, it's a foul, and that's why there's a turnover. And now the Cyclones possess the ball.
So Whittaker to Morteau. And now finds Foxley Connolly, who's got Billette. Look at Whitehead. Tries to jam him up into open space. This is a match race here on wheels. Foxley Connolly just gets jammed up close to the cone. That's brilliant defence there from Whitehead. Really testing the Australian Steeler there on that occasion. Here it is again here. The head-on shot shows it so well. Look at the pace of those chairs. And there's Whitehead just giving them the ever so deft touch there with the hip and just pushing out the Australian Steeler to prevent the points. That's a great camera shot from our team at Inverleigh. So Whitehead finds Billette.
Pass, Howe, lovely.
Yeah, it's a nice setup there from the Gladiators. Real class and a lot of patience there in that play. Dickie Voris will be happy with that. So Whittaker to Morteau, back to Whittaker.
The old school wraparound.
Yeah, it certainly looked like it, and that's a nice play over the top there from Whittaker to BFC.
I think the theme of this tournament's been youth. There's plenty of experience on the sideline and plenty of experience on the court, but the youth, the Bellets, the BFCs, it's just incredible to see, both not just domestically but internationally too. The youth that we have on display at the World Challenge, it is sensational.
Yeah, the sport of wheelchair rugby is rising at a rapid rate, and we hope you're enjoying the coverage of the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge so far. Day 2 action today. We are rolling quite faster and faster as we get to those Sunday finals. Christmas for adults, as I say. And Foxley Connolly delivers on that particular play. Nicely set up from him. So Campbell Rogers now to inbound here for New South Wales. Short little one to Whitehead, under some pressure in the corner. Did well to get it back to PCR. Campbell Rogers goes downtown, and now an opportunity exists for Billette. And great control from the 18-year-old. who just calmly delivers for the Gladiators, and it pushes it to 6 with just under 6 to play. Whittaker now finds Nicholson. Quick little roll around there to Whittaker. Whittaker navigates his way. Howe just causing some dramas. The two veterans go at it. Finds Foxley Connolly. Yes, that's special. That's really impressive from BFC. Oh, that's a poster play, Benny. How good.
BFC, he goes, maybe I'll bat it back to myself. The no-look tap, the one bounce into the lap, and BFC, can he do it? Yes, he can. Does it all himself. And as you can see there on your screens, the tap with the left, the regather with the right. And that is absolutely superb from that number 3 on your screens. Braden Foxley Connolly with as many tries in as many seconds.
Well, there's definitely something about the number 3 in wheelchair rugby. Riley Batt, of course, has graced that number at international level for a number of years now. And Foxley Connolly not too far behind the great man, the Batman. That's a nice finish from Billette for the Gladiators. Terrific to have the support of our naming rights sponsor, Santos. And of course, Light and Easy, plan partners, Degnan, and broadcast partners, Fox Sports and KO Sports. And of course, the refreshing Posca Hydrate. Merrick Watts, the face of Posca Hydrate, Benny.
Merrick Watts?
And I'm told the pineapple flavour from Bryce Allman is the go-to.
Okay.
So throw that into your kit bag next time you're chasing a refreshing drink for a sporting event or maybe a social occasion. But great to have Posca Hydrate part of the team and the family of wheelchair rugby, as Howe is really under pressure. Did you just see that? The pass to Billette, extraordinary. Now Whitehead has a chance here for the Gladiators. Doubles down, gets it to Billette. Billette back to Whitehead. And great defence from Queensland prevents points. Oh, what a back and forth that was, Benny.
Yeah, great all-round wheelchair rugby. Howe did his best. He wanted to go forward. He said, you know what, pop it over the shoulders, over the melon, right into the lap of Billette. She did her best, but she was out-muscled, out-enthused. And again, the Cyclones, it has been the story of this afternoon. The defence of Queensland proving too tough. And once again, another turnover goes the way of the Queensland Cyclones.
So Nicholson to Sabblejack. And now to Whittaker. And Whittaker casually rolls away. Under 4 to play. 10 is the margin now, the biggest of the game. So Campbell Rogers now. Nice ball. In some space is Whitehead. Has to navigate around Sabblejack and does well. Tweedy in the match race. Nicholson just provides a little sweet touch in defence, but Whitehead delivers in the end. So now Nicholson inbounds quickly to Whittaker. Whittaker looks for support, has Whitehead just all over him. Now Tweedy. Tweedy goes downtown. Sabblejack under some pressure mid-court in the front area. Sabblejack now. Nice one to Tweedy. Sets it up pretty well. Oh, beautiful to Sabblejack. That was real class. Whittaker providing protection. Nice from Sabblejack. Clever from Tweedy. Goes backwards. The turn and burn, the finish from Tweedy, pretty special.
And a grin from ear to ear from Connor Tweedy, a big smile on his face. Just not going forward on that occasion. In the R, in reverse. And there's certainly nothing going backwards for Team Queensland. They are moving forward. And again, another turnover, another try, looking like it's going to come the way of the Cyclones as Sabblejack tries to found the pass.
Oh, commentator's curse, Benny. But it's luckily popped up for Sabblejack. She gets it to Tweedy. Tweedy goes backwards twice. Put that on your bingo card.
Connor Tweedy reversing over the try line, 2 in a row. And again, the defence, look at them, 3 jerseys all over the Gladiators. But Billette, the 18-year-old, gets another one for her afternoon.
And only just, as Whittaker was right on a hammer leading into that one. So Sabeljack now in the backcourt. Some work to do. 2.5 to play in this one. Hope you're enjoying this interstate battle between these two sides that both share so much success domestically and have been the platform for players into the Australian side. There's an equipment check here for Jake Howe. So there'll be a slight adjustment to his chair. And terrific to be in South Australia, Benny. Our 3rd year now for the championships, 2nd year for the World Challenge. A new venue. We've gone from the netball stadium, which is now being torn down and completely rejuvenated. And now we're here in the basketball stadium, which I have to say is relatively new and is absolutely first class and perfect for wheelchair rugby.
Yeah, I mean, same country, same state, same city, different venue. But it's fantastic to be here. I think the venue is fantastic for the size of the crowds that we're having. Obviously, plenty of people buying tickets, plenty of people streaming through the gates on Saturday and Sunday the next 2 days. But talking to the team back of house, they've loved the venue. They've loved how welcome we've felt. And the wheelchair action is certainly ensuring that we deserve to be here, and we'll be here for many years to come.
And it's wonderful to be courtside and great to have your company wherever and however you're watching us as Whittaker goes downtown and finds Tweedy. He'll just soak up a little bit of time here. He's got 25 seconds on that shot clock and he delivers. And terrific to have the broadcast partners, Fox Sports and KO, as our official broadcast partners. It's fantastic to have the support from the teams of both networks. Oh yes, Whitehead. What about that to Campbell Rogers? They're just showing off now.
Yeah, and now's the time. Now's the time for the highlight reel. Now's the time to throw it all out there. We know the for and against is important, but why not? Why not throw it over the shoulder? Why not throw it around the back or over the melon? I like the effort. I like the intensity. The Gladiators, they're hanging in there. Hasn't been their afternoon, but guess what? These two sides, they're not done. They're playing again tomorrow on day 3, on Saturday. One of the most important days in the Australian calendar. And that day, of course, is Anzac Day.
Yeah, where we honour our diggers past and present and pause for a moment to honour their sacrifice and their amazing feats that they have done over many years to keep this wonderful country of Australia safe. As Campbell Rogers delivers for New South Wales as we enter the final minute of this one between the Cyclones and the Gladiators. Of course, 111 years since we landed on the shores of Gallipoli. And my pop was a proud Australian digger in the Second World War. Incredibly proud of his efforts, as I'm sure all Australians are, of their past and present soldiers, male and female, in our Army, Navy and Air Force over the many years of service. But their sacrifice has given us freedom in this country, and that is something that can never, ever be taken for granted. As Jake Howe delivers nicely, with 40 seconds to play on the clock. Sabeljack now to Tweedy. This Australian flavour just rolling up the court here. Good work from Tweedy, and an illegal use of the hands there.
I was going to say Whitehead, if it was a game of basketball, he may have been fouled out. He's found himself on the sideline a few times in this clash.
Yeah, in the penalty box for Whitehead, so one short for the Gladiators.
So we see Tweedy on your screens. He's been fantastic. We spoke about the combination and the luxury that the Cyclones have, the Whittakers, the Nicholsons, but that man on your screen just before Tweedy and that lady there, Ella Sabeljack, they are two instrumental athletes and a big reason why the Cyclones are well and truly gold medal favourites in Division 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at an undefeated streak at the moment. 2 victories. Tweedy now just soaking up the time. He's got 20 seconds left in that front court. Not much more to prove here for the Cyclones, but a brave effort from the Gladiators. Their second loss of the tournament. Pushes it to Whittaker. Nicely to Sabeljack. And an impressive play there. Just to finish things as Sabblejack just rolls over ever so slightly. And 1 second left, so there won't be much left in this one as Howe goes downtown. And Billette goes to ground with the ball. Full time in this State of Origin battle between the Suncorp Queensland Cyclones and the New South Wales Gladiators. And a very impressive 10-point victory for the Queensland Cyclones. It's been a wonderful effort. And it's been a wonderful effort from the Cyclones. They've got so much Australian talent, and it was certainly very much on show right across the four quarters, Benny.
Yeah, it certainly was. I just think the perfect phrase is a complete side and probably a complete effort. Defensively, in attack, they were putting their chairs in the right positions. Their enthusiasm, probably just not even on the cop, but off it as well. Newton certainly barking orders from the sideline. Everything he said, the players executed to perfection. The Queensland Cyclones, 2 games, 2 wins, 2 emphatic victories. The Gladiators, they'll be doing all again tomorrow against the Cyclones. But geez, they were impressive, the team from Queensland.
Yeah, they certainly were, and great camaraderie between the two sides, New South Wales and Queensland. Some great friendships between these two sides, and it's always been a great rivalry over the decades in wheelchair rugby. So a big challenge for the Gladiators as they try and search for that first win in 2026. And it's really more of the same for the Cyclones. They'll be just looking for another victory and try and remain undefeated in the 2026 tournament. So let's go courtside now. Jed Altschwager, he finds himself with Ella Sabblejack.
Yeah, pumped to be down courtside here with Ella. She's had a fantastic game. Ella, how did that one feel?
Yeah, it was good. It was really quick in the beginning. I didn't realise how quick their 3-half was. I was like, oh, that took me by surprise. But, you know, once we started moving the ball and getting up to the floor, not good.
Yeah, I really felt it felt like a national team out there, to be quite honest. Queensland really sort of have some depth in that lineup. You guys did really well. What do you think, you know, what's the next sort of point for you? What are you guys concentrating on? What games you got coming up next? What does the weekend look like?
So we are 2 wins, 1 loss. So we've got the next game we play against them, it's sort of like point differential to see if we're in the finals or not. We've got to play that crossover game. So we play these guys again tomorrow, and then hopefully, you know, we take care of business and we're into the final.
Exciting. It's going to be an exciting weekend. Now, I just want to zoom out a little bit. We've got a 2-time Paralympian across 2 sports, wheelchair basketball and wheelchair rugby. I've got to say, it's super impressive, mate. And I guess from your perspective, competitions like this in a development piece for your sport of wheelchair rugby, how important is it?
It's huge. I think if we can have competitions like this, especially on our home court, we don't get a lot of home competition. It's so important. It's crucial for the development of our sport. You know, Riley and Chris aren't going to be around for much longer with the Steelers. I mean, hopefully they're forever. But, you know, we need to start planning for the future, and this is where we find them at home in competitions like this. We bring in schools, we bring in the kids. You know, someone might know somebody that's eligible to play, and then guess what? They've seen it. I can do it. I can play it.
Well, Ella, you are a rock star. Thanks for the chat, and good luck for the rest of the weekend. Thank you.
Yeah, wonderful, inspiring interview there, Jed, with Ella Sabblejack, and an amazing female ambassador in the sport of wheelchair rugby. Germany-Brazil is the next game. This will be a big challenge for the Germans. So much intensity. Benoit Lebrec on the sideline for the Brazilians. Oh, my days. It's going to be just a huge clash. Brazil will be wanting to really roll away with another victory here on day 2 against a German side that's really developing. You're seeing highlights here of the clash that we've just seen between the Cyclones and the Gladiators. Benny, a big test for the Cyclones to try and keep that undefeated streak. but given they've got that undefeated streak now, that gives them a lot of confidence, but a huge challenge, as Ella mentioned, in that clash tomorrow for the Gladiators.
Yeah, well, first and foremost, geez, Ella Sabeljack speaks well, doesn't she? She's an incredible face of the sport of wheelchair rugby, and thank you again for her time. But you're right, the Cyclones, they are the team to beat. They looked fantastic. The Victorian Thunder, they aren't going anywhere, and that gentleman on your screens there, BFC, he's been around the sport not for many years, but you couldn't tell. He is absolutely superb on two wheels. The Gladiators, well, they're back to the drawing board. They've got plenty to learn, plenty to work on, but the beauty is they come back tomorrow and they do it all again.
Yeah, it'll be a great battle between the Cyclones and the Gladiators. That'll be game 2 on day number 3 on Anzac Day for the 2026 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. The next game, it's going to be an absolute cracker. It'll be between Germany and Brazil. A huge challenge for the Germans. For Brazil, will this force that just comes out of their wheels continue? We'll find out. On the other side of this break, you're watching all the action of the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge live on Fox Sports and Kayo.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be a part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
The Australian Steelers have brought home
gold medals, world championships, endless trophies.
And currently, no major sponsors.
Scan the QR code on screen to help us become officially sponsored.
I got this one.
I've got this!
I've got this one.
I will keep you strong. All of this will be a place like no other, just like no other.
Wheelchair rugby is the most ridiculous sport.
It's a little bit vicious.
Think of wheelchair rugby like Dodgem cars on steroids.
Once that whistle goes, it's on.
So incredibly intense. I think I need a defib.
Wheelchair rugby is the sport that Australia needs to know about.
I guarantee you're going to watch this sport and fall in love with it instantly.
see who can really stand up to this test.
Oh, my goodness!
Come on. That is so good.
This is the road to the NBA Finals on ESPN. Greatness is up for grabs, and it's all happening now.
Just wait.
The NBA playoffs continue on ESPN.
Meet Nisha Katona. She's bringing home her passion for food and heritage.
Gorgeous.
For all to share.
No, it's delicious, no?
New series, Nisha Katona's Home Kitchen, begins Wednesday, 8:30 on Lifestyle Food.
Start at the beginning.
Revisit the world that captured the globe.
We'll be telling this story for years to come.
Long live Downton Abbey. Amen to that. The Downton Abbey Collection. All films and series, watch on demand.
Out here, this is our turf. Every peak and every valley, every splash and every drop, every breath And every hour is a reminder that every day is Earth Day. Love nature.
I've just fallen in love with someone from a different country.
I met Adnan on holiday.
When we are alone, we make a lot of sex.
I'm travelling 30 hours across the world to meet somebody I've never met.
I've met someone.
Who is he?
He's God. I'd become a Mormon, but we can't have sex.
Is your sister really your wife?
90 Day Fiancé UK. Wednesdays 8:30 on TLC.
For me, it's always been about walking away with no regrets. It's that constant drive of knowing that I've left nothing on the table and reminding myself why I do all of this. We all make sacrifices, but these sacrifices have a purpose. I'm Lightning player number 23, but I'm a sister, a daughter, a friend, and so much more than just a netballer. I owe it to the people around me to show up every day, in all aspects of my life. But although I'm willing to give it my all for the people I care about, I have to live with myself too. It's the duality of sacrificing it all, but constantly learning the importance of self-preservation. I've chosen this life, and it's through these choices that I'm learning who I really am.
A 9-week pay dispute between netballers and their governing body is taking its toll.
Players haven't been paid for 9 weeks, forcing some to sleep in their cars.
The bitter wage dispute that's been dragging on for almost a year.
Tara Hinchcliffe is a Diamonds and Sunshine Coast Lightning player, also Vice President of the Netball Players Association. Good morning, Tara.
So obviously last year there was a lot going on with the relationship between Netball Australia and the players. Our contracts were up for renegotiation. The CPA was up to be renegotiated as well, which is always a big year. I think I started the year, again, it was probably all happening at the same time as my knee, so I was having surgery and starting meetings in terms of thinking about where do we want the sport to grow, how can we all work together to get there. Last year I feel like everyone in sport learnt a lot, but I learnt a lot. I think just in terms of how to balance people's perspectives, but also seeing what people need and just trying to care for people throughout it all, and I think that was the hard part. I guess we had players, and not even like they're players, but they're my best friends, coming to me in tears because they didn't know if they could afford their rent for next week. And then we've got young players who are trying to move home or not having anywhere to live because they can't sign a rental lease because they don't have a contract to show that they've got a job next year. I felt like the whole year I was just like fighting for everything. I was fighting for my contract, fighting for rehab. And as much as rehab was a long process, that negotiation was way longer, I think, than any of us wanted it to be. I guess at end point we got to somewhere where it was really great, but there was a 6 months and probably a really key 3 months in there that was really hard. My knee wasn't doing what I was hoping it would do. The rehab wasn't going very smoothly. I couldn't picture like being able to run around on court. So I didn't know what I was fighting for anymore. I was like, am I fighting for everyone around me, which I was happy to do, but it was also hard to think I'm fighting for the future of the sport that I might not be getting to play in. Like I wrote out my post to be like, I'm retiring from netball. I can't come back. My knee hasn't done what it's wanted to do. And I remember like just lying in that scan thinking like, if this is the end, like, are you proud of what you've got to do? That's when I guess I learnt deep in me that like I did have more fight left because I didn't want it to end that way. Like I wouldn't have been happy finishing the sport without giving everything to it and sacrificing everything and knowing I'd given it everything, and I felt like I'd got a lot from netball and I hadn't got it to give it back yet. My overdramatic head was fine, the scans were fine, and we got to sort of keep moving from there, which just gave me, that bit more purpose to keep going for the year. Yeah, growing up with a twin sister's cool. I think it's a weird question because no one else, I don't know what it's like to not be a twin, but I also know that no one knows what it's like to be a twin as well. I think we're lucky we're very, very close. We've done pretty much everything together. We got split up in school because we used to fight over how much we both wanted to tell mum and dad the same news at the end of the day. But I feel like that really sums us up because from then on, school we were separate, but everywhere else we were together. Especially playing netball was a huge thing. I think just so much of my childhood is pretty much just netball with Maddie. My relationship with Maddie, like, it means everything to me. I think when you grow up with someone that you're so close with, I think back to straight away, like, our favourite moments are the absolute best moments of my life. We got to go travel last year and go to Canada, and that 3 weeks was unreal, getting to share that with her. But then I also think about, yeah, moving up to the coast was a huge one. She was raving about lightning, so I wanted to come up and experience it. She was living her best life on the coast. And then me coming up, I guess you always think, like, did me coming up stop her getting an opportunity up here as well? And I don't ever want to take something away from her just because I want something. And in hindsight, like, it worked out. She got to have a replacement play contract and we got to spend a full year playing together. And that year, I think we did take it for granted. We always kept saying, like, don't take this for granted, but because I got to do my favourite thing in the world, which was playing netball with my favourite person in the world. And we got to have all of our family cheering for that one club, which was nice, rather than them having to feel like they had to split their loyalties too. But yeah, she's my best friend. She's gone through everything with me, and I think, yeah, I just love her. It's, like, really great that we get to be back together now. My hope for the sport is probably just that the sport can grow and that the next, like, all the girls who are born this year, girls and boys, can play netball and see the game that we love. For people to not have to probably make so many sacrifices to be part of it so that they can play netball, their sport, and show their strength and how fierce they are, have those leadership skills and be able to dream of being a netballer like other little boys get to dream of being a footy player. And for families, I think, to be involved in that. For me, netball is such a family sport and you want to bring communities and people along with you, and I feel like I just want to see the product be something that everyone wants to say, like, they're a netball supporter and they tune into the games and they see how much we sacrifice, they see how strong we are, they see how fit we are, and that we get to be seen as, like, athletes, whether they're male or female, and that there's a whole, just a future for the next generation of players. It would be really exciting to know that they get to be where I get to be now, because I never thought I'd get to be here. I'm Tara Hinchliffe and I am fighting for more.
You can.
Ooh, that's scary. And cut. Done.
If you're not the beautiful one, the quick-witted one, or the one full of youthful energy, then who are you?
Miss Bennett.
I must be. Oh, yes, I am.
Miss Bennett is a radical thinker.
I told you no one would marry you if you wore spectacles.
The most important thing is to be yourself.
The Other Bennett Sister. Watch on demand.
When we start these things, we're pretty good.
Who can beat Mercedes? What an amazing spectacle.
Whoa, let's go, man.
Foxtel has it all. With the latest shows and movies from Foxtel and your favourite streaming apps. Yours at the touch of a button.
This man, ladies and gentlemen, is Tommy Shelby.
Hello, Rue. You owe me money. Hope you can walk because I'm not carrying you.
Your guy's untraceable.
Foxtel, all in one place.
This is our great game. I promise you will be entertained. This is sensational.
What is that?
That's
That's how we roll on Fox League. Actually, it might well be. I'm running with that, yeah.
The anthems are done and it's time to get this match started. The undefeated Brazil, top of the table, 2 wins, no losses against Germany with their first match on day 2. And they're still looking for their first win. Hannah Q has my name, Drew Lilly, the voice of Paralympic rugby. Drew, it's a big matchup that we're seeing.
It's a huge matchup and you expect Brazil to wipe the floor with Germany because they're top of the table. Germany are without a win thus far, so you think it's all done and dusted already. And that's what a lot of people thought in the Paralympic qualifying tournament, where there were 3 places up for grabs before the Paralympics in 2024 in Paris, and these two faced off 3rd versus 4th. Nobody gave Germany a hope, and Germany managed to outplay them tactically. They managed to keep a wrap on the 2 high pointers that Brazil have got, and that's what they're going to have to try to do today. They've done it before, maybe they can do it again.
Well, the German team list on your screen now. Which players are you expecting to bring a big performance to the floor, Drew?
I love Josko Wilke, the number 5, as a 2.0. That's absolutely grand larceny. He is one of the very, very best. There he is on the screen there. He's tall, he's physical. The push that he's got for a two-pointer is absolutely incredible, and the team is built around him. Brazil, it's the opposite. Germany's a team game, and they'll use 8-9 players. Brazil will use Darocha and Lima, the 2 high pointers that they've got. They've got a whole host of low pointers, but they'll only use 2 of them most likely. Wiertsma and Junqueira. Junqueira is absolutely fantastic player, the number 2. He pops up on defence. In attack, he's an outlet for them for long passes, which he shouldn't be because he's a 0.5. He hasn't got the trunk function to do that, and yet he somehow manages to do it with fantastic chair position. He gets up and down the court, so keep an eye on the number 2 for Brazil.
Junqueira, one of the Rio 2016 Paralympians as we get started. So Brazil in the yellow heading to the left of your screen, and already Germany, fantastic start in the black going to the right. And you think for these two sides, as you mentioned, Drew, they suited up against each other in the lead-up to the Paris Paralympics. We haven't seen these two sides face each other since, but for Brazil, it's been a story of the climb. They've done so well in regional qualifiers, playing on the European circuit, and now coming abroad to Australia. It's really strength to strength under new coach in Benoit Lebrec.
Benoit Lebrec's been around the block for decades. He's from Quebec. He's coached Canada, Sweden, where he lived for a good long while. Now he's down in Brazil. He's a fantastic coach, and he knows exactly how to get the best out of his team. And his team at the moment is incredibly one-dimensional, but it's a team that works brilliantly well. As you've just seen, long pass from the one high pointer all the way down the other end of the court to the other one.
And you think for Brazil, they would be feeling full of confidence on day one. They had the win over Great Britain 60-55, and then they got the better of the USA as well. So 2 wins against teams who they'd never beaten previously, and especially given their calibre, that we're talking top nations. USA top 4, Great Britain so strong, albeit having troubles throughout this tournament, but Brazil, they're just sneaking into the top 10. You have to think that things are looking really bright.
This time next year, they won't be top 10, they'll be top 5. They've got the World Championships being held in Sao Paulo in 3 months' time, so they qualified as host nation, and you can see them finishing ahead of the likes of Canada, New Zealand, the more established nations who are nominally ahead of them. I think even Switzerland are ahead of them in the rankings at the moment, the Dutch as well. You can see them absolutely pushing the likes of Australia, whom we saw earlier in the day, where they wiped the floor with Australia. You can see them really pushing the likes of a full-strength Australia, a full-strength United States, a full-strength Great Britain. France will come into play as well. And then you'd say Brazil are probably ahead of the likes of Denmark, being best of the rest and trying to join the top 4.
Knowing before this tournament they'd never beaten the USA, they still haven't beaten Japan, who aren't at this tournament, Australia and France, who are also not at this tournament. So really looking forward to, I think everyone's got their eyes on the World Championships in August in Brazil. You think for Germany, they'd want a bit of confidence out of this match. Underdogs perhaps coming into it, still looking for their first win. They had a tough loss to Australia on day one, 65-46. It's a tough one for the confidence after that, and then backing it up with the loss to the USA. Hard.
It's tough, particularly when you arrive on the Monday and then you're playing on the Thursday and there's jet lag in your wheels. It's going to be an incredibly tough one, and it was very tough for Germany. They grow into tournaments and they learn how to play people. They've got a very good coach as well, Christoph Werner. Former player, been a coach for a good long while, and he managed to outcoach Benoit Lebrec at the Paralympic qualifying tournament in Wellington in March 2024, and as I say, he's done it before. He can do it again. This isn't going to be a 20-point thrashing. This is going to be far closer, even though Brazil will probably they think they'll want to run up the score in case they do lose against Australia and they end up level top and it goes to a points count back. I think this is going to be a lot closer than people expect.
Speaking of Paralympic prowess, on the sideline today we've got Jet Osweiger. Jet, what are you expecting out of this match?
Hey guys, look, what I'm sort of feeling right now is we've got Germany out here with what feels like sort of nothing to lose. The pressure's off, they've lost 2, and they can come here, take that cloak off and actually just come out here and play some good rugby. They're already plugging a few together, which is looking good. It's going to be interesting to see if Brazil can keep that intensity as they have done in the first 2 games. But if I was Germany right now, you'd come out here feeling like you didn't have much to lose, everything to gain, and that can help in a high-performance sort of situation. So it's going to be interesting to see this unfold.
Well, there's no one better place to talk about high-performance sport than you, Jed. Look forward to your contributions all throughout the afternoon. And you think for Germany, you hear snippets from players, halftime interviews that we're bringing you on the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. And they're aware that they're up against it, against some really tough and quality opposition, some of the best players in the world, especially up against Australia. So many world champions. I mean, it's a team of world champions. As we see, the referees call a no score, so perhaps our first break in scoring here.
It is. It was incredibly well done by Josko Wilke to get it across to Marco Herbst, but Herbst already had the front casters over the line before he took possession of the ball. So it is the first break in service, as it were. It's a shame because Germany had been matching them play for play. They won the tip-off, which means that the next contested possession or the start of the next quarter will go the way of Brazil. They've come out with an interesting lineup. Florian Bongard as the one-pointer as opposed to Britta Kripke, but they do have a female player in there in Enya Schröder, who's a very good two-pointer, and a two-pointer, 2 points and above in the classification for female players gives you an extra point out there on court, so it enables them to play. They're playing quite a handy lineup at the moment, a very mobile lineup. And I do like the fact that they're doing that.
9 points at their disposal. Of course, we're playing 4 8-minute quarters here at the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. So it's taken about 3 minutes for Brazil to find just a little nose in front now. What can they do in defence here? Some of their high scorers from earlier this morning. Well, Gabriel Feitosa, 43 tries against the USA. Look for, as we see, heavy hit, Schröder falling to the floor. But as I was saying, Feitosa, 43 tries for the number 7. Impressive output. 15 tries for Julio Braz, the number 11.
They're going to get a lot of tries because Brazil are a high-scoring team, and they are the only real outlets, other than occasionally sending Junqueira forward and trying to bounce a pass into his lap, which they do manage to do on a few occasions, but they're going to get most of the tries. You'll see Feitosa as well, Feitosa de Lima, the number 7. He reaches in quite a lot. He'll spend quite a lot of time in the sin bin because he'll go up against his opposite number. It's going to be Marco Herbst in this case here, or maybe Josko Wilke, because Wilke, even though he's a mid-pointer, he plays pretty much like a high pointer, and you'll see De Lima leaning in, and if he commits a reaching foul, he won't mind, because if it stops a try, well, there we go. It means there's another inbound. He has to go in the sin bin for 30 seconds. He gets a bit of a breather, which is good considering he plays all 32 minutes of every match, so he needs it. So here with this one, Schröder was down, so that stopped play, so it means there has to be a sideline inbound. They do need to get the ball over the halfway line again within the space of another 12 seconds, and out of play. Marco Herbst pushed out of play, and that was incredibly good work by De Lima. Didn't have to reach in with his hands, pushed out with the chair.
So big stop for Brazil. Took them 3 minutes to find their first turnover. Can they score off their second? 2-on-1 in the front court. And with one heavy hit and 3 defenders. Beautiful score for Feitosa. Brazil's ability to find space in the key, unparalleled at this tournament. Schröder now trying to find that free alley. Bongard doing his best to find a screen, but the foul.
Didn't get over the halfway line within the 12 seconds, so it was very, very close. But the referee, Sullivan Edwards, was right there counting out. He counts out with his arm. And, well, Germany, it's got away from them a little bit, so they've called a timeout.
So with that violation, we're going to take a quick break. It's 9-play-7 here at the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. It's 9-play-7 at the end of our first timeout here at the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. Germany have some work to do in the opening term. Brazil, 2 nice turnovers, finding abilities to score off it too. So now the inbound for Brazil. Germany happy to set up in the key. Of course, you can't have 4 players in it, but they're happy to have 2 or 3. Strong key defence. Nice way to find your way over the try line for Julio Braz.
Braz went firing in there, and he was going to achieve one of 2 things. Either he was going to knock a 4th German defender into the key, and then it's a penalty try or a penalty, or he was going to barge his way through. And either way, he was going to get a try.
Schroeder, recipient of a wonderful long pass. Well taken in the end. So 10-plays-8 halfway through the first quarter. See Junior nominating for the inbound, giving Germany some time to set up here. You can see back of shot, 2-on-1, trying to lock up the key players for Brazil. 2 big ball handlers here, and now just cruising over the try line. Once again, Gabriel Fetosa. He was the Division 1 MVP with the Las Vegas Rollers in the US Wheelchair Rugby Association National Championships earlier this year. So coming into this tournament with plenty of form. With that turnover, a cheer for Brazil. Bench absolutely loving it. Coach Lebrecht also getting around his team's prowess.
It was cleverly done. It was almost like shepherding in Australian rules football. So it was making sure that your opponent can't get to the ball and the ball then goes out of play. So that was what was done. You've got, at the moment, the Brazilian number 7, De Lima, is absolutely keeping the closest of tabs on the high pointer that Germany have got, Marco Herbst, the number 1. And Herbst just isn't an outlet, which is why they're having to go to Schroeder every time, who's just a 2-pointer. Fantastically well done there. No, hadn't got possession of the ball there, De Lima, and that was brilliantly well done by Josko Vilke. He came back, knew he couldn't get hold of the ball, so bounced it off a Brazilian chair, and that means it's going to be a German inbound. Very clever play by Josko Vilke.
It's always hard to win a 2-on-1 when you're outnumbered, but Germany, they're putting in the hard yards, so bunted in from the sideline. Can they capitalise? Schroeder, danger around the half court. Pass into open space makes things a little easier for Vilke. And Schroeder with the handiwork. That's a great team try for Germany. They'll be up and about after that one.
All 4 players involved, and it went from a corner inbound, which is the most difficult inbound to take, because you've got the baseline and the sideline that act almost as defenders, cramping you for room. And it was bunted forward. Needed to be a little bit further forward for Enya Schroeder, so she had to come back, but then the 1-2-3 pass is fantastic.
You think for Brazil, even though corner inbound might be tricky, they've had opportunities to practice these set plays. They have just come out of a Sao Paulo camp, March 14th to 22nd, where they worked on specifically key offense. So trying to get those combinations together. I had a chat with Coach Benoit, who said he sees the game like chess, which I think is evident in the way in which they position, and you just move one piece at a time depending on what your opponents are serving up, just like right now. Opportunity for Brazil. Fast break, quick in transition, and the easiest of finishes for Julio Braz. Represents the Centre Vikings back at home.
He's called De Lima up, so you've got the two high pointers up in what's basically a full court press. So rather than sitting back in the key, they're trying to make sure that Germany just can't get it over the halfway line. Marco Herbst got no room whatsoever. Germany having to put it into the hands of a one-pointer. You never want to be passing to a low pointer.
They find space in the back paddock. Herbst happy to wind down the clock. I think that was a really bruising passage. There was no easy outlet.
Well, the thing is, the Brazilian coach, Benoit Labrec, applauded his players on that one. They conceded the point, but they did everything right, and they made Germany play it into the hands of Bongard, who's a low pointer, and you don't want to be passing to a low pointer at any point. Fantastic work by Bongard.
You also don't want to be coughing up that kind of ball, but the Germans happy to take it. So that scoreline did sit at 2 tries, now just down to 1. 2 minutes to play until quarter time.
A one-pointer just robbed a 3.5. Reached in with his hands and got the ball loose. So that's careless by the Brazilians, but fantastic work by Bongard.
Ball security, such a key point for both sides, for all sides of this tournament. When you're going up against the world's best, you always have to be wary. So, in the crunch of time, can Germany get it into the front court? No, absolutely robbed. Feitosa to finish off his own handiwork, well picked at the half court.
Oh. Feitosa de Lima is absolutely sticking like glue to Herbst. Herbst has barely touched the ball. And then Herbst was getting frustrated. Didn't see that De Lima had peeled away and was going to intercept that pass that was going the way of Schröder.
So the 2-on-1 against Herbst, you can see he's finding it tricky to wheel out of danger, manages to do so. And he finds his way over the try line. Screen well set, will get it done. But nothing is coming easily for the number 1. Great screen there, Josko Vilka helping out. And it is hard once a 3.5 player is eliminated from the passage of play, Drew. Really puts pressure on the other outlets of the team.
Well, you've only got 4.5 left, and there's another steal. That's a couple of times that Braz has had his pocket picked. This time, more logically, by a high pointer. Schröder comes in with a great block. Braz wants to get his own back there. Oh, that's going to be a spinning foul, and Coach Benoit doesn't like that one, but it was a spinning foul. So that's going to be a penalty try.
The Brazilians united in their response there. Pretty much every limb up in their hair. Complete signs of disbelief. So a heavy hit. Coach Benoit Labrec used to coach Quebec City, coached Canada and Beijing 2008, Sweden. He's been around the traps. He was not liking that. A lot of Brazilian passion in the import coach. He nods his head. Referees clear in their communication. So the clock stops at just over a minute to play until quarter time. Brazil, handy 2-point buffer here.
No penalty try, because they said that Schröder wasn't a surefire, wasn't a shoe-in to score that try. So it means that De Lima is in the sin bin, as I said he would be. It's pretty much a second home for him.
Well read, Drew Lilly. That's why you're the voice of Paralympic rugby.
He's one of those players where you think, well, you might as well have 2 water bottles, one on the bench and one in the sin bin, because you know you're going to be in there half the time. Rightly bat, it's what happens with some of the best high pointers, because they're quite happy to take the risks. They're good enough to lean in and occasionally steal the ball, and if they give away a reaching foul, then they don't mind. It gives them a little bit of time off in the sin bin to cool their jets and get their breath back, because they're going up and down the court all the time.
High risk, high reward rugby, that is for sure. So 50 seconds to play in this first term. And already the referee spotting contact. So inbound now for Brazil. Plenty of time on the clock. Swarming defence from Germany. Can they find the fast break here? 43 seconds. 2-on-2. with some speed. They do find space in the front court. Question is, will be Junqueira to score? Can he wrestle it out? Yes, gets the ball to the high pointer. And Gabriel Fertosa. So clock again stopping at 27 seconds. Enough time for the Germans to find one last score in this opening quarter. Vilka trying to overcome the 2-on-1. Erbs chucks it into the front court. Schroeder, can she get it done? Caught that heavy body contact before. Happy to slow down, take two bodies with her. Erbs has the 3-on-2, 8 seconds up his sleeve. The question is, how do you get it over the line via Schroeder? And she manages to stop the clock. Exactly 2 on it. So for Brazil, they're going to call a timeout to set up this passage. 16 plays 15. Take a quick break. Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge, 2 seconds on the clock in this opening term between Germany and Brazil. Brazil up by 1 with 2 seconds on the clock, a chance to make it 2.
So they're going to have one of their big high pointers inbounding because he can throw it a long way, and hopefully it's going to be caught perfectly. Oh, well done. So the Germans managed to get one of the Brazilian low pointers out of bounds. And they're just going to go for a corner inbound here. So I think what they're going to do is make sure they don't lose the ball, hold on to it, put it up in the air. That way nothing can happen, and the hang time means that time will expire.
Well, time has expired. That'll take us to the end of the first quarter. 17 plays 15 at the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. We're going to take a quick break. Second quarter up next.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
Quarter time here at the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. What a day 2 of action it has been. So many happy fans in the stands here in the State Basketball Centre of Adelaide. Great to have you with us on KO Sports and Foxtel, or wherever you are around the world. It's a very good morning in Germany and a very early good morning to you in Brazil. Great to have viewers from all around the world, Drew Lilly.
That's right. So for the Germans, we've got a real change in lineup. Brazil are going to stick with their 4. We knew they'd do that, and they're probably going to do it for the entire 32 minutes. For Germany, Josko Wilke is still on, but Marco Herbst has come off. Herbst was absolutely under wraps from Feitosa, so they've put Jonte Kunzel on instead, the teenager who's 3.5. He's incredibly quick. Not got a lot of build to him, but he's got plenty of decades ahead of him to grow into his body. Britta Kripke has come on as the one-pointer, and then Stefan Wecker, the mid-pointer.
How do you see the youngster in Jonte Kunzel matching up? Of course, mentioned teenager, plays for the Acme Heroes. I think I've butchered the name there, but he's a hero in our eyes. And do you think he's going to be a hero in this second term?
I think it's just do anything because Herbst was getting no change whatsoever out of Feitosa, and that's fantastic reach there by Wecker, and a little bit too much from Josko Wilke. Kunzel, as we say, he's not as big as Herbst. He's not as broad, that's for sure. And that was asking a little bit too much there after an absolutely fantastic... Oh, great wheels, and that came off Feitosa. Brilliant push and acceleration by Kunzel. So that's what he can do. He's not got the build, but he's certainly got the speed and the push.
Might have been beaten in the air in the previous passage, but makes up for it in speed. Jonte Kunzel, what a start. So Germany, inspired perhaps off the youngsters' efforts, Wilke and Kunzel manages to stretch the limbs out, pull that ball in. So Germany, a little bit of fight in this second term. You have to wonder also what advice was given at quarter time by Coach Christoph Warner. It's hard to rally the troops when you've got a hard week, a hard tournament, lots of challenging moments throughout, but now I think at quarter time might have given a little bit of secret sauce to inspire the side.
Well, the fact that they stayed so close, they committed a couple of turnovers but still managed to get some turnovers of their own. They're only 1 point down at the quarter, was absolutely fantastic for them.
So inbound for Brazil.
Stefan Wecker has committed a reaching foul, so it's 4 on 3 and it's 8 on 6, or 8 on 6.5 since they've got Britta Kripke out there. That's the one thing that Brazil need if they're really going to compete at the highest level. They've got Havana Cruz Ribeiro as a low pointer, but they can't really use her because they haven't got a one-pointer, and they only ever seem to play with 3.5 pointers.
Might be just looking at the confrontation, might be a tech between referee and Team Brazil. Coach Benoit Wilbeck has been vocal. And it is a technical foul, so bit of trouble for Team Brazil. We know they bring a lot of emotion to the floor.
I think Junior was off the court in the trap, the pick that he put on Wilke. That was the only thing I can imagine happened.
Well, could it be a change of momentum for Germany? Junior to take the inbound. Trickiness is making the right decisions from here. Paul just lobbed over the shoulder. Lucky to land in the lap of Julio Braz. 28-year-old, another centre Viking.
Oh, you say lucky, I think, as golfer Gary Player once said, the more I practice, the luckier I get. That would have been a practice play. Feitosa would have known where Braz would have been, more or less. And even though it was thrown out blind, it was he knew where his teammate was going to be.
You think for this side, they're starting to build some really nice connections, Brazil. They typically have a training camp or some form of tournament every month, so 12 to 14 proper camps together. It's one way to gel a side. Kunzel now, nice outlet to Vic. Now 3 on 2 in the key. Well set up by Britta Kripke.
Was very well done. Both of the opposing low pointers, both of the number 2 Junqueira for Brazil and then number 7, sorry, Kripke for Germany, did a very good job on blocking. blocking far higher players, taking function out of the equation. If a low pointer can block function, as they say, someone who's a very high functioning player, so a much higher classification, then you really are getting the maths on your side.
So Brazil cross the 20 try mark. What are your thoughts, Jed Olswager? We'll get Jed's thoughts in a second.
Really internally. Yeah, this German outfit is just really starting to play some smart rugby. They've been able to stay internal and not get too sort of excited. They've just kept their head in the game. There's another little piece of play then. And they're just trying, even on defence, just getting goal side or try line side of Junior and just stopping those fast breaks. So, look, it's a 1-point game at the moment. We've got 5 minutes left into the half-time. Yeah, I think we've got a bit of a game on our hands. We'll see how it goes.
Absolutely, Jed. Giving everyone at home in Germany something to look forward to in their morning. As we see conflicts all over the shop at the moment. Energy high for Brazil.
It's going to be another technical foul is all it can be. Sideline inbound. And it's Wilke this time that has committed the technical. Not entirely sure what it was that he's done, but it's going to give Germany and Brazil another 40 seconds.
So hard to play without Josko Wilke. Denmark 2018 European Championships MVP, such a star of this side. But Germany, they'll do their best without him. Brazil happy to wind down that clock as we approach halfway through the second term.
Well, they're already preparing the next play, so they're making sure that Wilke can't get out of the sin bin and has to raise his hand and say, I'll inbound. They're also making sure that their Kunzel is absolutely wrapped up, so there's hardly anyone for Wilke to aim for.
Heavy hit from Brazil, now the one-on-one in the front court. One of the youngest v one of the eldest, and the teenager will be swarmed. Kripke happily puts the block on, and Wilke with the reward. Great team passage from Germany.
Yeah, fantastic block by Britta Kripke. She came in and set up that try. Without her, the try isn't scored.
Paris 2024 Paralympian Britta Kripke. Clever to spot the opportunities. Meanwhile, Brazil, they keep spotting the opportunities to score halfway through the second term. Kripke, just a really clever player. Mature decision maker. Strong pass there. Kunzel running out of time, running out of space, and the longest of balls into the park of Vec.
Got to applaud that. Kunzel was almost pushed out of bounds on his own try line, and then managed to throw a pass the length of the court, get it beyond the low pointer, and for Vec to push onto. That was fantastic play.
So a few Paris 2024 Paralympic teammates combining there to get out of danger. Brazil, meanwhile, 4 minutes to play in the second term. They do a long ball of their own to get some low point players involved and on the score sheet as well. Lucas Junqueira, psychologist by trade, playing some mental games with Germany there, happy to get himself the score.
They like to have him as an outlet every so often, because even though he's 0.5, so the lowest level of function, or little give and go, a little fake there, he is incredibly good when it comes to chair positioning, to receive the ball. He knows when to push, when to get the ball, and have his impetus take him over the line. He does that so well.
31-year-old, clever set of head on his shoulders. Meanwhile, an equipment check. You see bodies flying everywhere, but that's what we love about wheelchair rugby, and especially at the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. A whole weekend of thrills and spills will be here till Sunday, big finals day for both this World Challenge and the National Championships being played concurrently. Real home of wheelchair rugby. It's been fantastic to have this event in Adelaide the last 3 years. Built such a home in Adelaide. You can tell the locals absolutely love having the World Challenge on home shores.
Exactly, and the venue's absolutely fantastic. Wheelchair Rugby Australia has done a cracking job setting up both the infrastructure and turning it into a world challenge. So we have the national championships, and then we have the likes of Brazil, Team GB, Germany coming over, USA, and the Steelers playing as well. It's a fantastic spectacle.
And even Kenya making the trip over for this year's competition, albeit they're playing in the Division 2 Championship. So fantastic to have them, though, unranked at their first international competition.
And Wheelchair Rugby Australia is giving them the opportunity to travel and play their first tournament abroad, which is fantastic.
Special to see as we see some seriously special defence. What a deflection. Germany doing well to hang on to possession. 19 on the shot clock. Kunzel finds their outlet, but still swarming the team in yellow. Kunzel getting it over the line, taking the deepest of breaths. That 2-on-2 pressure immense in the key.
You got Josko Wilke, who was tying up Gabriel Feitosa, and Wilke decided to stay back, and that meant that it was up to the three that were there, Kunzel, Kripke and Wecker, to sort it out amongst themselves. And it ended up being the right choice.
Feitosa now cruising over the try line. Wayward ball, but he still manages to end up with it. So entering into the final 3 minutes before the major break. 26 plays 24 here at the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge.
If Germany can get the final score of the quarter, I know that's something I keep harping on about every time I'm calling a match, but it is incredibly important. This is currently 25-26 possession for Brazil. If Germany can have the last possession and the last score, then it's a 1-point ball game as opposed to 2 points.
You think about how hard it is to earn a turnover, as we see an amazing one-on-one sprint. Won there by Team Brazil. So many one-on-ones to enjoy between these two sides, as you can see. Off the ball, Kunzel doing his best to be a little pest. Doing such a good job of it as his side. Wilke, hip and shoulder on the way through.
Spinning foul, so it was Braz de Rocha who caught Wilke behind the axle. So off goes Braz.
Relive that hit. Heavy and hard, but that's why they're tough. Such tough competitors. Meanwhile, Wilke calls for an equipment check himself.
Well, he needs to get upright again, and we saw on the replay there him just shaking his head, going, seriously, refs, when are you going to start calling a flagrant on these? They're not flagrant fouls, they're not dangerous ones, but I think I'd take Josko's point there that they know what they're doing, and there was no way that that was actually going to be any kind of block or legitimate hit.
Josko Wilke made his Paralympic debut at Paris 2024. 2001 born athlete, so starting to build a serious CV on the international stage. Equipment checks everywhere for Team Germany. Maybe taking a moment of reprieve at the 2-minute mark to get everything back together.
Well, this benefits Brazil because Brazil keep playing their core four, and they just run them into the ground. So the longer the break, the better it is for Brazil, because their core four can have a breather. One of them having a breather, Braz having a breather in the sin bin, so he can't get involved anyway, but everyone's going to catch their breath. Wecker is stationed by the sin bin to ensure that Braz has to call for the ball, but there's a timeout being called.
So Brazil will take a further break, and so will we. The score is 27 plays 26.
Easy. So eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
It's Brazil up by 1 with 2 minutes to play until the major break. Steelers fans in the house and their side, well, they've had some mixed results. Still a fan favourite here at the State Basketball Centre in Adelaide. 2 minutes until half-time. It's enough time for Brazil to inflict some damage, or is it enough time for Germany to equalise the contest? To get back underway.
Yes, Germany would love a turnover here, but I think they'd probably just settle for getting the final possession and the final score of the half.
As you think out of that Brazilian timeout, be orchestrating these last 2 minutes to perfection. Already high early pressure. One-on-one contest being fought all throughout the court. Make it a 3-on-2 in the front court. There's the foul, so just those swarming limbs, Drew, getting in the way.
Braz says that Kunzel stuck his elbow up to try to draw the foul. And he did, but you're allowed to put your elbow up to protect the ball. And so that was legitimate from the 16-year-old. It means that Germany can clock manage a little bit here. There are no player timeouts anymore. You used to be able to reset the shot clock and you'd let it run down to 1 second and then you'd add another 15 on, so that if there are only 50 seconds left in a quarter, you would do that to make sure that you were the team with the last possession. But now those rules have been changed. It's only coaches' timeouts, and you can take those in the final minute if you want to, and have an inbound further up the court. And that enables the set plays that we've started to see the last 18 months or so in the last minute of quarters. And we'll no doubt see those, because Germany have got 2 timeouts left, Brazil have still got 1 left.
As Kunzel cruises over the try line, the calls for an equipment check for Team Brazil. Clock stopping at just over a minute to play until the half-time break. See all the support teams getting involved. Mechanic for Team Brazil, Ricardo dos Santos. Team manager, also Ricardo Zanofe. So very educated lineup, I have to say. We'll talk about all the papers that the Brazilian coaching team has published as a collective. Very impressive stuff. So we get back onto court, 1 minute until half-time. Brazil, no doubt they would have orchestrated a passage to combat the zone defence of Germany.
Germany sitting in the key. That takes time off the clock.
They try the right, they find space on the left. They find the score by Gabriel Feitosa.
And then Brazil coming with their swarming defence. Fecker gets it out nicely. Kunzel won't get it over the halfway line under his own steam. Needs to get it over sooner rather than later. Josko Wheelchair. Great player.
In the nick of time. Happy to score quickly. Stops the clock at 37 seconds. Brazil opting to use Lucas Junqueira for the inbound. 36 now. Plenty of time for Brazil. Surging up the floor. Front court of open space means they get to manage this situation perfectly. They're happy to go quick in transition. It'll be a timeout going the way of Germany. So clock stops at 26 seconds. Going to take a quick break. Final 30 after this. seconds remain. Both teams engaged in the timeout. You have to wonder, Drew, what do you think Team Germany's discussing right now?
It's not a positional timeout because there's almost 30 seconds to go, so they're not desperate to take. They will take the inbound further up, but it's not as if they've got 2 seconds in which to make a Hail Mary play or a set play. So it really was tactics. It's right, we're going to do this, and then they'll take a timeout, no doubt, and this is what we've got to do to defend after we've hopefully scored. And then after that, maybe we'll take another timeout. So they would have been talking ahead, 3 or 4 plays ahead. You're talking about Benoit Labrecque saying it's like a game of chess. Well, they may well be saying, look, let's take as much time as we can off the clock and score as close as we can to 0 on the clock.
Kunzel happy to use his pace and manage that clock expertly. Clock stops at 2.7 seconds. Germany happy with that result. And even happier now, Krücker with a key interception. What a way to bring us to half-time. 31 plays 30. Slightest of margins favouring Brazil. At the start of this match, they were very much the favourites, but Germany hanging in the contest, more than hanging in the contest. They're well and truly in this, Drew.
Obviously, that was what was discussed in the timeout. It was score as late as possible. Make sure we score, because it's only points that count at the end. It's not timeouts left. It's not the time on the clock. It's score, get the point. But they got the final possession and they got the final point, and that was absolutely crucial. And I think crucial to that second quarter was the fact that Marco Herbst came off the high pointer because he was getting no change out of Feitosa and Braz, and instead they brought on the teenager Jonte Kunzel, who is sitting right in front of us at the moment. He's with Jed Altschwager. Let's see how good he is at English as well as wheelchair rugby. Over to you, Jed.
Jonte, it is good to have you here on the sideline. Look, there's 1 point in the game. You guys have done really, really well to stay in it at this point. What do you think you need to do to push forward into the second half and see if we can get in front?
I think we have more energy and we can more sub, and this will hopefully win the win.
The work you've been doing on that electric Brazilian offense has been, the work rate that you guys have been putting out there has been very impressive. I hope you're all the best for the rest of the match, and thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
Very well said by Jonte Kunzel. Such a young star and someone we're going to keep our eyes on in the second half. We're going to take a break. 31 plays 30 here at the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge.
The Australian Steelers have brought home gold medals, world championships, endless trophies,
and currently no major sponsors.
Scan the QR code on screen to help us become officially sponsored.
Half-time between Germany and Brazil. It's the team in yellow who have a 31-30 lead. Such a tight contest in the opening half. Had a cue half. My name, Drew Lilly. Beside me, what did you make of that opening half?
Fantastic performance by Germany, which I know doesn't make a lot of sense where you say, well, Brazil are in the lead, but Brazil have swept all before them. They put almost 10 points, double figures on Australia early in the day. And it's credit to Christoph Werner, the coach of Germany. He seems to know how to combat the Brazilian twin strike force, the two high pointers that they've got. He's done it before, he's doing it again now, and a lot of other coaches could take a leaf out of his book because he makes a little go a long way. He hasn't got standout players. He's got a very good team, and we heard from the youngster Jonte Kunzel who said, we can sub more. So that's what they're going to be doing in the second half. They can keep players fresh, and maybe the likes of Feitosa and Braz will start to get a little bit tired. It's their second match today, third match overall in the tournament. Maybe Brazil can get tired. Maybe Germany can do USA, Australia a favour.
It's a really good point that you make, Drew. Given that it is not just one match, but it's a tournament. It's 4 days of grueling action. And you think about the fatigue that starts to go into these bodies, especially if they're running slim on minutes, as you see Germany get the turnover and take the lead.
That was fantastic. Junqueira had no options. Neither of the high pointers was free, and he ended up having to give it to his fellow low pointer, Junior, who does not want the ball under any circumstances from an inbound. And they ended up giving that one away. So Germany now, strictly speaking, it's level, but they're in possession. So they've done all the hard work. They've now got their noses in front.
Lovely work from the Germans. They'd be happy with that early result. Now the result of this one, the 3-on-2 contest. German fans in the crowd certainly making their voices heard. What a way to start the second half.
Made some changes as well, Germany. Moritz Brückner has come on. Florian Bongard is back, as is Marco Herbst. So Jonte Kunzel really did his job in the second quarter. Herbst, the season campaigner, has come back on for the third quarter.
I suppose we were given the warning from Kunzel saying we can use our bench and we will use our full squad. I think for a side like Germany, it's a good idea. They'll be able to go deeper into the weekend if they evenly distribute that workload. Brazil, I think some tired bodies on the Friday night, Saturday morning, as Bruckner gets his first score.
Bruckner picked that ball up very well for a low pointer. He's the highest of the low pointers, 1.5, but he did incredibly well to lean forward. And he's doing a great job of blocking here, as is Florian Bongard.
Something I like about Bruckner, he hasn't named his wheelchair.
Right.
A lot of players will have a nickname for their wheelchair, and he says, no, I don't have one. Paralympian.
I suppose it's like cars, isn't it? There's certain people who name their cars. And
Have you named your car, Drew?
It's just the car, and yes, it's yeah. So I'm with. Who was it? No, it was Bruckner. It was Moritz Bruckner. Okay, right. So I'm with him on that one.
Jed, have you named your car?
Quarters into a match, you're going to start to see some fatigue, and so you've got physical fatigue, but then with that you have this, I guess, cognitive fatigue, and their decision making can go awry, all of that sort of stuff. So it's going to be interesting. Brazil have been electric up until probably this point, and it's going to be interesting to see if that fatigue does kick in and have an effect on this game. Conditioning's a big piece of rugby, so what team's got the best conditioning will yet to be seen, really.
Great point, Jed. You think about the conditioning for both of these sides in the lead up. Of course, these athletes, they're elite athletes. They're training day in, day out. But it's not just about the minutes on the court. It's the time in the gym as well. 2-on-2 scrap,
Fantastic steal by Braz, and that is the turnover that Brazil needed. They got Bruckner absolutely tied up, and he's a low pointer. He's not the kind of person who can swivel his chair around, throw out a big pass, the like of which we're seeing now, and that's the turnover that gives the advantage back to Brazil.
It'll be a tough pill to swallow. Brazil happy to be back in the lead. They've held it for the majority of this match. Now, as we're 2 minutes into the third term. Such a seesawing wrestle between these two sides. Huge second half needed. So that's a huge ball into the front half. What a contest. Wilke happy to mop it up with a bit of pressure though.
It's a real gamble from Herbst. It was a fantastic pass, and Wilke is one of the best two-pointers in the world. The push that he's got, and for him to be able to get onto the end of that pass. The two of them have played together a lot ever since the last World Championships that were held 4 years ago in Denmark. They've been playing together, and they do find one another intuitively like the best high point combinations. But he's not a high pointer, Wilke. He just plays like one.
It is unreal. You think he's got a background in field hockey, whether that helps his ability to scan the open opportunities. As I get a little nervous, the play is coming very close to our commentary box. Brazil maintain possession, middle of the court, and that will hurt the Germans.
They've stolen possession. That was another one where Herbst was going to be pushed right into our commentary table, so he's been pushed over the sideline. And time was, up until 18 months ago, that the player would have taken a player timeout to maintain possession and put another 12 seconds on the shot clock. You can't do that anymore, so Herbst had to throw out the pass. It came to a low pointer, and the low pointer then can't get a pass away himself and ended up having it stolen. So that's a couple of turnovers in a row for Brazil. It was as if they needed to be spurred into action by the fact that all of a sudden they weren't in the lead as they had been in every match in the tournament so far. They've led all the way through all of their matches.
So Germany, they did well to be up by 1, now down by 2. Quick 3-try swing in the course of this third term.
It's like when you're playing the favourite in anything, it's sort of, well, if it's soccer, it's, well, don't score too early when you're playing, I don't know, Liverpool or Manchester City or someone like that. So, and here it was, well, don't take the lead too early, you'll only spur them on. Sitting back in the key now, and out they come, the Brazilians.
Clever wheeling and dealing from Herbst to get over the try line. Germany still fighting for every possession here, putting some high pressure on the Brazilians. Everyone in this backcourt fighting for space. And now, speaking of space, beautiful space, open key for the Brazilians. So we're halfway through the third term. Brazil hitting the 40-try mark. Germany 38. Bruckner getting involved. What a combination between that pair.
It was a good inbound there, but it was between two low pointers. And that's not what Germany want to be doing, but it's what they have to do, because once again, Herbst is getting absolutely trapped by Junior and Braz. Braz this time is the one who is sticking to him like glue.
We saw Herbst, his impact.
Herbst is doing the same now, though, to him, and they need to get the inbound away quickly, and they managed to do that.
It's exactly what they've done. Really shows the importance of those low point players to help free up their 3.5 superstars. So look out for those matchups throughout the course of the second half of this third quarter. Herbst, we saw his impact nullified throughout the opening term. You wonder what he thought about throughout the course of the match to work his way back into it. Now, ball in possession. Brazil retreating again to zonal defense. 3 players in the key. It's a lovely reverse from Herbst over the try line.
That's fantastic play, as Feitosa was leaning in, trying to steal the ball from him and also block his path through, and the fact that he managed to reverse through.
Under pressure to clear out of the backcourt. What a sprint. But it won't be enough.
They've said that Junior went out of bounds, so that's a turnover for Germany.
Bit of dialogue now between Junior and the referee. Disappointment evident on the Brazilian's face. So Germany handed possession now, handed an opportunity to equalise. Bruckner to take the inbound. They would have practiced this before the Germans. Can they get the score?
Can he get it to Herbst? Herbst is their high pointer, but he's not tall. And so they have to throw it into his path almost. He can't lean up like the tallest players. Managed to do it very well.
Beautiful block set to free up his path. Or it's Bruckner doing his best there to create the avenue to the try line. In response now, Brazil, a little bit of energy, trying to surge into that front half. There's a substitution, a raft of substitutions called for Germany. 3 on, 3 off. Widespread changes, Drew. An interesting move.
Jonte Kunstl said it. We can sub more. So they're doing that. So Stolz has come on. Kunstl is back on. Jens Sauerbier and then Josko Wilke. He's going to be the one playing all 32 minutes. So Maximilian Stolz is a real low pointer out there. And they're going to be Jens. There we go. Sauerbier, what did you do then? Why did Sauerbier bounce that one there? That was they had the ball back there, Germany. I don't know what he was trying to do then, Sauerbier. And he came in very cold maybe, but he got possession. That was the turnover there. That was in Germany's hands. And then he bounced the ball.
Not sure if he thought he was too close to out of bounds, but we'll have ball in hand again. So to get his own try, manages to cross the line. So Germany again equalising, less than 3 minutes to play in this third term.
They needed that turnover because, okay, they're level, but Brazil are in possession and they've also got the possession arrow, so they will start the fourth quarter as things stand. Well, it's a battle of the low pointers. Kunstl comes back. Can he steal it? He needs to try to steal it, Kunstl.
It is boom crash rugby out here, bodies.
Junior, that was fantastic. How did a low pointer manage to hold onto the ball and then hand it off to a high pointer? Fantastic play by Junior.
He's from Sao Goncalo, Santa Viking in clubland for Junior. Very accomplished player as he requests the check of the equipment. So top clock stops at 2 minutes 21, 43 plays 42. For the Germans, it was a 1 point margin at quarter time, 1 point at half time, still 1 point in favour of Brazil. Germany with the opportunity to equalise via Kunstl. Does so without delay. So Brazil having to put on some tough one-on-one pressure. Kunstl trying to get down the court. Great spread from the Brazilians, filling up all corridors of the court, stretching that German defence. Opportunities out right, 3 on 2.
It's 3 on 2 because the Germans took Feitosa out of play, and it's a gamble that could have worked. It didn't do so on this occasion. Again, I keep saying it at the end of every quarter, but it's going to be who scores the final, who gets the final possession and the final score, because it's 43-44. Germany are desperate to have the final score and the final possession again.
So you think the clock management will become paramount as we enter the final 2 minutes. Wilke, happy to score. Very clever player, will know how to orchestrate these last minutes. They're happy to just play open court rugby here, Brazil. Utilise that speed, that explosive acceleration of Feitosa. 4-time national MVP. Such great physicality and ability to read the game. Final 90 seconds before three-quarter time. Germany, plenty of beans across their squad. A lot of energy. How do they manage this? Kunstl. There's a crash through the centre corridor. Kunzel, can he find his way through the right? It's going to have to be a long mercy ball.
You don't want the youngster having to quarterback a play like this with a minute or so to go. You don't want a 16-year-old having to lead an attack against a key defence. So that's where Marco Herbst would have been better out there. Okay, he's going to learn, but you still want to win this game.
And the one-on-one battle won by Brazil. You have to wonder, is it up to his teammates, Kunzel, to perhaps massage that situation better and not put the 16-year-old in that position?
Well, the only other option would have been Josko Wilke trying to lead the attack. Wilke, who has a huge hit on him, and you can't really have a two-pointer launching an attack on a key defence. And it's all going wrong for the Germans at the moment.
What an interception. Gabriel Feitosa takes the intercept, takes the try. What a way to get over the try line in style. It's his partner's birthday today. What a gift of a try as another party continues for Team Brazil.
Christoph Werner complaining to the referees about something, saying that, I presume he's saying that the defenders were within 1 metre, were far too close to the inbounder. And Werner not happy. But all of a sudden it was a level. This match was level, and now Brazil 4 points clear.
The kiss on the head from Brazil Feitosa. It's like Cupid's arrow has struck, and it's all love for Team Brazil. 47 seconds and now a 4-point margin. They'll take a timeout, as will we. Quick break, 47 seconds to play after this.
We don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
47 seconds until three-quarter time at the 2026 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. And within the space of about 30 seconds, Brazil have turned this game on its head. What was an even contest, now Brazil up by 4. And you couldn't script it better than that for Team Brazil. Intercepts, multiple intercepts, and now Germany got a hole to dig themselves out of. 47 seconds. Kunzel swarmed in the 2-on-1.
It's asking a lot of the kid, and Christoph Werner was very angry with the referees about something. I think he needs to be angry with himself, because you needed the older heads out there. He's a fantastic coach. I would love to have seen. That's brilliant play by Kunzel. There we go. The kid is doing well, but you needed, for me, Herbst, Kripke out there rather than giving the ball to a 16-year-old saying, break through a key defence with 1 minute to go and a half.
Well, maybe it was a pass like that was in the coach's vision, how he was able to orchestrate that passage. So, bit of a conjecture between coaches and referees. 26 seconds on the clock. Conjecture between referees, so try and distinguish what they're saying. Bit of lip reading. How are you going with that, Drew? Hard to know what they're discussing, but the clock stops on 26 seconds anyway, so 3-point margin. Time out might be the call. So Brazil looks like we're just trying to figure out what's going on here, folks.
I think everyone's trying to figure out at the moment. The referees are trying to explain to the coaches.
So it is a timeout to Team Brazil. And take another break. 3-point ball game here at the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge.
The Plan Partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
We're calling on brands to jump on board one of Australia's most successful teams in history.
We just launched the sponsor shop.
It's a sponsorship deal brands can't afford to ignore.
Scan the QR code on screen to help us become officially sponsored.
Third term, Brazil, they've come into a red patch of form, the team in the yellow. 26 seconds now for them to put some more scoring on the board. Inbound now, taken by Lucas Junqueira. You think it'll be one last passage for the Brazilians. Hard to penetrate through this key. Try the left, they'll try the right. Try to wind down the score clock as well. Easily found over the try line. Clock stops on 8.
Another timeout taken by Christoph Werner to advance the ball for Germany with 8 seconds to go.
So we'll take another break. 8 seconds on the flip side. Some brilliant animals in South Australia. And would you believe that Brazil, they've already seen the best of the Aussie animals. They went and visited the kangaroos at the zoo on their time off. They were underwhelmed by them, thought they were a bit lethargic.
Well, they should tell that to the kangaroos themselves, because they might get a punch in the face for their troubles.
No boxing kangaroos, they noted that with disappointment. Bit of on-court boxing here, the physical contest in the last 3 seconds. Knurps get over the line. Germany with the score. Vecchi getting it done. There's the siren for three-quarter time.
Benoit Labrec says you can't, there must be some time left. You can't score on 0.0. It has to be 0.1 or no try.
It's a valid point from the coach, but you have to pay a bit of respect to the score table. It's hard work doing the reflex pushing on the buttons.
It's Schrödinger's score, or Schrödinger's time clock. There is no time and yet time.
Well, now there's seriously
so someone's going to blow the buzzer. There we go. Right, let's call it a day.
Well, you know what? You can call it a day, Drew, but the rest of us have got 1 quarter to come. We're going to take a break. It's Brazil at 49 leading the way over Germany 46. You're watching the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
I got this one.
I've got this!
I've got this one!
I will keep you strong. All of this will be a place like no other. just like no other.
One quarter to come in this matchup between Brazil and Germany. 49 plays 46. What a huge 8 minutes of action it's going to be. Hannah Kuhar's my name, Drew Lilly, and Jed Olschwager in the commentary team today. Jed, a huge 3 quarters. What are you making of it?
Massive 3 quarters, Hannah, especially that last 90 seconds of that third quarter. You know, the scores were tight. They've, you know, Brazil have managed to squeeze out a little. I'm still not going to take it away from Germany. What they've been able to do for most of this match is stay with them. And so, look, the rest of the quarter will play out. We'll see how it ends up, but I think we've got a good comp on our hands.
Are you brave enough to make a prediction from here, Jed?
Not brave enough, Hannah. I cannot lock into that one just yet, mate.
All right, a fence sitter in Jed Olschwager over there. Drew, are you brave enough?
I think that the last 90 seconds of the third quarter won it for Brazil and lost it for Germany. It wasn't particularly Brazil winning it, it was Germany losing it. Germany had the chance to go into this final period level, and okay, Brazil had the possession, and all of a sudden it's a 4-point game. So they've made some changes here, Germany. They've gone back to what is the original lineup. So Enya Schröder is back out there, Marco Herbst as well. They've run through the bench very well. Christoph Ehn has done that very well, but I do think that Germany lost it at the end of that third quarter.
To think back to those Paris 2024 qualifiers where these two last played against each other. So much has changed in some ways. The result, you think, will be going the way of Brazil this time around. Testament to the consistent years of work that's gone into this outfit.
Yeah, Benoit Labrec has been working with them for a couple of years now, and the aspect that I don't particularly like about Brazil is that he's obviously working with a squad, but he only ever really plays the 4, and it's a fantastic 4. It really is a fab 4, and the results speak for themselves, and that's all that matters at the end of the day. No one's going to put an asterisk next to the victory that they just scored against the Steelers earlier in the day and say, oh, well, they only played 4 players. It doesn't matter. If you've got a fantastic 4 and you can get 32 minutes out of them, then why wouldn't you?
How do you think that game plan would hold up at maybe the Paralympics or even the World Championships in Brazil?
A longer tournament, the World Championships, they're going to be on home soil. Try given, and Feitosa's complaining about it. I don't see what he's got to complain about. A longer tournament, yes. So 12 countries are going to be there in Sao Paulo, and already mentioned the very good ones who are here, plus Japan, of course, the Netherlands, who played so well, had to qualify but played so well here last year. So there's going to be a lot of very good teams out there, and if Brazil get pushed early on, then the tournament's 9 days. They will have some breathing room here and there, but they are going to get tired because they're going to have to play more than 4 matches. It's going to be 6 matches if you're going to make it through to the final, and that's really going to push the likes of Braz and Feitosa.
High expectations for a home side competing on home soil, just like Australian Steelers here at the State Basketball Centre in Adelaide. I think for athletes competing in front of a home crowd, as it can be exhilarating and it gives you passion knowing that your family and friends are maybe in the venue, can also be fatiguing, that extra sense of pressure. Of course, elite athletes often putting the most pressure on themselves.
That's right, weight of expectation, because family and friends are here and it's covered on local and national television, and people start to pay more attention, and then, oh, why didn't they win? Oh, they should have won. Oh, they're on home soil. And you see it at every level of sport, in all sorts of different sports.
And there's a turnover.
Would have been a turnover. It was a lost ball, but it's going to go the way of Brazil. They're going to get possession back. It's an awkward corner inbound, but they've maintained possession.
Hunted long now. Great work into the passageway. Well received by Feitosa.
Junqueira is fantastic. Lucas Junqueira is a fantastic player. He really is. He covers every inch of the court, and that bunt for a 0.5 to be able to bunt the ball forward with that kind of accuracy is magnificent.
Precision for the 31-year-old. Meanwhile, Germany spoiled for choice here. Schröder just putting some real clever and close checking. Bongard and Schröder both teaming up to get better of Julio Braz. See the early setup from the Germans. Just playing a real pestering style of game.
It's meant that Feitosa's had to come back to inbound, which takes him off the court. As it is, it's worked out for them. But it was a good ploy by the Germans.
Puts the brakes on, doesn't want to cross the line too soon. Already one eye on the clock with just under 6 minutes to play in this contest. Of course, it won't be the end of the day after this match. All eyes on Australia and USA later this evening. John O'Farr, Bryce Ullman and Ben Eisenhuth to take you through that one. For the Australians, they'd be hungry to get the win over Team USA. USA have had some difficulties throughout the course of the tournament. A great matchup later on, but this matchup, still plenty of passion in this one. Look at the one-on-one sprint to the try line. Well done by Brazil. So we have a timeout to Team Brazil, so we're going to take a quick break. 55 plays 50. This is the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge.
Wheelchair rugby is the most ridiculous sport. It's a little bit vicious.
Think of wheelchair rugby like Dodgem cars on steroids.
Once that whistle goes, it's on.
So incredibly intense. I think I need a defib.
Wheelchair rugby is the sport that Australia needs to know about.
I guarantee you're going to watch this sport and fall in love with it instantly.
What a world challenge we're seeing. Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge here in Adelaide, Australia. Fantastic to have you with us on KO Sports and Foxtel. Maybe even lining up for a third historic Brazilian win. What they've been able to do this tournament. Fantastic against Great Britain. Early stages. And the USA this morning, 58 plays 54. What a matchup that was. What a matchup now. Germany with some work to do. 5 tries the difference, 5 minutes on the clock.
Germany have brought on Masha Mosel, but perhaps the most surprising aspect is that other than Julio Braz, all 3 of the other Brazilian starters have finally come off. So we do have some changes. It's not often we see Alexandra Giuriato, the three-pointer who's come on. Elsewhere we have Guilherme Camargo, and they have their female player as well, Havana Cruz Ribeiro, who is on. So finally, obviously, Coach Benoit Labrec has been listening and going, okay, well, I'm going to prove Drew Long and show that I do actually run my bench every so often.
A great opportunity to get those valuable minutes in, especially knowing August is not too far away, those World Championships in Brazil. Important to build experience and international conditioning into all of these athletes. So inbound now, recipient Camargo swarmed in the 3-on-1, manages to get it out, not to advantage though. Interception from Germany. Can this be the start of a run for the Germans?
I'd say it's too little too late, but you never know. Germany as well, they've gone deep on their bench. You don't see Masha Mosel on very often, and she seems to have lost her place in the pecking order to Enya Schröder, but she's going to be very, very keen. She tries to put a block there on Giuriato, can't quite manage it. but it's interesting and it's good to see Masha Mosul getting some game time as well.
Giuriato plays for Giants in Brazil, 34-year-old, happy to take some time off the clock. Interesting to see this Brazilian lineup in defence. What will they do? Pressure in the front court, released. Earps, experienced campaigner, will bring his leadership to the floor now. Nice give to Bongard. Cruzy try. So the scoreline, what was 5 tries the difference, now becomes 3. Possession with Brazil.
Giuriato locked up, as is Braz. He's trying to get free. The inbound's got to come in sooner rather than later. You've only got 8 seconds to inbound, even if the clock isn't counting.
Over the shoulder, interception and score. Earps with the highlights package.
Giuriato had nowhere to go, and there's no player timeout, so he couldn't stop the clock.
Well, it's hard work for the Brazilians here. Same defensive style from the Germans. Giuriato choked up in the 2-on-1. Braz finds the option, finds the ball. Is he going to find a violation as well? Ball in the backcourt, dangerously long, pressure released. And what a take. Camargo happy to take the deep breath, albeit 3-on-1. Can he wrestle the ball out? Does so. Tough going for the Brazilians. And disbelief on the face of Josko Vilka as he strolls into the sin bin.
Reluctantly, yes, reaching foul from him, and we'll maybe see it on the replay. In he comes.
Both sides opting for three substitutions, so back to the hot fours for both sides.
Yeah, I think Benoit Labrec thought, okay, we're 5 clear with 5 minutes to go, I can go through the bench. Christoph Werner probably thought the same, and all of a sudden it's going to be a 3-point game once Brazil score here, but both coaches have gone, okay, this match is still live.
It's a hard ask for those players who've been sitting off for so long to suddenly be told, oh, you actually will go on. Mentally, they might have switched off, or even if they were switched on, their bodies aren't accustomed to the pace of this play, given that they've been off the whole time. So really hard task for those athletes.
Brazil running down the clock, which is what they want to do. The clock is their friend. Time is the enemy of the Germans at the moment.
Still thinking about those athletes who came on for that 1 minute period. You hope that that experience was a positive one and they're not feeling spooked given that few crazy passes and things like that. But anyway, the hot fours are on with 3 minutes to play. 57 plays 54. And the jump ball, Brazil roaring jubilation. They'll take possession here and up by 3. It's a great time. Oh, sorry, Germany will take possession.
Germany had the possession arrow, but it's almost the equivalent of a turnover. It takes a lot of time off the clock. And they've got Kunzel back on again, and it's asking a lot of the kids with 3 minutes to go and only a 3-point ball game.
Oh, limbs up in the air in jubilation off that score. To think that Germany had the arrow, but Brazil found the score. Up by 4, less than 3 minutes remaining. Kunzel, he's got pace, the kid. Braz putting defensive pressure on. That is some clever ball movement. Check out the ball speed for Team Germany. They can find it over the try line easily, but can they find some late turnovers? Braz combating 2-on-2. In the backcourt. Opts the sprint himself and the long ball pressure release. Kunzel doing his best to put the pressure on. 2-on-1, high pointers getting involved. Kunzel, can he sprint? Can he find ball? And it'll be a backcourt violation. So cross-court, Germans, they're happy with that.
So Brazil committing the over and back. Germany need to score and get 2 more turnovers in the space of just over 2 minutes. Yeah, I can't believe that Marco Herbst isn't on at the moment. It's a real gamble from Christoph Werner. He's obviously decided that Kunzel is the future, and the future is now.
With 2 minutes to go, you hope he can look into the future, find some answers, and apply them quickly for the Germans. Looking for their first win of the tournament. Finding the try by Wilke. Under 2 minutes. Can it be done? Inbound. Lucas Junqueira. Short ball and so much pressure in this key. Valuable seconds slipping away for Brazil.
Needs to get over the halfway line.
What a sprint and what a clash.
It went off Wilke's wheel. No, it's been overturned.
Wilke, the hero of the moment, wins possession for Germany, and Brazil are feeling the pressure. They call a timeout. It's going to be 90 seconds to go after this. Drew Lilly, you said it was out of reach, but right now it feels like this match is hanging in the balance.
Fantastic that they've managed to keep putting pressure on, keep generating turnovers. I think during this timeout at the moment, Marco Herbst has come over to Christoph Werner. It looks as if he's absolutely desperate to get on. But it seems that Werner is going to keep faith in young Jonte Kunzel.
I think Marco Herbst works as a systems engineer. He'd know how to engineer these kinds of moments. But the faith being displayed in the young wonderkind in Jonte Kunzel. Was the Sportsman of the Year for Verden in 2025. Can he bring that kind of performance to these final 90 seconds? Kripke on as well. Going to bring that blocking power and the reversal here. Wilke getting out of danger. What a clash now for two-point player Sauber.
Kunzel's locked up. Kunzel needs to get himself nearer to the key. He's coming round.
And he finds the gap. Young Jonte Kunzel with the try. And with just over a minute to play, one try the difference. Be a bit of clock management here from Brazil. What was a 5-point lead evaporating to 1. Now make it 2. Dangerous territory for the Brazilians. Their closest match so far. They're going to have to play this last minute expertly. Kunzel, quick release, throws the turnover. And here we go, Brazil. Fetosa, no one better to have ball in lap. Wheels down that left-hand side, a strong hit. Off, out of play.
That's the ball game. Jens Sauerbier is going to go to the sin bin with 43.5 seconds to go. Germany 2 points adrift. It's going to be 3 at the end of this possession. Well, Brazil will know that they've been in a real match, and Christoph Werner seems to know how to get under the skin of the Brazilians. I'm just amazed that Marco Herbst hasn't been on more at critical times.
43 seconds to go. This is the most critical period for Germany. If they want to find their first win of the tournament, they need to find ball ASAP. But it looks like the Brazilians will wind down the clock. They've been strong all contest, now strong in the final moments. Who would have thought they would travel to Australia and have such a clean run at the start of this tournament? A win here against Germany. It'll make them clear top of the table. Third win at their grasp. 12 seconds to play. Long outlet. Saubiet back on court. 7 seconds. And that won't be enough time for Germany to find their first win. It's Brazil, triumphant, undefeated, top of the table.
Incredibly close match. Real credit to Germany. They're the only team that has run Brazil close thus far, you have to say. Great Britain got to within 5 points of them, but Brazil were always comfortable. Brazil were not comfortable in this match. They were very, very worried towards the end of the second quarter. Third quarter, it got away from Germany there, and they dragged it back with a minute or so to go, and they kept that match alive. It was a fantastic advert for wheelchair rugby.
Absolutely, and I guess the silver lining for Germany is knowing that they are so close to the team at the top of the table, how they'll review those pivotal moments, those pivotal minutes, but now languish at the bottom of the table. Amazing to think that between the top and the bottom it's so close, sometimes just one try in it, and it finishes up at 2 tries, 2-point differential between these two sides. As you mentioned, Drew, it is such a credit to the development of both teams, as you'd think. Germany, they're looking disappointed, but plenty of positives out of that. Hard to see it though when you're feeling the emotion. Team Brazil, what a party they will be having, what a matchup, and what a day of action it has been. Tomorrow, Germany, they'll have Great Britain at 3:10 p.m. local time. Whilst Brazil, they'll take on Australia, and that's a match I know you're calling that one, Drew. It's going to be an absolute ripper. Big, big challenge for Brazil to take Australia on home soil.
It certainly is. Australia are going to have to find a way to cope with the high pointers of Brazil, one of whom, Julio Braz, is over with Ana Paula Ramkrapes, who is the assistant coach, and she's also the interpreter, and they're going to be talking to Jed Altschwager.
Well, what a magnificent win for Brazil. The finish of day 2 being undefeated in this tournament. What does that mean for you at the moment?
Nesse jogo agora, o que isso significa para vocês? Não tem nada definido. O que significa esse momento para vocês?
Muito importante nesse momento a gente ter 3 vitórias, né?
It's really important to us in Brazil to have these 3 victories until now.
You've come up against some really strong competition. Germany got close in at the end of the second quarter. What was it that Brazil were able to do to be able to get back in front and win the game?
Qual foi a estratégia do Brasil para conseguir tomar frente de novo e conseguir ganhar?
O jogo contra a Alemanha é muito difícil.
The game against Germany is really difficult.
Mas a gente soube controlar o jogo até o final.
But we know how to control the game until the end.
E conseguimos buscar força para a gente poder virar o placar.
And we could get more strength to turn the numbers and win the game.
Well, thank you, Julio Braz. I appreciate it. Good luck for the rest of the competition.
Boa sorte até o resto da competição.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
How good is that? That'll put the smile on the faces of everyone watching at home in Brazil. A big hello to you, and what a way for your team to move emphatically into the deep stages of this competition. Brilliant interview, Jed Altschwager. Thank you for your efforts. Drew Lilly, thank you for your efforts. There's plenty more to come here at the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. It's Australia and USA up next.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity. delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
The Australian Steelers have brought home
gold medals, world championships, endless trophies.
And currently, no major sponsors.
Scan the QR code on screen to help us become officially sponsored.
I got this one.
I've got this!
I've got this one.
I will keep you strong. All of this will be a place like no other, just like no other.
Wheelchair rugby is the most ridiculous sport. It's a little bit vicious.
Think of wheelchair rugby like dodgem cars on steroids.
Once that whistle goes, it's on.
So incredibly intense. I think I need a defib.
Wheelchair rugby is the sport that Australia needs to know about.
I guarantee you're going to watch this sport and fall in love with it instantly.
Now, the Australian national anthem.
And what an amazing moment between these two sides, Australia and the United States of America. The national anthems of both countries. Bryce Allman joins me courtside. Bryce, oh, it's chilling stuff. Fantastic start for the game, huh?
Yeah, it's been a funny day, Jono. We've seen Brazil come from nowhere.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone was expecting them to come out with and show the level of rugby that they've played in the last 2 days, and they've probably set a cat amongst the pigeons.
Yeah, it's certainly been a day of difference, this day number 2 of the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. And it's an enormous test here for the United States, but it's also an enormous test for Australia. Like you said, losing to Great Britain, that's really shaken the core. They need to now find a way to beat the United States. But for the United States, this is a big test for them. They haven't had a lot of success. A little bit of frustrations come into the camp. Can they beat Australia with their depth?
Yeah, the US are lucky. Although they've got a lot of new faces in their squad, they've got, without a doubt, the strongest domestic competition in the sport. And so because of that, their players are just so well drilled. And it's going to test Australia out.
So this should be a great contest. Fantastic to have your company on Fox Sports or KO Sports or maybe Amazon Prime into the United States. And a man that certainly loves these sort of occasions, Ben Eisenhuth, sideline. Let's go there.
Yeah, thanks, Jono. It's great to be down here on the court side. There's plenty happening behind me and plenty about to happen on your screens. The Steelers, can you believe it, a bit earlier today, they lost. They went down, so they've got plenty to prove here late on day 2. But it's their opponents from across the ditch or the other part of the world, the United States of America. They look very impressive. Watch out for them. And Jono, I'm looking forward to hearing you call all the action.
Thank you, mate, and it's great to have you sideline as well. So much experience on the court and in the commentary box. And it's a pleasure and a privilege to bring you each and every game of the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. Whether you're here in Australia on Fox Sports or KO Sports, or overseas in America, in this case on Amazon Prime. It's terrific to have your company. We hope you enjoy the next 4 quarters of action. Should be a thriller here in the city of Churches. And Australia get a golden start. Chris Bond winning that original tip-off. And Bond and Bat combine straight away, Bryce.
Yeah, they'll be relieved. It's always big to get that 1-goal lead. And yeah, that's a great start early.
They conceded 2 tries early against Great Britain, as Adam now has it for Team USA. And now Simons, who's been a wonderful player. But it's a turnover there, and an important one for Australia, Bryce.
Yeah, Sarah Adam just going a little bit deep in the key, and Riley just pushing her straight out through the try line and causing the turnover.
McQuillan to Bond. And now Bat. And great combinations again between the 2 veterans.
Yeah, I was trying to think back earlier, John. I think they've been together now for 15 years internationally, which is almost unheard of in such a dynamic sport.
Putabor now disposes quickly. Chance here for Simons. Looks for his options, finds Putabor, who quickly disposes. And the changeover is there. And it's Riley Bat who finds Bond. And Australia, they zip out to a 3-try lead.
Yeah, awesome start, and yeah, this will give the team a lot of confidence.
They conceded 2 tries, as I said. Now they lead by 3. Unanswered tries as Putabor now finds something up the middle. Simons now. And he finds the try line for the United States. And they trail by 2, 3-1. That was coming for Team USA. But there's certainly a new level of intensity in this Australian Steelers side so far, Bryce.
Yeah, Australia just a little bit out of sorts this morning against GB and never really looked like they were in the game. They were behind from the first quarter and struggled through the whole 4 quarters to sort of get their heads in the game.
So Bond now in the attacking zone. Beautiful manoeuvrability. And he pushes it out to a 3-try margin. And it's now 4-1 in favour of the Steelers. O'Neill now looks for his options at the back. And now Simons navigates his way to that mid-court region, just getting there in time. Finds Putabor. Slight jersey number change from 22 to 40 with the away strip. Putabor now calling for the equipment check. And 13 seconds on that shot clock, so plenty of pressure applied early by the Steelers, and in particular that play, Bryce.
Yeah, Australia looked good in offence and defence. You can see Riley being super aggressive at the ball. And those early turnovers really count to build this lead. And, yeah, it'll set Australia in good stead.
So there's Riley back, just barking some instructions. A veteran in the side.
If he can hang into LA, mate, that'll be his 7th Paralympic Games.
Well, that's astonishing. Absolutely astonishing. You know what? I can't see it not happening.
Well, fingers crossed. His health and, yeah, his mental state is fantastic. And, yeah, he decides to go another 12, 18 months. And, yeah,
Riley's been
fantastic for the sport.
Oh, certainly has. He's been an amazing ambassador for domestics and international wheelchair rugby as Putabor trapped in the key.
Quill there, luckily, just being bunted over the line.
So
US still up against it, though, because it's only a 0.5 in the bin, which leaves Bondi and Riley still on court. So they've still got to really work hard to score this goal, the US.
And, of course, Ozane, the low pointer for Australia. His bracket now will have the inbound. Oh, picked off by Bondi. Delivered beautifully to bat. And now Australia zip up the mid-court. That is extraordinary.
That really hurts when you're a man down, still get the turnover and score. That's really going to hurt US, unfortunately, for them.
Putabor now, 5-1 in favour of the Steelers. Downtown they go. Simons now surveys his options in the front court. No look to bracket. That's impressive. Nice work from Team USA. So McQuillan to inbound. Finds Bond, now to Bat. Bat just jammed up. Now to Bond. The Queenslander works his way from mid-court and delivers to Bat in the front court. Bryce, you've been in these games, these clutch games, these crunch games. What's the mindset of the team at this stage?
Yeah, it's great when you get an early lead like this because you feel a bit more relaxed into the game. When you get a goal or two down, you really got to work a lot harder to get the defensive stops. And the US are really rattled here. We can see just uncharacteristic turnovers.
Yeah, they showed a little bit of frustration in the earlier game. And the Brazilians were certainly inspired in that one. But the Brazilians were tested by Germany, it's fair to say, in the previous game.
Yeah, it's funny how this game can eventuate, but yeah, Germany really stepping up and then taking it to Brazil all the way deep into the fourth quarter.
So the players take a timeout and we'll take a break, but stay with us for plenty more action in this battle between the Steelers and Team USA. See you soon. Fantastic atmosphere here in the basketball stadium of South Australia for this clash between Australia and Team USA. There's your scoreline, 7-2 in favour of the Steelers. John O'Farr, Bryce Allman and Ben Eisenhuth, your commentary team. As Brackett works it in the back court. It's a shunt there from Bondi initially. Finds his way to the mid-court, and now Simmons under some pressure. Needs to come up with some options and finds Putabor. Fleece in protection as Putabor rattles the cage of Riley and goes through for points.
Yes.
Back to 4.
Simmons only a 2-point player, but he's got such big size. He's really helping the US out with his height, playing above his points.
So Bat now navigates beautifully. And he'll glide in for some more points. Pushes it out to that 5-try margin. 4:22 left in this opening quarter. Bat initially under some pressure. Managed it beautifully though. Finds Bondi. And Chris Bonds adds the extras to push it out to 6. So now Brackett surveys his options on the baseline. Short one there, Simmons. Looks for some support. Has Bat just on his hammer, ball loose. Managed to regroup by Putabor. Putabor and Bondi just going one-on-one. Now comes Bat, the 2-on-1 Bat. And you can see the frustration there with Bat.
You can see Riley and Bondi, they've gone up another level, and just the desperation for the ball at the moment is just so impressive.
So a slight change up to the lineup. Bat will come off. And Robin Lambert. And Andrew Edmondson, Mr. Reliable. Simmons now. Finds Brackett in the front court. Brackett now. Might go himself here. And does. Andrew Edmondson finds McQuillan. Back to Edmo. Short to Bondi. Struggles initially. And Robin Lambert rolls away. A great try by they.
Always a good feeling when your first touch is a goal, mate. Really helps settle the team and yourself.
So they're making similar changes to their roster like they did in that clash against Great Britain. It's Brackett now. Shifts the ball. Simmons now. Finds Putabor. Putabor has Fleece in protection. Robin Lambert just cracks into Putabor's wheels. And Putabor just finds a way through past Edmo. And the try belongs to Team USA. Quick response here from the Steelers. McQuillan to Edmondson, now to Bond. Bond through the middle. The Steelers captain delivers. And Robin Lambert goes bang, bang, 2 straight away. Great start.
Yeah, it's awesome to see, Jono. And Bondi really stepping up here. Normally it's Riley that plays in the 2s lineup and plays the more minutes, but yeah, obviously coming back from injury, they've decided to go with Bondi in this lineup, and yeah, he's playing really well.
Brackett now in the backcourt, needs to get out. Just does though, just does. 40 seconds from end to end. They have that time limit from the baseline to the halfway line. It's Putabor now. Works his way through some heavy traffic in green and gold and gets the Americans back in it. 11-6 now you scoreline. As Bondi wheels his way through the midcourt and delivers over the try line, back to 6 points. So now Simmons works it to Brackett. Brackett now finds something in the middle. Might need some support here. What does he do? Trapped between Lambert and Edmondson. Brackett in the front court. Now a cameo roll with Putabor. Peterborough now. Great presence from America. Simmons, classy finish from the red, white and blue.
Yeah, it was solid offence, but you can just see the US having to work so much harder than Australia. And yeah, in a game that goes the distance, that can really take its toll in the second half.
So Bondi navigates his way in the back court. Just finds a bit of space. Great manoeuvrability from the Steelers captain. He'll glide through. Brackett inbound. Finds Simmons downtown. The Hail Mary. And Peterborough scores.
Yeah, we've seen some really impressive long passing this whole tournament, and yeah, that was definitely up there.
So McQuillan finds Edmondson and now to Bond. Robin Lambert just on the fringe. She'll provide a little bit of protection on Bondi's right. And it just evades Edmondson close to the line.
Yeah, Australia's first turnover, unfortunately, but yeah, they've done really well in this first quarter, looking so solid. A little bit of miscommunication there, and yeah, lucky for us with a 5-goal lead.
So there's a change there for Australia. Emily Miller will come on in 2 and Bo Vernon's come on in 11. And speaking of changes, Reddington's now on along with Adam and O'Neill for Team USA, as well as Travis Baker. Reddington now. So what was the call there, Bryce?
Yeah, he didn't bounce the ball.
8-second violation.
Yeah, 8 seconds, and yeah, he's come on court. Unfortunately for him, had a turnover straight away.
Vernon to Bondi. Bondi now. Oh, look at that speed. Look at that manoeuvrability in the backcourt. Great protection from Miller.
Yeah, Emily really putting herself right in the path of big Reddington there, and he's a big hitter, and yeah, she did really well to sacrifice herself then for Bondi.
So Reddington now getting some protection from O'Neill and Adam. High pointer on high pointer. Riley on Reddington. In the front court. He's got a couple of options. Which one does he go with? Beautiful manoeuvrability around Bond. Huge collision. Manages to just get over the line. 5 seconds in the first quarter.
Yeah, Australia using a timeout. This gives them the opportunity to advance the ball into the front court. And they should score here with these 2 high pointers on court, Bondi and Bat.
Australia take a timeout. We take a break. Back soon with more action. Stay with us. So 5 seconds left on the shot clock in the first quarter. What will we see in this very short amount of time? There's Jason Lees, part of the coaching staff for the Australian Steelers, a wonderful player, hailing from your state, Victoria, Bryce, and an amazing player for the Australian Steelers. Riley Bat, Bo Vernon spills it right at the death of the quarter. So 5 is the margin, 14 points to 9. The Australian Steelers lead it over Team USA. Can this force that we're seeing from the Steelers continue, or will Team USA bounce back? Only one way to find out. Join us on the other side of the break. You're watching all the action of Day 2 of the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. See you soon.
Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
And welcome back to the Basketball South Australia Stadium for all the action of day 2 of the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. And this is a great contest in progress between Australia and Team USA. Second quarter action and bracket for Team USA gets us underway. John O'Farr, Bryce Allman and Ben Eisenhuth, your commentary team for this one. Couple of changes for the Australians. Shea Graham on, so too Cooper Blackwood. Riley's come back on. And Emily Miller with a bit more court time. Bryce, it was an interesting break there between the two sides. Australia have started really well. How do you combat that? How do you keep that momentum going?
Yeah, you find in a game like this, it can go in waves, and Australia getting out to that good early lead, but you know at some point the momentum's probably going to swing to the US, and it's how you withstand that. Might only be for a minute or two, and it's whether you can have the mindset and not suffer the little turnovers and hang in there and keep that lead.
As Bat gets the points on that occasion. Let's find out the thoughts of Ben Eisenhuth, his sideline. How are you seeing the action, this back and forth between Australia and Team USA?
Oh, mate, how good's this? Friday night footy at its absolute best. I mean, I think the start from Australia was nothing short of just intense. The intensity, the physicality, they just came out of the blocks absolutely firing. USA were rattled. We saw so many of the USA players. Simons certainly had no idea what was going on. He was barking orders at his teammates. Him and Brackett at one stage, you know, were well and truly sharing some words. So Australia, they've got the Americans rattled, but the USA, they aren't going anywhere. They'll certainly be resilient, and let's see how the second term unfolds.
Thank you, Benny, for those thoughts. And let's see what happens in this quarter. Friday night lights, as they say. And Cooper Blackwood getting some points there for Australia. 12 out of 22 players in the emerging Steelers side have come from the state of Queensland. It's quite an amazing record, Bryce. I know you're a Victorian, but it's quite an amazing record, and most under the tutelage of Ben Newton.
Yeah, that's right, Jono, but I think the good weather has caused a few Southerners to move up there. We've seen Bo Vernon and Riley Batt both take the families north, and yeah, it's good for Australian rugby there. They've got such a good hub up on the Sunshine Coast at the moment.
So as we get back to live action, and Putabor now, he's got that determination about his chair speed, and that's a beautiful in and away. You saw the reaction of Riley Batt there. Oh, hang on, where did he go?
Yeah, Riley had a bit of a swipe and was very unlucky not to knock the ball loose.
Graham to Blackwood. Blackwood now. A little swat there from Adam. Fredette on his hammer. Blackwood to Batt. Batt quickly to Graham. Oh, that's too good.
Yeah, again, Shea scoring 2 early goals. She's a veteran of the team now, and yeah, she'll be feeling great that she's been settling into this game, and she's had a great couple of plays.
So now Putabor, such a force, and there's a changeover with Graham, and Batt now rolls up court.
see Shay's mother and father and brother all down there in the stands. They're really settled into the game, and yeah, they'll be super pumped for her.
Yeah, Shay Graham, I remember seeing a quote saying it's always great to play in front of family and friends. Both sides, they'll have a timeout, and we'll take a short break. Join us for more action from the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge real soon.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
And fantastic to have the support of Light and Easy, one of our many sponsors for Wheelchair Rugby, along with Planned Partners, Degnan, and of course Posca Hydrate, and our naming rights sponsor Santos. So Pudabor now inside the key. Adam and Pudabor combining well here, and the try is Team USA's. They push it back to a 5-try margin. Australia have really got the US rattled, as Ben Eisenhuth mentioned. Bryce, how do they combat that?
I'm not sure they can when Australia's in this mood. You can see the Steelers just reining in the socks at the moment, and it hasn't mattered what lineup they've run. They've really just looked solid throughout. It's an awesome team performance thus far.
So Andrew Holloway has come on, so too Mika Zane. So a couple of more changes there for the Australians. Brackett's come back onto the court. Fredette, Pudabor and Adam make up the 4 for Team USA. Hope our American audience are enjoying this coverage on Amazon Prime. Terrific to have you joining us wherever in the United States you might be joining us. I know there's a number of time differences across the states from New York to LA. It's great to have your company, and we thank you for your patronage as Bond works it up court, finds AJ. Holloway now. There'll be a slight pause in play as a Team USA player just hits the deck.
Yeah, Australia a little bit unlucky there. I don't think the play turned quite back towards the fallen player enough to warrant stopping the play. But yeah, Bondi really given AJ directions to score the goal quickly, but it wasn't acceptable from the referee's point of view.
So Baker back up on 2 wheels, which is good to see. And Pudabor, in fact, it was. So Baker's come on to the court. O'Neill's out there as well. So they've just made a couple of changes whilst Pudabor got back on 2 wheels. Simmons is out there as well. So now Bond looks at his options. Navigates things pretty well. Just on the edge of the key now. And there's been a changeover there, Bryce. What was the call?
Yeah, AJ just parked a little too long in the key there, and unfortunately causing a turnover.
So Team USA now, O'Neill to have the inbound. Finds Simmons to Pudabor. Pudabor now navigates his way over that halfway line. He's got 2 Australians around him in McQuillan and AJ. Pudabor now. Great power from the high pointer. And he just pounds his way over the try line.
He played a big game this morning, so it'll be interesting to see in the second half how much energy Pudabor has.
So Holloway now. Of course, he was the warrior in that clash against Brazil last year. The match that got the Steelers into the final against the Netherlands. Bondi, the man that scored the last try in that match. Now scores another try to his tally in 26.
Australia very fortunate to have 3 quality 3-5s, and also Braden Foxy Connolly, unfortunately playing for Queensland, missing out on this tournament to represent the Steelers. But yeah, we've got real depth in the 3-5 class at the moment in Australia, and it's a very fortunate position to be in.
And Foxley Connolly was sensational in the match earlier against the Gladiators. Cyclones remain undefeated going into day 3. Putabor now delivers long and finds Simmons in the key and over the line. Bondi wasting no time. McQuillan, quick back and forth. Bondi now around Baker, around Putabor. Threads the needle. AJ, turnover O'Neill. Putabor now. Real battle for the ball.
Australia's possession error there, so we should maintain possession of the ball, and the US will have the early possession in the second half as a result of that.
So 3:22 left in this second quarter, first half. Game going at a frenetic pace. Hope you're enjoying it, whether it's Fox Sports, KO Sports or Amazon Prime. Great to have your company on this Friday night or Friday morning, depending on where you are in the world. As Bondi adds the extras. Pushes it out to a 5-try margin. Simmons now in protection as Putabor tries to roll past Bondi. Through the middle, draws in Bat. Finds Simmons. And the try is there for Team USA. So McQuillan now to inbound. Bondi up court. Rolls over the mid-court, draws in Putabor and finds Riley Bat. Huge day of wheelchair rugby on tomorrow. Of course, Anzac Day. You've played the sport and you've been involved a lot longer than I have. Has a game of wheelchair rugby ever taken place on Anzac Day?
We have in previous years, yeah, going back into Sydney in the early 2000s. So, yeah, it's definitely happened before. It's not a first, but hopefully for Australia's sake, it gives them that bit of extra spirit in the game against Brazil tomorrow night.
So that'll be day 3 action. Hope we can have your company for all the contests tomorrow. Big 5 games on the schedule. As Putabor now sets up for more points and delivers for Team USA. Bondi now, a little bit of urgency up court. Rolls around Simmons. Putabor now tries to draw him in. Bat now slows down proceedings. Strong work from the Batman. And Riley navigates through for a try.
Yeah, you can see he's in the zone. He's just so focused on scoring, and his desperation is at another level.
Yeah, it's quite amazing. The energy is still in the tank. The batteries are still as strong as they were from day 1.
Yeah, well, he's had a bit of time off in the last 12 or 18 months with some injuries, and yeah, it's great to see him back on court and fighting as hard as ever.
He was sidelined for us last year at the World Challenge. Made his commentary debut.
Lucky to have my seat here this year.
It's a competitive market, Bryce, for all of us. Putabor now. Beautiful skills through the mid-court. And great stuff from O'Neill, who sets it up. The United States ranked 3rd in the world above GB and below Australia. And of course, they lost to Japan in that famous final at the Paris Paralympics. They went down 48-41. Almost 2 years ago now. And Chris Bond adds more extras and pushes the lead to 5. Adam now in the back court. Under 90 seconds to play in the half. Finds Simmons. Looks for Putabor. Putabor now. Just works out his options at the mid-court. Now launches for the attack. Simmons in the key. Tries to look for something. Putabor. Simmons threads the needle. Team USA find a way.
Yeah, you can see that height that we spoke about earlier. It's just such a big advantage for the US in the key offense like that. Very hard to block a pass that's directed towards him.
And Riley Batt finishes off some nice early work from McQuillan and Bond. Under a minute to play. 5 the margin. It favours Australia. Crucial game on day number 2. Adam, good pick off. Work to do around Riley. That was impressive, that little pass from Adam. Simmons now has the Batman to deal with, so too Bondi. Adam, good skills. Finds Putabor, top of the key. Still alive here for the US. O'Neill regathers Bond. And Australia with a counter through the Batman.
Huge play there, Jono. Australia just relentless with their defence, and yeah, Riley forcing another turnover.
They've now got to finish it because the US are pretty determined in defence. And Riley finds a way, as he always does, to the try line. So 4 seconds remaining in the half and the quarter. So it'll be a timeout. The players take a break, and so do we. Join us for all the action of the final few seconds of this quarter between Australia and Team USA. See you soon. Wonderful atmosphere here at the basketball stadium in South Australia. Great to have your company on Fox Sports and KO or Amazon Prime in the United States. Robin Lambert to inbound, a change for Australia. As Riley charges for the line. And he somehow finds a way.
Massive play there, and yeah, Australia getting a late goal. That's a bonus. USA to have possession in this second half.
So an incredible finish to the quarter and the half. And there is your scoreline, 27 plays 21. It is Australia over Team USA. What would be some of the messages coming into Team USA's camp, Bryce?
Yeah, I think they've just got to get their head in the game. They've just looked a little bit rattled. And yeah, we've seen they've really had to battle, which is something they're probably not used to. That for years, they've just been this benchmark juggernaut almost in the sport. And yeah, they've got themselves into positions in this tournament that they're probably not used to, being, you know, multiple goals down early in games.
And the force from the Steelers, it just seems to be building momentum nicely across the game, yeah?
Yeah, it's almost completely polar opposite to this morning. We saw them down early and they just couldn't get defensive stops. The offense looked hard, and yeah, obviously they've checked themselves, had a bit of a breather and regrouped, and they've come out really impressively in this first half.
So the players for the Australian Steelers just going through their warm-ups. Team USA are having a meeting. Let's go sideline. Ben Eisenhuth is joined by Team USA player, high pointer, Zion Reddington. Benny?
Yeah, thanks, Jono. Yeah, that's exactly right. 3.5 classification, Zion Reddington. Australia, they came out of the blocks pretty damn fast then. What do the United States need to do? You're certainly within reach. What do you need to do at the break? What do you need to do better in the second half to try and get back those 5 tries?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's an offensive game. All we really need to do is just be a little bit more patient. We're good, clean up some of the passes. Our defense will get there. We have great defense, I believe, and so we're all going to do great there. We're going to do our roles, and we're going to come out and bite back.
I like it. So just don't panic seems to be the theme. Now, Coach Delgrave, he was certainly vocal in that first half. What would he be saying to the players over there just behind us?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of just playing with it in our roles, knowing what we have to do. So now we just got to go out there and execute it well. A lot of it was just we're kind of off the same page. We're getting back on it. We're going to come out on the same page second half, and we're going to be great.
Well, I've got no doubt the United States will certainly hang in there and certainly challenge Australia in that second half. Thank you for your time, Zion, and back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Benny, and the patience from Team USA. Will that equate to points in the second half? Only one way to find out. Join us for all the thrilling action of the second half in this clash between Australia and Team USA. You're watching the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. Back in a moment.
The Australian Steelers have brought home
gold medals, world championships, endless trophies.
And currently, no major sponsors.
Scan the QR code on screen to help us become officially sponsored.
And welcome back to the basketball stadium in South Australia for all the action of day 2 of the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. The Australians have had a meeting, so too Team USA. Your scoreline, there it is, 27 plays 21. And it favours the Australian Steelers. Here is your commentary team. Sideline man is Ben Eisenhuth, and Baker gets Team USA off to a nice start in the second half, Bryce.
Yeah, it's a solid start. Australia will be tested here in the opening minutes, and we'll see how they settle in, try and build on this impressive lead.
And Bond just gets a spill from Simmons. It's the third quarter or second half, usually the period where fatigue starts to show its face.
Yeah, can do. In Australia, fortunate, they ran a lot of their bench in that first half, and yeah, I think all but one player of the 12 on the bench, yeah, was able to get on court. So we'll see if that puts us in good stead in this second half.
Yeah, that probably was Liliana Prucha, the player you're talking about there. But she certainly looks like she's warming up now on the bench, so we may see an appearance very shortly from Lil. Great atmosphere here in the stadium. Wonderful to see so many patrons joining us in the State Basketball Centre as Bond adds some extras. Pushes it out to a 6-try margin. Simmons, Putabor, Baker and O'Neill are the 4 running for Team USA. As Putabor takes on Edmo. And the veteran Australian Steeler loses that battle. A rare one. Lambert to Edmondson. Edmo now tries to find something. Baker with the swat. Bond with the reception. Bond now navigates his way through, and Mr. Reliable does it again for Australia.
He's so cool, calm and collected, isn't he? He never looks flustered, and yeah, he's been such a solid player for a decade now for Australia.
Simmons to Putabor. Putabor up court. O'Neill running protection on Bondi. Putabor just trapped in the mid-court. Now looks for some support with Simmons. Can't find it the first occasion, can on the second. Simmons now just locked up in the key. Has to find a way out of it. Now Putabor. He'll roll through. And some easy points come the way of Team USA. Edmondson quickly to Bond. Bond now works his way through beautifully. Nice protection from Robin Lambert late. And the skipper adds another point. Pushes it back out to 6. Simmons to Putabor. Quick response here from Team USA. Big collision, Simmons and Lambert and O'Neill in the front court. He'll roll through and more points for Team USA. They seem to be a little bit more stretched out across the court, Bryce, Team USA.
Yeah, Baker doing a really good job in defence there, just getting a really solid pick on Bondi and really keeping Bondi out of play for the whole defensive stop there. And yeah, as a result, USA scored pretty easily.
Edmondson finds Bond, who just wheels his way through ever so gracefully through the defence. Now Simmons inbounds to Putabor. Putabor just navigates his way over the halfway line. And he'll drive away for some more points to his tally. Edmondson, O'Zane, Edmondson quick. Finds Bond, who finds Lambert. And they score some points.
Australia really with the luxury of just being happy to go goal for goal. They don't have to push hard. You know, they're in a fortunate position. They're up by 6, and yeah, they'll be happy to go goal for goal and just conserve energy for the Brazil match tomorrow. It's really in the US's hands here.
And that's really going to be an unbelievable clash against Brazil. If we see the Brazil we saw earlier today again tomorrow, that'll be an extraordinary game. But you mentioned earlier in the broadcast that Brazil were certainly tested by the Germans in the previous game.
Yeah, you never know what Coach Benoit was doing there, whether he's conserving a bit of energy. But yeah, we've seen that they've come out and they're such an impressive force, that high-low that they've got. And Benoit Lebrecht, their coach, having coached multiple national teams now, and you can see what good coaching can do. You know, with a team with some real talent on it.
He's a fired-up little fella. He's an animated bloke too, isn't he? Great man, Benoit. Very passionate supporter of wheelchair rugby. As Bondi just directs traffic at the back and navigates his way. Robin, can she do it? The queen of wheelchair rugby strikes again. Putabor, Simmons. There's O'Neill in the front court. It goes short to Baker initially. Baker now. O'Neill with a tap onto Lambert that just gives Baker a clear runway.
Yeah, lucky Robin could have almost come out then. She got hit in the back of the wheel.
So Edmondson now draws in O'Neill, and Robin finds a way. Another try for her tally in 2026 for the Steelers. And Quinny's called a timeout. So the Australian Steelers and Team USA will take a break, and so will we. Back soon for more action. Stay with us.
We don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
And great to have the support of Degnan, one of our many supporters for the 2026 Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge, along with planned partners, the South Australian Tourism, Light and Easy, Posca Hydrate, the Rugby Club Foundation, and SG Fleet. And it's great to have the support of Foxtel, Fox Sports, KO Sports, and our overseas affiliates. Of course, Fox Sports and KO Sports, the official broadcast partner in 2026. Fredette now on for Team USA, finds Adam. 4 minutes to go in this third quarter. Goes downtown to Pooteball. And Pooteball rolls through for more points. He's had some strong minutes in this game, Bryce. When's the fatigue factor start getting in the wheels?
Hopefully soon. And Liliana coming onto the court now, so Australia run its full contingent of 12. It's great to see.
Graham, nice protection on Riley. So too Prucha. And Edmo with the finish. Smart play there from Australia. And now with Pooteball. It's quickly to Adam. Pooteball now, the power. He rolls past Graham. Here comes back. The battle of the high pointers goes to Pooteball. Graham to Edmo. Now back through the mid-court. Prucha and Edmo protection, so to Graham on the fringe. And Edmondson threads the needle. A little frustrated in that play, Edmo. We can't repeat what he said, or think he said.
Yeah, just a little bit of body-on-body contact, and Edmo not happy there.
Normally quite a calm and cool, collected customer, old Edmo. Adam, beautiful skills. Pooteball does well to recover. He's under enormous pressure. Now settles with Brackett.
Yeah, I can see Liliana's picking chair and her speed making instant impact there and just getting a big piece of Pooteball's chair, stopping him dead.
So Team USA regroup. Pooteball now. And straight to Brackett in the gap. And Brackett fills it with points. So 36-31 your scoreline now. As Riley gets it to Edmo. The Gladiators combination and finds the Victorian in Shea Graham. First Australian female Steeler player. Brought up 100 games last year at the World Challenge. Pioneer for women in wheelchair rugby and disability sports. Ben Eisenhuth sideline. This is a fantastic contest. What do you make of it so far, midway through this third quarter?
It certainly is just that, a fantastic contest. But one thing I liked and I picked up at the halftime break was the one thing America kept saying was patience. The points will come, the attack will come, and that certainly was exuded with the commentary or the interview with Pettington. So the one thing I'd like to see USA try and do a little bit more is just do exactly what they're trying to do now. Stop the momentum of Australia, stop the momentum of Bat. It's not without trying, but, geez, it's an awfully hard task to stop the momentum of that number 3 and the number 14 as well, Team Australia.
Yeah, it certainly is. Riley Batt and Andrew Edmondson, Ben Eisenhuth is referring to there, 3 and 14. But Team USA, Bryce, they've got some force, they've got some power. When they find some patience, it'll be pretty hard to stop.
Yeah, we spoke about their experience before the game, and they've definitely got that. It's just whether they've got the time left to get themselves back into this game.
As I mentioned, 3rd in the world in the rankings coming into this tournament, and they went down to the might of Japan in Paris at the Paralympics, only by 7 though in that famous final, and they lost to Australia in the World Championships 58-55 4 years ago in Denmark. As Riley now rolls through for more points.
Unfortunately, Japan not here. I think they're playing Canada in a friendly series at the moment.
But of course we have Shinichi Shimokawa
with a Victorian shirt on.
Yeah. And would you believe it, he turns 51. 51 he turned in January. It's an astonishing record. He was a veteran when we were calling the 2018 World Champs. He then was expected, I suppose, on some levels to retire after their famous gold medal win in Paris at the Paralympics.
Yeah, I think we first saw him in 2002 internationally.
Wow.
Stretching my memory, but yeah, he's been an absolute backbone of that Japanese team. And yeah, he's such a well-loved guy. He's played a lot of seasons in the US. He's been to Australia multiple times with the Japanese team, and he's one of those guys that everyone just loves on and off the court.
Yeah, wonderful ambassador for Japanese sport and wheelchair rugby in Japan. And it's now Pudabor just uses the clock to his advantage. He's got 8 seconds left, and he'll just easily glide through as Pritchard comes back on after some time in the penalty box. Under a minute to play in this 3rd quarter. So Riley now rolls up court. Big collision here. No, Fredette thought he was going to get him. Adam was the one. And the 2 New South Welshmen combined.
Yeah, these two have played together for years. You can see Riley just taking all the attention and knowing that Edmo is just going to come past to receive, score the easy try.
So inside 1 minute of this 3rd quarter. Great work, Pudabor. Nice set up initially there by Fredette. Pudabor just muscles his way through. Great strength and power. What about that one-on-one battle with Riley? Brackett just tries to give him a bit of trouble. Pudabor now slowing the clock down. 15 seconds left, 18 on the game clock. Inside 10 seconds now for Pudabor. And he'll just glide through 7.7 seconds. And a timeout called by the Australian Steelers. They'll regroup, they'll have a think, and we'll take a break. Back soon for more action in this 3rd quarter. See you soon.
The Plan Partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
We're calling on brands to jump on board one of Australia's most successful teams in history.
We just launched the sponsor shop.
It's a sponsorship deal brands can't afford to ignore.
Scan the QR code on screen to help us become officially sponsored.
And we've just seen the sponsorship for the need for sponsorship for the Australian Steelers, Bryce. It's been an amazing campaign for the Australian Steelers to try and find that sponsor. Let's hope they can get a nice one right on the front of the jersey.
Yeah, it'd be great to see, Jono, our sports really come of age. in the last few years we've seen this wonderful competition in Adelaide. And the fact that we've got the likes of the US here, GB, Denmark were coming, all top-tier teams.
Yep.
It shows that the international teams are prepared to travel here for such a great event. And, yeah, South Australia being an awesome host. It's a great city. It's easy to get around. And, yeah, the players love the place.
Yeah, if you're a client watching or a sponsor watching and you'd like to get involved, get in touch with our fearless leader, Chris Ney.
Maybe Cooper's Brewery.
Oh, Cooper's Brewery Steelers. Possibly. It's a wonderful team led by Chris Ney, Kelsey Singh, Jamie Saggers and their team. They do a fantastic job promoting the sport in Australia, and Cooper Blackwood has done a fantastic job to get Australia points. 1 second left. Can Poodaball come up with a miracle? He can't. We go to the three-quarter break with Australia still leading by 6 points. It's a big mountain to roll up for the US. Can they do it? Find out on the other side of the break as Australia lead 41-35, three-quarter time for the final game on day 2 of the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. See you in a bit.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
I got this one.
Yes! I've got this!
I've got this one!
I will keep you strong. All of this will be a place like no other, just like no other.
Welcome back to Adelaide and final quarter action in this battle between Australia and Team USA. There's your scoreline. Australia in front by 6 tries. Huge challenge here for Team USA. It's a vital clash for Australia too after their shock loss to GB earlier in the day. And contact there.
Yeah, we'll see now, Jono, the US really have to take a few risks and swipe at that loose ball, try and force some turnovers and, yeah, force Australia under some pressure, which we haven't seen so far.
So Edmo to inbound. Bondi now just slows down the clock. 30 seconds left, plenty of time. Whilst Bondi takes his time, we'll find some time for Ben Eisenhuth's sideline. Benny, big quarter coming up for both sides, really. This is a crucial game for Australia and a big test and a challenge for Team USA.
Yeah, it is, Jono, and it's interesting. I was able to quickly just get a bit of an eavesdrop on what both coaches were saying, and Coach Lewis Quinn, of course, the new coach for Team Steelers, very much of the same. Keep controlling the ball, keep pushing forward, keep defending well. So much of the same for Team Steelers. And I was quite interested to hear what Coach Delgrave had to say. He was still much of the same. In the first half, very aggressive, very vocal, but in the third term and equally in the fourth, or at least at the start of it, very patient, just wanting his players to try and force those turnovers and try and defend what Australia's throwing at them. So USA, a change of the guard, I guess, from the first term and the first half to the second. Very much about patience and just trying to force some turnovers. So let's see how USA can do that as we enter the fourth quarter.
Yeah, let's see if it's put into practice. Thank you for those comments, as always, Benny. As Reddington goes downtown, big challenge for Baker. Can he get there? He certainly can. So he adds the extras, pushes it back to 6 tries. Plenty of communication from Chris Bond, the skipper, as Edmondson rolls forward. So too Robin Lambert. Bondi just gets the bump there from Reddington. And he's done enough. Only just, though, Bryce.
Yeah, we've seen in the past a lot of flagrant fouls called on the goal line. It looks this tournament that they've eased up on those calls, and that one just being called a penalty goal.
So Brackett now to Reddington. And Reddington, has he lost possession of that?
Yeah, Bondi just getting a little hand in there and flick off his lap.
So there'll be an inbound here right in front of our commentary position. Sarah Adam to inbound. Oh, picked off by Bat. He just got in front of Poodaball. That is astonishing from Riley.
Yeah, we're right behind her here, sitting here, Jono, and it was going to be obvious, I've got to say.
Nostradamus over here.
Riley just reading the play so well, and yeah, you don't put the ball that close to that guy.
So America recover after a minor stumble in the mid-court. And Sarah Adam adds the extras. 6 to play in the match. Australia in front. They need this victory if they're going to find themselves in that World Challenge final once again. They were there last year here in Adelaide at a different venue, the Netball South Australia Stadium, and they went down to an inspired Netherlands 64-60, an incredible game of wheelchair rugby, Bryce.
Yeah, it was. Netherlands having only limited number of players here, and they almost had the perfect tournament.
So Riley to spend just a little bit of time in the penalty box. A rare infraction from Riley. Adam now to inbound to find Reddington. Reddington now just easily glides through. He's quite an impressive high pointer, Bryce.
Yeah,
Team USA.
He's got a lot of size. We saw him lay a big hit on one of the German 2-pointers, Vec, in yesterday's game. Yeah. Last year he played in our Division 1 National League.
Some strong stuff here from Riley. And he gets around Bo Vernon. Good protection close too from AJ as well on Sarah Adam. Adam now to inbound, finds Poodaball. Poodaball just navigates in the front court, gets a big bump and shove. I heard a pop. So Riley now just works his way through. He'll end up finishing it. AJ just getting stuck there from Reddington.
Yeah, I thought I heard a tie go, so everyone sort of stopped.
Yeah, that's...
I thought it might have been Riley, but then he pushed out of trouble, so... Not sure who had the flat tyre. It might have been someone off court.
So there's plenty of activity off court. And speaking of off court activity, the players are having a timeout. And that means we'll take a break. But join us real soon for more action in this final quarter between Australia and Team USA. See you soon. And it's great to be in the state of South Australia. Third consecutive year for the World Challenge. A state that's certainly on the rise with plenty of infrastructure and plenty of money invested into the sport. And it's great to have the South Australian Tourism Board, a proud sponsor of wheelchair rugby for the last couple of years. They've made enormous inroads hosting the event the last couple of years. Riley, he's got a smile on his face. What's going on there?
Yeah, there's been a few words said by the look of it. Riley, not short of, yeah, he's not going to take a backward step, that's for sure.
So Simmons to spend some time in the penalty box. Inbound from Graham. And now Riley rolls forward and delivers on the line. Nice use of the clock on his watch there. Simmons now, he'll go the Hail Mary downtown. Is this an opportunity for Baker? And he adds the extras.
Yeah, that's an impressive pass from a two-pointer, and got to be careful that he's not setting the low pointer up to feel the wrath of someone like Riley, who's going to come hunting him down. But yeah, it was an awesome pass.
Great competitive spirit from Team USA. Look at the force from Riley. Jammed up, contact there though. And again, Simmons back-to-back appearances in the penalty box.
Need to move his drink bottle over there. Get him some refreshments.
So Bo Vernon now to inbound for Australia. Now Bondi works beautifully. Uses the clock to his advantage. 29 seconds left. Simmons to Reddington. Reddington now has Hudspeth out there as well. Reddington will just whiz past Ozane on the flank.
Yeah, unfortunately, a little bit of a mismatch there. Mick really not going to have any impact trying to stop someone of that speed.
Nice work from Blackwood, who finds Bondi. The Queenslanders combine. Nice play. See the Australian bench at the top of your screen there. If you look at the end, there's Shea Graham and Riley Batt at the end. They were just having a bit of a conversation under what was discussed between the two there. Two players that have spent plenty of time in green and gold, both very successful. Reddington to Simmons, good finish there. Bo Vernon now to inbound here for Australia. Finds Blackwood. 3 minutes left in the match. Test for Bond. He passes it with flying colours. Simmons now to inbound. Reddington just jammed up. Back and forth with Baker to Simmons. Mid-court they go. Big collision there from Hudspeth on Blackwood. And Simmons rolls past Vernon to score the points for Team USA.
Yeah, he's been the backbone of this team tonight. He's played some big minutes.
Bondi in some trouble. Just an easy flick to Cooper Blackwood. And a beautiful work to Bo Vernon. Bondi salutes. Australia go further in front. A very impressive play. Simmons to Baker, back to Simmons. Just rolls down the flank, finds Reddington mid-court. Reddington might need to come up with something pretty special here. He's got Blackwood and O'Zane on his hammer. Nice chair speed around Bondi. Reddington. Geez, you could have fit a credit card between the wheel and the cone there, Bryce.
Yeah, took a bit of a risk, ran the corner, and yeah, able to beat Bondi to the line.
So great work from Bondi. Initially for Blackwood now. Here comes Reddington. Draws him in beautifully, and the skipper finishes it. Hudspeth now to inbound. Simmons now looking for that short pass to Reddington, finds it. Reddington keeps it alive. Big collision with Bo Vernon. He'll need a new tyre.
Yeah, and unfortunately he's running the expensive one, so that little incident's probably cost him about 120 bucks.
Well, if anybody knows their chairs, it's you, Bryce. So a quick changeover. And Team USA inbound to Simmons and finds Reddington. Baker and Hudspeth go forward, so too Simmons. Now Reddington rolls forward and finds a gap. The speed just getting past Mick Zane on that occasion.
Yeah, he saw that from a long way away, and Australia just couldn't get their defence over there in time.
Vernon to Blackwood. Nice work from him initially. Up court, Bondi goes. He positioned himself really well from Simmons on that occasion. So under 90 seconds to play in this contest. It'll be a victory to Australia. And it certainly sets up that Australia-Brazil game tomorrow really well, doesn't it, Bryce?
Yeah, Brazil being pushed by Germany right before this game, and yeah, back in the showers now. Australia will have to recover and, yeah, come out firing tomorrow against Brazil.
It'll be one game out of 5 on a huge Anzac Day campaign. Matches will start from 12 o'clock Adelaide time. Check your local guides for your start time. A very important day tomorrow, Anzac Day, as we honour our diggers past and present, those that sacrificed all to give us freedom here in Australia. Simmons under some pressure. Nice work there. Initially Baker, the turn and burn, that was impressive. Looks for support, finds Simmons. Simmons now rolling through. Pops the pass, Reddington backwards and gets the points.
Yeah, US still having to work really hard in offense. You can see almost every player touching the ball on every offensive play, in Australia just having scoring a little more easily at the moment.
Final seconds of the match. The skipper leads Australia. Wants to put Blackwood up front. Bondi now rolls through, and with 11 seconds left, he rolls over the try line. 57-48. It's also important for for and against, Bryce, this victory for Australia here too.
Yeah, that's right. When it comes down, if scores are a level on wins and losses, then it'll come down to goals for and against. And hopefully Australia can get the win against Brazil, and we don't see that come into account.
Well, Australia have got the victory against Team USA, 57-48. An impressive performance and a really nice bounce back from their shock loss to Team GB earlier today. A brave effort from Team USA. For our Amazon Prime audience, you should be proud of this USA side. They have really tried their guts out right across the 4 quarters, Bryce.
Yeah, we just saw an explosive start from Australia, and that really set the tempo for the whole game. USA just could not battle back into it, and yeah, we talked about the momentum shift. It just never came, unfortunately, for the US in today's game.
So some lessons to be learnt for Joe Delagrave and his side. Very, very talented. They've got plenty in there. Fredette, Hudspeth, O'Neill, Brackett, Hooterball, the strength and power. Fleece, a great block, a great protection. Reddington, the enormous usage of his chair speed is just incredible to see. And Mason Simmons as well, he played a vital role for Australia. Of course, Riley Batt and Chris Bond were up there, but Shea Graham played well, Edmondson played well, Holloway was a nice little yo-yo player in and out, and of course Robin Lambert played her part as well. And there's so many in that Australian side that have got so much experience. Australia were ranked second in the world coming into this, below Japan and above the US, and for the US they were ranked third, above GB and below Australia. The Australians, they celebrate in the middle as we show you highlights of this classic battle between Australia and Team USA. Bryce, you've been in these big contests. What's the biggest takeaway for both the Steelers and Team USA?
Yeah, I think the Steelers will just be impressed with how they've turned around this morning's results. You know, in no uncertain terms, they had a bit of a shocker, and it was very unlike them to get blown out of the water by, you know, by an equal opposition.
Was it just the start that rattled them?
I think so, yeah. They just looked a little bit flat. Well, whatever they've done in this afternoon's break has worked, because they've come out firing tonight. Yeah, they've really set a high standard, which has been great to see.
Well, speaking of a high standard, Ben Eisenhuth is sidelined, and he is with Riley Batt. Benny?
Yes, that's exactly right. Thanks, Jono. I'm down here with the superstar Riley Batt. Riley, great to see you again, first and foremost. But 2 matches on the one day and 2 very different results. What was so different just then?
Oh, well, this morning, look, not taking anything away from GB, Great Britain, but we played appalling. It wasn't the Australian team that we are, and we had to rebound, and we had to rebound with like intent tonight, and we showed against a strong American team. So, yeah, really happy with that result. That's the standard now. Like, we have to be offensive like that every game, and we know we have to be tomorrow against Brazil, and that might be the final matchup on Sunday against Brazil as well if we win tomorrow. So, yeah, really happy with the team after a terrible start this morning, and a really good start tonight.
Well, just on that, Brazil, obviously they've been very impressive, haven't they? And you're coming up against them tomorrow on Anzac Day. Does that mean a little bit more to the team, to Team Australia? It's a massive day tomorrow. It's going to be a bit of a ceremony prior to the match, 6:30 tip-off. What do you think? Does anything change there?
Oh, mate, you're giving me shivers right now, to be honest. That's something really special. Just to be able to play in Australia in front of home fans and our community, give back to those people who've sacrificed so much for us playing this sport. It's incredibly, it's an honour, to be honest. And now playing for Australia on Anzac Day, it's something I've never done in my 24-year-long career, and it's something I'll never forget and never get a chance to do again. So we'll enjoy tomorrow, and we'll come out firing.
Well, I'm sure you will. And the last thing, obviously, a brand new looking outfit, some very young players, some new players. You played every single player on the court in that match. Have you got a few combinations that you're working through, or is it still, let's just kind of see how we go until day 4?
Oh, it's so good to see everyone on the floor get minutes. Like, this is the strongest Australian team I've ever been a part of. I have trust in every player and every lineup out there, and it's just phenomenal to win as a team. Look, we're building for World Championships in Brazil in August, and we're on the road right now. We've got 16 games to go playing for Australia before we get to hopefully that gold medal game in Sao Paulo, Brazil. So happy that everyone's playing. I think the whole intent, this whole comp, is to get everyone playing, and if we can win by 8-9 points against a strong American outfit with all our players, well, we're doing bloody well.
You certainly are, and congratulations on that victory. Good luck for day 3. I'll see you tomorrow on Anzac Day, mate. Thanks for your time once again. Back to you, Jono, in the commentary box.
Thank you, Benny Eisenhuth. A very honest appraisal from a veteran in Australian wheelchair rugby in Riley Batt, and it's a big hurdle to roll up tomorrow when Australia take on Brazil. We'll take a last break, but be back with some highlights and to wrap up the day. Stay with us.
At Degnan, we don't just build infrastructure, we build possibilities. We work collaboratively to bring excellence, innovation and diversity, delivering projects that connect people and shape the future. Together, we create a lasting impact for generations to come. Degnan, building tomorrow together.
Life's busy, so eating well should be easy. That's why I love Light and Easy. With a huge range of ready-to-eat healthy meals from around $8.50 each, there's no prep, no stress, just great food that keeps me going. And if you're an NDIS participant with meal prep and delivery in your plan, you may only need to pay 30% of the cost for your meals. And with so many flexible, affordable options every single week and no locking contracts, I can order what I want when I want it. Healthy living made easy? Yeah, that's Light and Easy.
To get into the team was absolutely incredible. I've been wanting to be part of the Steelers team for a long time now. Your plan partners really helps with everything in my day-to-day life. Managing all their invoices and stuff like that can be a bit of a daunting task at times, whereas plan partners really helps out. The plan partners dashboard is really simple to use. I just submit the invoices and they're paid. I'm ready for the game, I'm ready for the day. Together, it's possible.
The Australian Steelers have brought home
gold medals, world championships, endless trophies.
And currently, no major sponsors.
Scan the QR code on screen to help us become officially sponsored.
I got this one.
I've got this!
I've got this one.
I will keep you strong. All of this will be a place like no other, just like no other.
Wheelchair rugby is the most ridiculous sport. It's a little bit vicious.
Think of wheelchair rugby like Dodgem cars on steroids.
Once that whistle goes, it's on.
So incredibly intense. I think I need a defib.
Wheelchair rugby is the sport that Australia needs to know about.
I guarantee you're going to watch this sport and fall in love with it instantly.
And what a day it has been, a day of difference, Bryce Allman, for all the teams. Brazil, they've certainly showed a little bit of fire and ferocity out on the court. For Australia, a learning curve, lost to GB. Then, of course, they had that victory we've just seen against Team USA. What have you made of day two?
Yeah, Australia's games today have been polar opposites. It's been an exceptional turnaround in the space of, 6 hours. And as Riley said in that post-game interview, they went back, they've regrouped, and they came out and they showed what a 12 deep player bench they've got, and it was an exceptional performance against the might of the USA.
Well, tomorrow, day 3 of the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge, as we take a look at the standings. There they are: Brazil, Australia, Great Britain, USA and Germany. So much to play for on day number 3. We go through the schedule right now. ACT take on South Australia. Both sides, Bryce, they've had a little bit of bad luck go their way, but both sides certainly development squads. So a good challenge for them tomorrow to start day 3.
Yeah, that's right. And you've got to remember, they're here, they're seeing this international level competition, and yeah, they'll have a chance not only to have a game and then come and watch how the elite play. So yeah, should be an awesome hit out first thing.
Queensland Cyclones then take on the New South Wales Gladiators. They played earlier today, these two sides. It was the international force of the Cyclones that was really the difference maker against a new look Gladiator side, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. And we've seen the depth that some of the import players have added to this comp. But yeah, that's another cracking game tomorrow, Jono.
Then we take a look at the first international game of the day. Great Britain, Germany. Great Britain on the rise, a team that have risen and fallen across the last 2 days. And then, of course, the Germans. Geez, they almost had Brazil, didn't they?
Yeah, we were sitting on the sideline hoping the Germans could pull something out of the hat. Would have done Australia a big favour if they could have got over the line there. But they really took Brazil to the full 4 quarters, and it was a very impressive outfit. Whether they've got the strength to go up against the might of GB, we'll see in the morning.
Yeah, they'll have to fight that fatigue, no doubt. Then Kenya and the West Coast Enforcers, two sides certainly in the development stages, especially the Kenyan side. But such a great thrill to have, and an honour to have the Kenyan side as a part of this tournament.
Yeah, it is, John. It's such a good story. The Kenyans coming with 12 players and only 7 or 8 chairs. So Australia having to reach around and do the call out, and yeah, we've found some extra chairs for them, but it's such a good thing for the sport to have a team from Africa represented over in a competition like this.
Then of course we have our Anzac Day preparations and our ceremonies to honour Australia's most important day on the calendar, where we honour our diggers past and present. And then of course, Bryce, how good is this? How mouth-watering. I know you're excited. Australia and Brazil. Oh my days, this is going to be enormous, isn't it?
Yeah, we've seen both teams start with a high-low, and the Brazil high-low is very dynamic. And they've got some very strong low pointers, and they've got a very experienced coach with Benoit Lebrec. So we'll see what the day holds tomorrow.
The rookie coach in Quinny, the experienced coach in Benoit. It's going to be an absolute battle. Hope we can have your company on day 3 of the Santos Wheelchair Rugby World Challenge. My name is John O'Farr on behalf of Bryce Allman and our sideline commentator Ben Eisenhuth, as well as our media team. Thank you so much for joining us on day 2. We hope we can have your company tomorrow from 12 o'clock local time because of of Anzac Day. Another huge one, 5 games on the calendar. It's going to be enormous. We can't wait to bring it to you. Good night from all. Sweet Moses.
Australian sport is built on rivalries, and none run deeper than the fault lines of footy. For generations, 3 codes have been locked in a battle for Australia's sporting soul. Now, for the first time, they've been brought together.
We are here to settle one of the biggest debates in sport. You will be representing your code against some of its biggest rivals.
Aussie rules. The clinicians. They made all the right decisions.
We're better off going first target first. Try and win the first hang. Try and beat Harry in the first one. And the longer it goes, the better it is for us.
You're done.
But when sportsmanship came first,
I'm going to sit to make it fair and square.
Let's go, let's go.
Their journey came to an end.
Woo!
Rugby union, the underdogs.
The gap is not shut, there's a fall.
They were written off early.
Oh, so close.
Desi Miller, you are a standout. Oh, I'm sorry.
But they refused to lay down.
It looks like it's Union.